And I'm just checking the phone call to see who's, or the Skype call, see who's able to join us. And Heather Holman joined us. Wonderful lady. Aristides joined. Incredible. Good. And we'll see if Brendan Zoget joins, because he said he'd be incommunicado by today. But of course, the best laid plans often go awry or astray. And we'll just see if he's been delayed in his travels, which is always possible. Indeed, in his case, I would almost expect it. He left off on a horrible note with his relations hanging over his dying grandfather, arguing over his deathbed about who gets what in the estate. And this was just before he went on his vacation. So I don't expect him to answer because it just continues to spin. But yeah, so he's unavailable. With that, we're going to test. We are live streaming, just so everyone knows. We're going to test. Ooh, what's that? So let me take a look at the call again. Oh, Heather, could you do something about that echo?
Yeah.
Thank you, darling. Bless you, honey. Okay, thank you. And
torture us, Heather, with that. You could torture us.
That's cute. Okay, now let's try and formally test to see if everybody's registering on online broadcasting software, please. Hello, Peter.
Can I be heard? Am I heard on the online
broadcast? You register, so hopefully you're heard. We'll check with the studio in a second. How about yourself, Aristides?
I'm here. I hope you can hear me too.
Excellent, excellent. And Sammy Romero says, loud and clear, Doug, we are going to need our Vulcan intervention with the clown Donnie. Yes, indeed. Bless you, my dear brother Sammy. Hugs and kisses to your kids. And, but of course, to Maria. So, aside from that, we've just had Heather join us, I believe. So, Heather, if you would say something yet again, just say hi.
Yeah. Am I here?
Yeah. You sound cute. A little different, but cute.
Thank you.
Fuzzy. What's up? You're fuzzy. You're kind of fuzzy.
Well, this is the phone that I usually don't use for the show. I'm charging my regular device. So.
Understood. Yeah, sound
It'll
cool.
just be a few minutes.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so we promise not to question you too heavily during those few minutes. All right. I'm sorry, what was that?
No, I just said okay.
Yes, thank you. Always use earbuds if at all possible, because whenever anybody's on speakerphone, I can't hear a word they're saying, and neither can anyone else, I assure you. So with live stream, it says, T-Tank Barry says, good evening, loud and clear, brother. Atham Animus says, loud and clear, thank you so much. Eric Cradle says, everybody's clear, I still need an invite for Skype. Oh my god, send me say something in your Skype right now. If you sent me well, I mean, this is my Skype address or ID, Douglas Dietrich 1, and if you send me a contact request on Skype, hopefully I jump on it in time. I can't promise that during the opening hours today because of everything that happened, but we'll try and accommodate, of course, and we'll get it done eventually. So I'll do my best to relay regale everyone with the horror story of what happened lately, but what we're going to do first is ask Peter if there's a specific topic that he sent out on the newsletter that he's discussing tonight. I'm just curious before. I mean, obviously, we've had a recent occurrence that seems to supersede everything in terms of both impact and non-impact. So, yeah.
Yes, there is, and I will read it to you.
Yeah, please.
The Trump assassination attempt was preceded by a mega conference of the most influential billionaires in the USA at Sun Valley, hosted annually by the Allen and Company investment firm. This is where mega deals and the agenda for the next year are discussed amongst the most powerful. The two major issues were reported to be Donald Trump and Douglas Dietrich. I will explain in tonight's broadcast. Of course, we will discuss the shooting of Donald Trump, something I relayed last week as an astrologer predicted he would come to physical harm that would possibly eliminate him from the campaign. he's not out of the woods yet. Here's a short clip of the shooter, and it's about a 14-second clip of the shooter saying that he hates Trump, he's a Republican, and that he's not the one. He goes, "I'm not the one." It was done that day of the shooting. I said, we are in a position where we have to trust the authorities of the deep state with regard to him being the actual shooter. I have finished the last chapter of the new book and will also discuss that with Douglas. It is now has to be edited, shored up, and produced. I cannot see it taking any longer than the end of September, and hopefully sooner. That would be the date to send it to the printer. Okay, so
wow.
That's what I wrote to everybody who is on the emailing list.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I appreciate that profoundly. And yes, there is something very suspect about the entire affair. Well, many things, countless things.
There's never an assassination that makes any sense.
Yes. Yeah, but except the continuous pattern, the shooter has 3 names. They give him 3 names. They always have 3 names.
Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense either. So I'm just saying, it's a pattern, yeah.
Yeah, and that's all it is. Yeah, it's not a sensible pattern. Yeah. It's not a sensible pattern, but it's a pattern. So, we'll definitely get into this. Hopefully, I will be able to participate. I want to give everyone fair warning about two things before I go into any regaling of you all with the horror story of the latest developments or incident. And it's just more, how would I say it? Just profoundly irritating than anything else. But it's definitely bears relating, and I think it's important to us all to know these things. And it brings up several issues that are also relevant. Now, when it comes to, shall we say, the important things to emphasize before I forget, because truly, I do want people to know that I'm the kind of individual who, like, your typical person who's dedicated to their interests, maintaining my life and livelihood is always secondary, and I always forget to emphasize it. There are people out there, Vinnie Eastwood comes to mind, who are the personification of all they do is beg for money. They do this throughout their show so relentlessly. I can't understand why anyone listens, and it becomes even more bizarre the more you know about them. Nothing about it makes any sense. I've explained, of course, ad nauseum my own situation, and so the status report this month is just that once again I've been blown away by a number of things that had to take place. Now, last month, of course, we made my rant, and that was, of course, the month of basically gay pride. It was gay pride all month, and we had several social obligations I had to fulfill. As I told Peter Moon at the time, before the weekend of the San Francisco parade, which was on the last day of that month, essentially. The Sunday, the last Sunday of that month, which pretty much was the last day of last month, almost, if not the last day. It was always free, but it's never cheap. There's nothing that's free in this world, and whatever's free as a social obligation, you wind up paying for just maintaining yourself in the environment around you. Meaning that you're buying things as you go along because it's you're left doing that. This is what happens. And in my case, there are several convergent holidays. Now, I just returned, barely on time, from Nonbinary Persons Awareness Day, which, of course, at the estate required my presence. And that, of course, explains my presentation in tonight's photograph. Now, I cut off my hair, which was growing to a great degree because of the incident, which I shall explain, and so dyed it blonde for effect, and there we have that. But we also have the International Drag Day coming up. That's not till about Wednesday, Thursday period of time. So you have that to look forward to with the next image that appears in thumbnail of live stream this midweek. In between, of course, tomorrow is Marine Day in Japan. That means Maritime Day in honor of the oceans. Of course, I will be at the estate, and there will be a trip, of course, to our beachside here in California with the Blood Boys. Okay, all these field trips and different activities aside, there are always footnotes to read in summary of each episode. So make certain to check out the footnotes and the summary in this episode's text, and that will give you further explanation for some of these holidays. We may cover a bit more about them later. This is all just prelude to the two forewarnings. The forewarnings are this month I'm forced to expend a lot of money. Basically everything I have. I have $300 in my wallet right now. That will be spent in a single day in an upcoming event. And at that point, I will have fucking nothing. And I mean fucking nothing. So I need to raise $1,000 to pay rent between now and the last day of this month. So everybody just start saving up. Start saving up. If every one of you contributes a little bit, obviously I do have an inner circle of people who try to help. We'll see what we can do with them without burdening them. We don't want to overburden my sources. So obviously we're going to try and make this work. I have not forgotten Brooke Hagberg, still very much on my mind. But I'm trying to dedicate an episode to her that won't be filled with another holiday or event day, awareness day or the like. So that might wait till next week. Still, I feel, of course, that I owe Heather Holman always, and bearing that in mind, and of course try to respect and honor her with each episode. Such being said, the other thing to bring to everyone's awareness, aside from the fact that I need to raise $1,000 before the end of the month to pay rent, it's $927 plus, a few cents really, but you might as well say 1,000 simply to be realistic. There's always supply expenses, and I had to purchase a lot of them recently. So just to keep myself hydrated, and of course, as everyone knows, mostly what it is Coke. That's my version of coffee. I mean Coca-Cola, the liquid, just so people understand. I don't pay for the cocaine. As for the other things I buy, it's beer, which I consider a staple, just basically liquid bread. And beyond that, there is, of course, water, which I do drink a lot of. The blood, of course, I get at the estates, and I work for my food. So we've got a lot going on with all of those responsibilities. But because I work for food, I'm not getting paid, not in financial terms. That comes through my SSDI, which I paid into for through 3 careers. 30 years of work, which, of course, enables me to live off my own money. Basically, all my money went into paying for these various insurance programs that now support me only in the most nominal sense via the SSDI, Social Security Disability Insurance, which is not Social Security, mind you. It's not disability. It is insurance that I put into all my life while I was working 3 careers. Okay, all of that being said, the other thing to emphasize is that I suspect and am planning in contingency that I may suffer a vasodepressor syncopal collapse tonight on this episode. So over the past several days, I've not only imbibed blood, there's just been the temptation of food, and also I forced myself to eat more food than usual to see if I could stomach it or hold it down. This was just to test something after I was driven to do so by incidents which I will describe. So now my body, of course, does not process this food in any particularly constructive manner, and my body does more efficiently process supplements, because supplements are, of course, delivered via a very different mechanism than solid food. So, between the supplements and the blood and some food, I usually am able to do fairly well. Now, we all know there's been mitigating circumstances recently. And these mitigating circumstances, well, I mean, our man Peter Moon sent me a link of Jeff Adachi. Very much appreciate it. Jeff Adachi, of course, brings me back to another nightmare time. My life is just one endless waking nightmare. And that was another incident in which I lost somebody who I would have considered a friend. But Jeff Adachi made the mistake of trying to become a supporter, a sponsor. He wanted to produce what I was saying into a documentary. And by his affiliation with me, he ultimately sealed his own fate, his doom. But he helped them along the way. I gave him fair warning. Please, whatever you do, look, he was married. He had a family. He used escorts. No judgment here on my part, because oftentimes, once you have kids, it kills your sex life. I mean, if you're married and you have kids, for most people, sex stops there. It's just impossible after that. It's just, you've got kids. And they're everywhere. And, you know, you can still get it on, and people usually do before they come into awareness. By the time that they're ambulatory, it becomes impossible. They're just jumping into bed with you all the time, all that shit. So, you know, it plays havoc with your libido. And so, you know, his kids were fairly young, not old enough to get out of the way. So he was satisfying himself with escorts because the sex was simply impossible at home. I could get it. I was just no moral judgment. But I warned him about the Russian escorts. I said, God damn, Jeff, don't go near the Russian escorts. They'll fucking kill you. And of course, they ultimately did. When, you know, it got to the point, of course, that this was an arc of narrative here, an arc of spiraling, where he was like, first like, oh, come on, you can't be serious. This isn't a movie. And I'm like, no, it is. You've exited any form of reality, you know. You've entered something else now. This is a new world for you. You don't get it. He thought he was in danger all his life because as a public defender, he is the natural enemy of the police. He was receiving death threats from cops, basically. Of course, they didn't present themselves as such. It'd be anonymous phone calls at night, all the rest of that shit. And they were going to set him up. And ultimately, if they did not set him up, they certainly managed to take advantage of his being set up by my enemies and made certain that they fucked him over as much as possible and made certain no justice was done when he was murdered. But again, by the time that he was telling me, oh, Doug, you're just jealous, it's like, I'm like, dude, I've probably slept with the escort you're going to see tonight. And believe me, if she's paid, she'll kill you. And he wound up, of course, saying, you're just jealous and shit. And by that moment, you know, by that time, I just wanted him to die. So, and that's what happened. So then when he was taken out, police came and they just spread drug paraphernalia all over his body. I mean, it's just simply unbelievable. Just, you know, coke, meth, drug cocktails people simply would not combine. So they just made him look like an idiot. And of course, as for the Russian escort, she was just let go scot-free. I mean, just not even a night of interrogation. They just let her go. And then they released all this phony documentation to say that he was like the most fucked up man on earth, doing everything on earth in terms of drugs and sex. And which, of course, is completely illegal to release these documents of some murder victim. But of course, they said he wasn't a murder victim. He died indulging himself. And now, of course, it comes out that all of this was fabricated. So San Francisco Police Department fabricated all the documents about the man's death, just like the Marine Corps fabricated everything they did about my career. This is where, you know, birds of a feather. Notice we're both Japanese, or at least to the white man, because white motherfuckers, they can't think in terms of hybridization. It's kind of like King of the Hill, where the main character asks the Laotian character, are you Chinese or Japanese? And the guy says, neither, I'm Laotian. And he says, so does that make you Chinese or Japanese? I mean, there's no other Asian ethnicities that exist in a white man's mind. Beyond that, of course, the idea of someone being half Chinese or half Japanese or even a quarter. I remember one white motherfucker who worked with the some kind of major department, FDA, it might have been, Food and Drug Administration, which begged the question of why he was being interviewed by Carrie Lynn Cassidy. It was absolutely bizarre, but the son of a bitch had a fairly reputable name and career, and then he wrote a column attacking myself, saying, Douglas Dietrich is half Japanese, half Chinese. And the fact that I'm not half Chinese, not half Japanese at all, I'm only a quarter Japanese and a quarter Chinese and half fucking white, doesn't count to this guy at all, because to him, it's like, well, if you have any Asian blood in you, you're simply all gook. It's like, you can't talk to white people, you can't reason with them. And this is where we come up to where I'm going to use the term nigger. Because, I got approached by Troy Bellamy again, and he does this reflexively. He's a school teacher in Florida. And it's kind of like a librarian where, he just automatically, no matter what environment he's in, because he's used to doing it in the library, people could be talking loudly inside of a grocery store, and he'll go, shh. And he, always writes in the chat room, y'all shouldn't use that word nigger. It's abusive. The reason... and I like Troy. Look, I love Troy. He's a brother as far as I'm concerned. It's up to him if that's the case or not. But he doesn't have a leg to stand on because he started listening to me during the Revolution radio days, I'm pretty sure. And he never once complained whenever I used the term white trash piece of shit. I would use the term white trash piece of shit all the time. And this guy never once wrote in protest, hey man, you really ought to not insult our cracker brothers like that. Hey man, you should go easy on that. And no, indeed, he probably experienced a thrill whenever I use that term. So he doesn't have a leg to stand on when I use the term nigger. It's simply, you've got to be balanced about this sort of thing. So when it came to the incident that led to the latest nigger incident in my life, let's just put it this way. What happened was, as everybody knows, there was the tub flood. This wasn't like, years ago when somebody stole my home-delivered meals out of my food bin and left urine in its place. Whenever they steal the meals, they're punished by it because you can't eat them. They're totally inedible unless they're heated up. That's just the way they're prepared. So whenever somebody tries to steal my meals, they never do it again. It's only a one-time thing each time it's done. It's always a separate person each time, of course. One time, some homeless guy, in this fit of conscientiousness, left me a bunch of forms for going to an indigent shelter. And this was because, of course, he probably felt guilty about stealing my food. But at any rate, these are bizarre incidents. But with the urine, the biggest problem was cleaning it up. And even then, I wind up just by accident touching some of it. And it's just obviously going to be just viscous and rancid coming from a homeless person. But it's cold. It's been out all night. And urine is generally sterile. So just understand that my chances of catching something from the epidermal, the skin contact with that urine, was almost zero. And I understood that, but I consulted a doctor anyway. And they just dismissed it without a test. Urine is sterile except in extraordinary circumstances. Don't even think about it. It was out there all night in the cold. Everything in it died. Okay, this was different. The tub water was hot water. All of the germs are swimming alive. It's almost blood temperature water. So everything that was in there, I'm contracting through my epidermis, through, my eye. It's splashing into my eye. And I swore, it felt like there was something in my eye for the longest period of time. I thought I might have contracted an amoeba from that Filipino son of a bitch upstairs. But in turn, it turned out that it was a sty. So it was, and I treated it with antibiotic eye drops. But the fact that I had to go that far shows you how infectious this shit was. Then I was put on a second run of antibiotics, but I was still feeling off for the longest time. Then, of course, V did her lymphatic node massage. And that, of course, it has made everybody that I know sick, including her. She had it, made her sick. Yeah, 2 other ladies we know, including Amy Como, had it, and it made them deathly ill and made them vomit with Amy over a period of a few days. With myself, it hit me later, and it hit me hardest. And you can look up dangers of lymphatic node massage. I would not recommend it to anyone. That's if you look up dangers of lymphatic node massage, just the symptoms that are described are everything that I had: nausea, the chills, cold-like symptoms, stomach flu-like symptoms. Now remember, all of this came at the tail end of my getting over everything else. You might say, why did you do something like that? Of course, I'm trying to clear the sinuses as much as possible because the surgery isn't until fucking August. So I don't regret doing it. But then it led to this incident where after my show was over, the latest show, which was Wednesday, midweek last, then I decided I was going to try and get to sleep early so I could get up early and maybe fill out this form to renew the SSDI that I am on. Now, this is a deceptively simple form. And you want to be at your best when you fill it out. It's basically they ask you trick questions, and they're trying to do their best to get you off the program. And so I wind up with holding off until I was ready to do it, which was about you need to mail it in 30 days after receipt, this sort of bullshit. And it was basically the last day I had was into this weekend. So I had to get it done, and I wanted to do it Thursday afternoon, maybe mail it out Friday at the latest. I wound up mailing it out Friday after an extraordinary series of circumstances. And basically what happened was I didn't get to do that at all on Thursday. What happened was after the show, to try and get to sleep earlier, I start killing a 6-pack. And this is not cheap beer either. This is not PBR. This is the Einstock. And Einstock has got coriander and orange peel in it and stuff like that. Probably considered prissy by your average American. But at any rate, the white ale, I was downing that, and I did not finish the 6-pack. What happened was I got so sick. I felt nauseous, felt like I really had to lie down. So I lay down, and then I was so enervated I couldn't even get up when I felt like I had to vomit. Then I proceeded to vomit, lying down, and of course my biggest concern is drowning in my own vomit. After which I, I'm taking all of these paper towels and just soaking it up, etc., just getting rid of it as much as I can. Obviously I was eating while I was drinking the beer, feeding my liquor, which is probably what I was eating was stuff that would make most Americans vomit. But, of course, I grew up eating this stuff. Asian dried cuttlefish, dried shrimp, and various other dried sea animals. And so while I was munching on these, just feeding the liquor and then trying to get enough beer on to go to sleep earlier than normal, because normally I'm too amped after the show to go to sleep until late in the afternoon. When I have this attack, so to speak, and then after I vomited all over myself, I was so exhausted I couldn't even get up. I just wanted to sleep, feel better later. Then after I woke up, I went out to get the food bin, of course, bring it in, and then, hydrated myself by drinking a lot of water aggressively, went to sleep again. And then when I woke up early in the evening, still felt enervated, and I began to basically be concerned because I'm concerned about GI bleed. Now, I have a history of GI bleeds. The bleeding duodenal ulcer when I was 14 that led to a full-body blood transfusion. Even though the doctors lied about the severity of it, it still happened. There was the GI bleed, of course, that happened. Although this was due to an external injury, there is always a potential of a reaction to the various painkillers I use, like aspirin, or other antiplatelet type meds like ibuprofen or something to cause another GI bleed. And all of this might have gotten through my observation because I was taking Pepto-Bismol during the time I had the stomach flu symptoms, so you couldn't tell whether your stool was discolored or not. So the best thing you could do is get a blood test. So I was feeling so enervated, I was concerned about blood loss, ironically enough for a vampire, and then I called the ambulance. Now, I made certain to sit outside on the steps before they came so I wouldn't experience the home invasion effect. And I called 911. And the response time was simply unacceptable. It was like, for all intents and purposes, they didn't care. I called 911 and it's like, 911, what's the location of your emergency? That's every time they answered the phone, it was that response, of course. And I called 3 times. Over a quarter of an hour, at the very least. And it's like, I'm telling them, this is a follow-up call, and I'm very sick. I'm afraid of blood loss from a potential internal bleed. I'm nauseous, etc. Yeah, well, we called, and they're on their way. And it's like... the third time I called is when the ambulance shows up. They didn't even have the siren on. It was like, then 2 guys get out, and it's not like they subcontracted to a private company either. This was the fire department. This was the San Francisco Fire Department, and 2 clones step out, except one's black and one's white. I don't know if anyone's ever remembered the old He-line, the He-Man line of toys from the He-Man cartoons. There used to be a cartoon called He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, and they produced this enormous toy line in line with the cartoon, and their secret was, of course, mass production. So all the bodies of the men were exactly the same. They're just Hulk bodies that are all like steroid juiced up, and they would just mold a different head. So the enemy, Skeletor, had the same body as He-Man. They just painted different colors. So these 2 guys come out with He-Man, Skeletor bodies. It's He-Man and Skeletor. They have the exact same fucking bodies. They're all juiced up. They're on steroids, and they're lifting weights. I don't know whether it's to compensate for the cops, because cops wear bulletproof vests, and cops look thick because of their vests. They look buff. They look built because of the vest. And it's generally all vest. But it may be to look as buffed up as the cops with their vests. They're doing all these steroids, but they're obviously not naturally built. And they're built exactly alike, except with the exchangeable heads and shit. So one's black and one's white. And I don't know whether this was conscious, because they brought it up later themselves. I heard them when we were at the hospital finally saying, good cop, bad cop. Oh, that's a good cop. Bad cop. Now, maybe they subconsciously are falling into a good cop, bad cop role, or maybe they're consciously playing it as a game, or maybe just the white guy was a nice guy and the nigger was naturally a piece of shit. But they basically, have me walk to the ambulance. The white guy takes me by the hand as if I were a lady. That's fine. I don't have this trip with gender presentation. I walk with him to the cab. I allow him to walk me up the steps into, the gurney. And we still don't start. Once I'm lying down, they still don't start the ambulance. It's like, generally in the old days, it'd be like the moment you're lying down in there, they start up the ambulance and they head towards the hospital. Then they call ahead to see if the hospital's taking anybody, because it might be full and might be on divert. Oh, no. They just sit there talking to me. And, then they call the hospital. Kaiser's on divert, which turned out to be a good thing considering how they fucked everything up. And the closest one was St. Francis. Of course, there were other choices. I actually went over the choices with the white guy, who, gives me his professional opinion, as if this were choosing a hotel. I said, I'll defer to your professional opinion, and we went to St. Francis, where my gang brother Beaver was born. And maybe some other people I know who are San Franciscans. And now they've just been purchased by UCSF, but UCSF hasn't taken over yet. So maybe they're still under some weird ass Catholic management because they were supposed to be managed by some Catholic group. But whatever, there was a convergence of things that happened. White guy, of course, is taking every test under the sun. He's like taking a little bit of blood from my finger. He says, "Oh, I'm going to take a picture of your heart." And this is the curse of the vampire. Of course, everything is textbook perfect. It's like, damn, you got perfect blood pressure right out of a textbook. Oh, man, your heart looks great. Yeah, oh, man, it's like everything's perfect stats. And it's like, so Nigger calls ahead to St. Francis and says, "We've picked up an alcoholic. We've picked up an alcoholic. If he gets to call me alcoholic, I get to call him nigger." There is no sane reason why this individual said that. The last time I went to Kaiser with a vasodepressor syncopal collapse, I told the woman doctor, "Oh, I work at night, and in the morning I drink before I go to sleep, and this is twice a week." And she just took that as the most normal thing in the world. People drink before they go to sleep. When I said that to these drivers, it was the nigger calls ahead and says, "This guy's an alcoholic." And it's always the nigger. It was never the white guy that said this. 3 times this motherfucker nigger said that and emphasized it emphatically. I began to understand why later. This fucker's trying to kill me. Basically, when we get to the hospital, he makes certain to tell the person at registration, "This is an alcoholic." And then he says that to the intake nurse, "This is an alcoholic." And then when I'm settled into this room on the side, then the yellow nigger doctor comes in, some Pakistani, Bangladeshi, or Asian Indian motherfucker, yellow nigger piece of shit, and says basically, "We can't treat you because you're an alcoholic." And I says, "First off, you have to ascertain that I'm an alcoholic. Do I smell of alcohol? Do you have a blood test that you can administer? I most certainly know you do because I used to work with the police. And I know that you can administer a blood test to test alcohol levels. I'd like to have the rainbow blood test, the full spectrum blood test for everything else." And he says, "We reserve the right to refuse service to anyone. And we refuse service to alcoholics." And I said, "There is no proof that I'm an alcoholic. Do you smell alcohol? Is there a blood test that you have taken to make that judgment?" And he says, "Oh, true trained paramedics said you're an alcoholic." I said, "No one did." And I said, "And aside from that, I've had 2 trained paramedics in the past when I've had fully collapsed lungs say that I was perfectly fine and refused to take me to the hospital. But they were dead wrong. Wrong to the point where I clinically died." And, of course, they kicked me out of St. Francis. And I took a cab home. Now, when I take a cab home, I call Yellow Cab, which has, at this point, I've called Yellow Cab so many times that I'm automatically in the system, or at least used to be. So much so that the automated system answers, "Hello, Douglas." Now, this time, they didn't. It said, "You're a new client, so you need to give us your name." So I said, "Douglas." And later, the cabbie finally shows up. And he stops and he, looks at me just very hesitantly. And he says, "Douglas?" If you were a casual observer, would think that this guy knew me or something. But I said, "No, Douglas! Douglas!" And then he said, "Oh, okay, get in." Because this motherfucker was an Arab. And if I said Douglas, he would have just drove off. Because in Arabic, Douglas means the devil. It means I'm shaitan. And if I were to say, that's the question, "Are you Douglas?" And you say, "Yes." Then they say, "Oh, you're shaitan." And they just drive off. So anyhow, I get in with him. Now he thinks I'm Arabic because I used the Arabic baglas. Then he starts, "Oh yeah, I am from Saudi Arabia." And I said, "The House of Saud." I'm always disgusted that they name a whole country after the dynasty. And then he starts talking about, "Oh, I'm from Tabuk." And I said, oh, yeah, I've been to Tabuk. That's the nearest Saudi town to the Jordanian border. That is where we used as our base of operations when we went to search for all the missing Arab troops in that convoy in Al Nafud, the northern desert of Saudi Arabia. Which, Al Nafud, it's such a desert. Al Nafud simply means the desert. And yeah, I just started flashbacking while this fucker starts droning on and on about Tabuk and Al Nafud. And by the time he lets me off at home, I'm just suffering a major panic attack. I feel like I'm going to get blown away by the wind and just wither away and die, melt into a puddle. All I see are the ghouls at this point, with the experience that I had in Al Nafud. And just crawl back home and basically then prepare to douse my hair in hydrogen peroxide so I can wash all the particulate vomit out. It was the next day, of course, I went to mail that form, and after filling it out, and then I had to basically go someplace, a salon, to wash my hair out. That was a whole different story that we don't need to go into, but this is kind of what happened lately. And so the interesting point here is whether this is just St. Francis or whether this is some new policy. The one thing that I never expected at a hospital was for them to take no tests whatsoever. They did nothing. There was no point in even going except for the benefit from the black woman who was the registration lady, who came in to speak with me and gave me some advice for changing my insurance and when to change it, which is what I want to do to get back into UCSF Dental. So the trip wasn't a total waste simply because of that. And of course, she balances out the experience with the nigger, who of course is a male figure, as opposed to the female black lady who was quite helpful. But all of that aside, this is the nightmare that I've been dealing with. Of course, after that, I just forced myself to make certain I could hold the food in, testing myself to my limits with that, and making certain that I pretty much got over the hump of what's been bothering me over the past few months, because I don't have a choice. There's simply no medical treatment. I'm going to try and, of course, call my general prac and see if I can set up an appointment with him, give him a copy of the form I filled out, etc., and ask if, again, he'll acknowledge the need for any blood tests, which he'll probably refuse. But such being said, then I'm just operating on my own. It's as if the hospitals don't exist. So the funny thing is, I have to take a blood test every 6 months or so because I'm taking painkillers that have opiates. So they want to test your blood to make certain you're not on all kinds of other drugs, which of course, again, maybe it's a vampirism. The coke never seems to show up in any of their results. Maybe they're simply looking for the opiates or other opiates. But there you go. At any rate, there we have that. Back to first Aristides to let everyone know about what to do with the channel while I check into the chat room, and then we'll turn over to Peter. And while we're doing that, I'll take a few minutes out to just center myself and breathe and get a few other things set up. I'll have Peter hold the stage with Aristides for about 10 minutes or so, and then I'll be back. I'll certainly let you know when I'm back. I won't be able to hear you while I'm gone, but I'll be back in about 10-ish minutes. But let's have Aristides take over and then segue to Peter first. Let's make certain that he can talk before I go mute.
Yes, I can do that right now.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Okay, so we need your upvotes every time that you're with us, and please upvote immediately when you tune in. And we also make sure that you're subscribed, and you can turn on the notifications for the programs, which are very important. Also, when we get cut off, because we don't know how long it'll take to restart. If that is to be the case, you can also usually we try to put a comment on the first video if that happens, like, hey, Douglas is trying to restart, etc. So look out for that. And as far as upvotes, you can go into your YouTube account, which I believe you need to upvote it all, at least I do. And you can create sub channels to your account. They're a different identity, but they're still under your account, so there's no new password or anything to make. And all of them are capable of individual upvotes also. So I've done that, and I've made a total of 3 upvotes so far this evening. It's not that hard, but if you do make these new, essentially blank channels, please don't randomly, or make sure you know which one you're signed in on before you comment. Just try to comment from your main profile so that we get to know you through that name and not just some random names. Because we never know who is, out there looking to pester our chat. We do get downvotes immediately. You can't see them because YouTube, for a while now, they've been restricting. You can't see them, but they're there. There's automated bots that the enemy puts in downvotes with, and it keeps it out of searches and whatnot. So, all right. Did I do all right, Peter? Are you there?
You did fine.
All right.
You did fine, and thank you very much. And
sure.
We're gonna, while you're with me,
yep.
Is Heather with us too?
She's on the call. I don't know how. Oh, there she.
Yeah.
I'm here. She's here.
Okay. All right. I'm going to. This is it. What was your take, starting with Aristides, on the assassination or the attempted assassination of Trump? If you happen to see anything on it, I found out about it right away.
Yeah,
popped up on the computer, so I turned on the TV.
Yeah, how could you not know about it? I mean, it's everything everybody's talking about for a while. My take is, I mean, instantly there's so much chatter, and I guess the big questions are: is this, number one, is this organic? Because I guess certain types of people always tend to ask the question, like, is this even what it appears, or was this, an intentional, setup or whatnot? I don't know. It does seem a little difficult for it to be, as much as, for Trump's people makes him, look like a hero, like for his own to set that up. I don't know. Seems kind of doubtful. It does seem that there was really gunfire heading in his direction, saw a guy. So it's like, I don't think people were like, oh, is that fake blood? Did he, and like, probably not. So the question is just how, really what are they going to be? What's going to be the political, the implications from here out? How is it going to be spun? And I think maybe how it's spun could give some clue as to, who's responsible. Well, of course, it's always a crazed lone gunman, but you know how that goes. So I'm just kind of waiting for the dust to settle and see what comes of it. I think the general consensus is it's only going to help him. And, a lot of people are like, oh, yep, he's got it now. He's going to, yep, Trump's going to be president, That's the consensus. I'm sure there's different opinions. So.
Well, of course, what you said is a testament to the world that we live in. Is everybody? Well, there has a what do you call it? Knee jump flex reaction to think conspiracy, because of the government's behavior in such matters and lack of transparency, and their, as they say, their continual spinning of the truth or of the circumstances. So this is the environment that we're in, and that they continually enable.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, this is unfortunate. And then there are people, I told somebody who I know in the neighborhood, he didn't hear about it. And when he heard about it, he says, good, It's all fake. It's all fake. In other words, this is a very poor reaction.
Yeah.
It's all fake. Like, he didn't even know what the story was.
Right.
And he just says it's all fake. In other words, this is, as I say, this is the environment that we're subjected to. And there is I think Melania Trump wrote some letter about dehumanizing people. And certainly there is a dehumanizing of Trump. And he's not the only one who's dehumanized. And of course, as you suggested, the shooting makes him a sympathetic, even a heroic figure by, I guess what you call typical public sentiment standards. But what as they say, I quoted a prediction by Lori Lothian saying that Trump was very vulnerable to being taken out physically of this election because of Mars-Uranus conjunction. And Mars is war and violence. Uranus is unpredictability, things coming from off the wall, whatnot. And it was in his 10th house, which is house of career and public recognition. And of course, now, if I were him, I would be very worried about any more appearances. Because, as I already alluded to when I read the script for tonight, is that they have this huge conference. And one of the subjects is Donald Trump. And it's like on the heels of Biden completely belly flopping in his talks, and the liberal media making a concerted effort to get rid of him, including George Clooney. This is, it's like, okay, well, that's not working. Let's shoot him, seems to be the obvious solution. And of course, the TV right now is saying no evidence of him being affiliated. In other words, he's a lone nut.
Yeah, it's always a lone nut.
And I heard a guy at football today saying, he was a white guy, one of the few white guys who play with it. He said that he was mentioning that he didn't know because he's young. He said, I didn't know that the person who shot Gerald Ford was a member of the Manson family. And they said, so they were all these people that shot at the last four presidents, Reagan, two of Ford, and now Trump. They're all lone nuts, not realizing that the Manson family was tied to the army, and so was Mark David Chapman. Not Mark David Chapman. He shot Lennon. John Hinckley had really, his father was dining with George Bush's son. The night before Reagan got shot. And Hinckley is connected to the Hinckley of who was the president of the Mormon Church. And of course, they went and erased all those files, the genetic files on him. People have it's just, some people are just very, and this guy's a journalist too, by profession. So it's like people are just, they take whatever information they vibe with. It has nothing to do with whether it's right or wrong. And you can say this about almost every field of life, whether it be religion, whatever people vibe with is what goes down for them. It doesn't have to be true. it just needs to be of interest to them. So be it. And Heather, did you have any impressions?
No, I usually actually don't buy into that stuff right away. Like I will wait for everything to die down before I assess it. And one thing that I'll just say is that he did not want to go down. All those people couldn't keep him down. He kept getting up, and that was not what Biden would have done.
Oh, you mean Trump kept getting up?
Yeah. But they couldn't keep him down. You know, he was up, and even though he realized, I think, that he'd gotten shot, that's just what seems so questionable, because he was not going to go down.
Yeah, that's kind of his pugnacious nature.
Yeah, well,
it didn't surprise me at all that he behaved that way, because that's who he is.
Right.
And it's not easy.
Strange that people usually
repeat yourself and be clear. Repeat yourself and be clear.
Okay, yeah, usually people scatter with gunfire, and the fact that everyone sitting behind him wasn't moving was kind of questionable too.
Yeah. Well, it didn't happen right in front of him. It supposedly was, some 150 yards away. So
yeah,
it wouldn't have been that loud right there at the front podium.
Yeah, I mean, it just sounded like, pop, 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 pop. It definitely sounded like gunfire.
Yeah.
And of course, it was, but yes, and what I would also say, as we're moving into, this is July, and it's ironic that it happens just before the convention. Like, okay, wow, we shoot him, now they got to pick a new president. It's perfect time for them to pick a new president. I think Peter Thiel, who was at this conference in Sun Valley, had made some comments that, alluded to this. I mean, vaguely, it wouldn't be action.
Yeah, I also know people that have been shot in the same manner, just grazed with the bullet. Usually they don't bleed like that.
Well, we don't really, I mean, it's hard to see what happened. When they first showed his ear, it looked like it had a piece of metal or shrapnel in it. And I said, what is that thing? What is that thing? And then there was a report that that he was actually hit by a piece of shrapnel. That was one report. I haven't seen it come up again. And there's a lot of the, I guess what you call the angles and logistics of the shooting that don't make sense. And it's kind of hard to evaluate. What makes the least sense of all is that, they didn't have that roof covered with drones or with any sort of surveillance or helicopters or anything, or just common sense. And then they ignored reports to go up and check it out. And then when some apparently cop went up to check it out, he stood down when the shooter pointed a gun at him. And then shortly after that, the shooter started shooting in Trump's direction. But if this is a cop who's going up there to find out what's going on, and the guy points a gun at him, and he stands down, you think that he'd, cover himself and shoot the guy. Unless he's just scared. And then they have the Secret Service snipers, counter snipers, sitting there with their guns pointed right at the shooter, even before he shoots, like they're ready to take him out. They're ready to take him out, and they take him out pretty quickly.
Okay, I'm back. Yes, go on. Continue.
I I was just saying that we're talking about the attempted assassination,
Right.
and I was saying that, the snipers, the counter snipers, are sitting there on a roof with their guns pointed in the direction of the shooter, and as soon as he gets off about 7 or shots, they take him out, and then they announce that they've shot. The witness says they shot his head off, which isn't true. He might be exaggerating. And then when they were just showing on CNN the body, they said, they fuzz out his face. You can't see his face.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
So they're not showing the face for one of two reasons, ostensibly. One, that it's so gross they want to protect from seeing a gross out, or two, they're trying to hide his identity because he's not the shooter that they say he is. Right. On top of the fact that this video I sent with the email shows the guy today saying, I'm not the guy. I'm not the guy.
Right.
He makes this video saying he hates Republicans or he hates Trump and he's not the guy. And why does he say he's not the guy? And he's kind of, smug about it. So it's like Tom Cruise being the first guy to get COVID and then leaving kids' gloves around and making a joke out of the accusations being levied against him. Well, the counter snipers, well, more to this fuzzing out his head, the reports say that the police identified him from DNA and facial recognition. So if these reports are true, which are mainstream media reports, facial recognition, that means his head was not shot up beyond recognition. So these are, of course, questions that need to be answered. And the law enforcement, meaning FBI primarily, is in a very awkward position because there's so much information of these illogics that they're going to have to, be on steroids to explain them away, which they do. Everything they do is to explain away the illogics. And the problem with the counter theorists or the conspiracy theorists is that you can't get any meaningful traction with these questions. I also pointed out, Douglas, that this assassination attempt comes not right only after the Sun Valley conference, but after Biden became unelectable in the eyes of Democrats. And the timing of it is perfect if you want to get rid of Trump. It's a perfect time to get rid of him before the convention so they can pick a new person. And who wins by this attempted assassination? Biden. Biden wins.
One way of looking at it, I think it's to Trump's advantage myself.
I think that Trump is, as I said, is in very big danger. This could also be interpreted as a warning because, the only thing I've seen that suggests that this guy is the shooter is when you see him accepting his graduation diploma, he's gawky, he's awkward. He does not look like he has good hand-eye coordination. And that might explain why the bullets didn't hit their mark. He's just not that good. Plus, he might have been in a bit of a panic if somebody was challenging him. Some cop had challenged him. And he's also, they found explosives in his car, supposedly. He also, one of his neighbors, or classmates, said he was very much a loner and he was bullied. So he was not somebody who was really good at standing up for himself, sort of an introvert. And we've had a lot of chatter. I haven't heard it recently, but decades ago when not, 15, 20 years ago when bullying was coming up as a big social issue. And now bullying, whatever bullying took place or takes place in schools, it's only gotten worse with social media.
Of course.
People are much more powerful behind a, digital fist than they are a real fist.
Of course.
And it's much more socially easy to get away with bullying in cyberspace. So, but as I say, the main illogic is these snipers, counter snipers, look like they've got their guns pointed in that direction before he even starts shooting, as if they're scheduled to take him out.
Of course.
And when a theft happens, industrial theft, my first suspect would be the security company. Now, you probably know that better than I do, having worked in security.
Yeah. Well, our man Aristides, tell Peter Moon about the links, and do me a favor and put the links in the our mutual call chat, along with sending them to Peter privately, if you would be so kind.
Okay.
And tell everybody what the links are about, please. Yeah.
Okay, I can do that. So apparently there's some mainstream sources that say this guy, who they finally have fixed on this, the identity, because at first there was a lot of, I heard 5 different things as to who it was, but the official story is I guess there's no harm in saying it's all over the mainstream media. This Thomas Matthew Crooks, 3 names. He appeared in a little BlackRock advertisement in the past.
For those of you who don't know, explain BlackRock, what that is. Yeah.
It's what would you say? I mean, there's
mercenary security contract company.
Yeah. I mean, right. I mean, but at this point, they're just. There's BlackRock and Blackstone, but basically, the umbrella corporation land here. The big guys that own everything.
Yeah, they're a big investment fund.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so that's all. He was just like, he didn't even have a speaking part. He was just like a little, like kind of an extra
silhouette.
A
silhouette, cameo appearance. Go on.
Yes. Yeah, right. Just a little extra in the little advertisement for Black, but it's just odd, just so
Well, it's one piece of many that one puts together. It's just one piece of the jigsaw puzzle. With this guy, but my initial inclination was that he did not do it,
right,
and that he was the Lee Harvey Oswald, the patsy.
Yes.
Right.
And because we've also had this come up with James Earl Ray, and Sirhan, who RFK Jr. insists did not hit his father, and it's all based on the evidence, and of course he had to be. He had to learn that because he was not open to that. He had to get his head sorted out about that by one of his father's personal friends. Obviously this is a story that's unfolding, but what I would stress is that Trump is by no means out of the woods. And if he goes out to other events where any events, I would recommend he not do it, or do it with, behind a bulletproof glass, because I would not trust, Homeland Security, who hates Donald Trump, because, he lets in, or he doesn't want to let in immigrants. So, Homeland Security is just, they hate Donald Trump. There's no question about it. Any comments from you, Douglas?
I'm still digesting. Obviously, with everything I was involved with over the last few days, Trump's, shall we say, taking a nick in the ear was the last of my worries. It's one of those things where, it's like as a historian, say for instance, when you're confronted with things, you tend to see them differently from other people. You begin to always seek parallels in the past. This, say for instance, this sudden puritanical response to quote unquote alcoholism that I had to face when you think about America's past with its frontier history where most people couldn't trust the local water. They drank beer for breakfast, etc. I mean, the kind of culture we emerged from and then mutated into is unrecognizable. But such being said, when it comes to the historical parallels, most of what this reminds me of is what happened with Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Now, at the time that Franklin Delano Roosevelt suffered an assassination attempt himself, it elected him. And that was just something that happened. And at the time, it was a big deal. He, of course, survived the assassination attempt unscathed, essentially. But the fact that it took place was, at that time, people were saying, oh, this gets him elected. And Trump seems to be going through the same dynamic. This individual attempting to assassinate him may well get him elected, but it won't be remembered historically. Just like nobody remembers somebody tried to kill Franklin Delano Roosevelt. That's like something that if you told most people, like, hey, did you know FDR survived an assassination attempt, even though he was ultimately taken out by one in 1945, as Peter Moon and I have written about in The Roswell Deception, again, required reading for everyone. The interesting thing is that Trump this will not be remembered historically, but it might have impact in the immediate sense. That's now he, of course, whether this is intuitive on his part, which I would easily attribute to him. He's every bit the opportunist, but he raised his fist. Now, that's what's going to make history. If anything makes history, it's that raised fist right there after he's quote-unquote taken a bullet. Just so people understand, this was a 22, which most people, first response from Nemo, of course. So I'm looking at a message from Nemo Albano in Australia. And he says, I just woke up to find people going on about, by the way, he wrote this at 10:20 p.m. Last night. I just woke up to find people going on about Trump getting shot by a 22 or some weak gun, laugh out loud. I can't find any official image of the shooter who was killed by the Secret Service sniper. They provided images of everything at the event except the dead shooter. But at any rate, what this brings to my mind is what happened with Ronald Reagan. When Warren Hinckley went up to Ronald Reagan, he shot him with this homeopathic pill dispenser. I mean, this incredibly small caliber handgun that so small the bullet went directly into Reagan's body and did nothing to him. And he was like an old man. And so when they took that bullet out, it's like it was like, you know, everybody was asking, why? Like, if you're gonna, you know, shoot the president, why don't you use a man's gun instead of a homeopathic pill dispenser? But obviously the intent was never to kill Ronald Reagan, which is why they ultimately let Hinckley go. For those of you who don't know, Hinckley has not spent the rest of his life in jail. He's been set free.
He did kill James Brady, though.
Yeah, he did kill James Brady. And that is always the pattern in these assassinations. Now, with Trump, of course, who did they kill? Who have I just been complaining about? Fucking firemen. And the same firemen who ultimately killed my mother because they refused to acknowledge her traumatic brain injury and told the doctor that there's nothing emergent. And the doctor just said, 2 trained paramedics said there's nothing emergent. By the way, you know why you should never have respect for a doctor? Fuck their 10 years in medical school. Fuck all of their experience, and they're spending their lives locked down in a hospital. There is no reason to respect them because they don't diagnose. The paramedics diagnose. Since the paramedics do the diagnoses, there's no point in having fucking doctors. Your hospitals are run by the fucking paramedics. And the paramedics are out to get you killed, as the doctors are out to get you killed. I've died in hospitals, literally. And ultimately, of course, my parents were killed by them. So when it comes to going back to the pattern here, how is it that one guy always gets killed and it's always supposed to be a hero? And the guy who gets killed, of course, is the most sympathetic, quote unquote, cardboard character in the world. Some fucking fireman with a couple of kids. Oh, some retired fire chief got killed with a couple of kids. By the way, there's nothing heroic about these people. When a policeman dies on duty, when a fireman dies on duty, when a first responder dies on duty, this is what they are paid for. And they are paid astronomically. So it's like, oh, it's when he gets killed retired. It's ironic. Personally, I think it's karma. But as far as I am concerned with all my experiences with these people and being part of these blue-collar mafias in one way or another, these are people who are not heroes. They're people getting paid. This is another reason why I said we have to have a civil service draft, is so we can do away with these paramedics who are considered gods that doctors take diagnoses from. And so when it comes to this guy that got killed, somehow he gets killed by the 22. Now, there's 2 points.
I have not heard it was a 22. In fact, I heard it was a semi-automatic. I've not heard. Nemo's the only one I heard say 22. I've not heard that.
They said it was a semi-automatic type rifle. I haven't looked into it, but a 22 would actually make sense. Just so people understand this. A 22 is laughed at. People will laugh at a 22. And they should not. It is probably, in terms of personally available ordnance for a bullet, it's probably the most dangerous bullet out there. And people do not understand that because
It says AR-15.
Yeah, it could be an AR-15, but maybe it was modified. Who knows? It's like whatever the caliber of the bullet, if it was a 22, just going with that for a minute, the reason it would make sense to me is because the 22 is the only round that you will ever buy that has on the box range 1 mile. There is no other bullet that has that range. There is no other bullet that dares to claim that range. And that's because a 22 is so light, it'll go on forever. So for a sniper, it is the perfect bullet to use. And it actually takes people out. So when it comes to the fact that he hits one guy and kills him, from what I understood, there was another guy that was injured. And then Trump gets nicked on the ear. Then it's so theatrical. It's so staged with Trump pumping his fist afterwards in victory. Like, who does that? Who does that?
That is totally Trump.
That's the point.
Said,
it is Trump enough where I would say either that's natural. With him, you could believe it. But it is also such performance theater that it is outrageously acceptable to consider conspiracy. Because it's like, if anything, the potential is there that this kid, first off, the few things I've heard, I haven't bothered to even look into this. So just based on what I've heard, what little I've pieced together from what little snippets I picked up along the way, dealing with all what I consider to myself personally far more important issues, it's basically what happened was that this kid was showing up to school all the time in hunting fatigues. So either he's just playing a role, or maybe he was practicing a lot, where he's really is a good shot. And if he's using the AR-15 or a 22, whatever he's using, maybe he's really good with it and intentionally just nicked Trump and made certain to kill the other person to make it look good. And everything points to him being on the Republican side. Everything he was alt-right, right-wing, conspiracy theory. He defines Trump's base. There are people out there.
He says he hates Trump.
Yeah.
He says he hates Trump.
Yeah, I know. That's what they say he says, and he may very well say it.
Saying it on video.
Yeah, that's my point. That's my point. That's what they say he says, and that's what he himself may very well say. But do you believe him just because he says it? And then he says, "I'm not the guy."
It requires too much thinking.
It doesn't require that much thinking. It's obvious that anybody could easily say, "I hate Trump," and basically they're lying through their teeth. And they love Trump and they're ready to die for him. And then they go out and take the fall. That's why he would say, nothing else makes sense as to why he would say, "I'm not the guy." It's kind of like he's smirk and smug about it because he is the guy. But he's not intending to hit Trump. He's there to entrap himself, say, because he's a product of programming. And that's what he's going to do because he has no choice because this is what he was born and bred for. So it makes perfect sense that, he gets on tape, says, "I hate Trump. I'm a Republican. I hate Trump." Because he can't hide the fact he was a Republican because he spent...
But you see, Trump doesn't need this assassination attempt as much as Biden needs an assassination.
Ooh, that's okay. So this is one of those. Let's not get the Secret Service on us. At any rate, such being said, when it comes to this happening, I hear what you're saying. Trump doesn't need this assassination attempt, but tell Trump that we don't know what he's thinking. It may be that everything I'm saying is not the case. And by the way, I'm not married to it, but it is also the only thing that makes sense. What's this guy getting on the video? "I'm a Republican," because that's impossible to hide. Everybody at school knew he was a Republican, a conservative, alt-right. That's why everybody hated him, because, he's surrounded by a bunch of liberal progressive kids in school. The educators are liberal progressive. He thinks he's a rebel. And then, of course, he's alone. He gets bullied. Yeah, he's wearing hunting gear all the time. By the way, all that is a danger sign already. People like that need to be shunted into counseling. And all that aside, however, that's a totally different subject in a sense. He then gets on video and says, "I'm a Republican," because he can't hide that. "I hate Trump," but then smugly smirking, "I'm not the guy. I'm not the guy." So it all makes sense when put together with my narrative. But, taking my narrative aside, because like I said, I'm not married to it, but it is a logical narrative nonetheless, you are left with the historical impact of this, which is basically, what did the Republican say the moment he got shot? The Republican response was, "This elects him." That was the Republican response.
Who said that? I didn't hear anybody say that.
Oh, look it up. You can look it up. It's okay. Republican response. In
fact, but everything I've heard was like they're not even going down. Neither side is going down that rabbit hole because it's so, gauche. It's not. It's bad manners.
I think we're past the point of manners when it comes to politics.
I'm talking about the way they're conducting themselves on the television narratives.
No, I get what you're saying. Because I saw it earlier. I saw the notification. This elects Trump. And now I see it's been scrubbed. But that was the first notification I got was Republican response to Trump assassination attempt was this elects Trump. So they must have scrubbed it. But I saw it with my own eyes. I can swear to that up and down. I'll take a lie detector test.
They would have scrubbed it because it's considered just extremely poor taste, and that's why they would have scrubbed it because it was just, what can I say, bad taste.
Yeah.
And I'm sure. I mean, I saw that. I said, "What's the what does this give him?" But it looked like a. I mean, I would never depend on a shooter to, especially somebody like that, to shoot me and make a perfect shot of my ear.
Well, your point's well taken. I mean, I wouldn't. That's.
I don't think Trump would either. I mean, but whatever.
Yeah, it's definitely, he knew how to take advantage of it. That's for certain.
Well, that's Trump's personality. He's totally that way. And it reminded me of scenes I've seen or depictions of Hitler almost getting assassinated a couple times and then being very excited about it as it's portrayed because they couldn't kill me. He seems like he's indestructible. It gives one a confidence because one has been saved by divine providence, or so one thinks.
Yes.
And I did think of the Hitler attempts, but it didn't quite work. But as I say, I think Trump is, personally, I think he's in very serious danger. I wouldn't, if I were him, I would not. I'd even be careful at the convention, because your hands are in the life of the Secret Service, and they really screwed up. Everybody's saying, how brave these people are. The first thing all these pundits say is, I want to say how brave these Secret Service agents are and how good they are, what a good job they do. Yet they're the whole reason for this incident.
Yeah, no argument there.
But we can't impugn their character. We mustn't impugn their character because they're, this is the first thing they say. Like they say, well, I respect the FBI. I respect law enforcement. Law enforcement of all types is polluted and littered with real negative stuff. It doesn't mean that you can't engage law enforcement like you did with Jameson Reese and Salman Sheikh and Elena Shea. It doesn't mean you can't engage them and get results, because they do have a job to do. But so many of them, when you get into highly sensitive issues, it's like you're dealing with a very formidable force that's not necessarily on your side, depending on the sensitivity.
Right.
And,
by the way, I found it. So here's the quote. I'm going to put it right here into the chat box as well as into our own text box here. So provide me just a moment to do that. And with that, we have another dimension to it. Here we are. There we are. Hill Republicans responded with glee. He just won the election. Predict Trump rally shooting will ease path to the White House. There we are. So they're ecstatic. They were dancing like the Israelis at the Twin Towers. So so here we are, and put that in here. And people can access that, hopefully. Let's see if that works in the... fuck, that doesn't work. I have to use the full link. YouTube fucking sucks. Okay, let's delete that.
Right, it will energize his base, for sure. No question about it. But I don't think he's won the election at all, because I think he stands a great potential of being eliminated, particularly because of Pluto going into Capricorn. And this doesn't mean he couldn't win the fight. This is going to be like a street fight. If you look at how upset George Clooney was, wanting to get, supposedly being put up to it by Barack Obama and Nancy Pelosi, who want to get rid of Biden because they consider him a disaster as a candidate. And there will be a lot of, what do you call it, alley cat brawling between now and the election time. And Trump is, to me, in no sense a shoo-in. Not at all. It does. And if this astrologer who predicted something like this would happen is right, neither him nor Biden will be in.
Jesus.
So this is like, what's going to come out of the woodwork next? And that's the surprise. And by the way, somebody pointed out to me on Facebook, and I'm just taking this at face value. He's in California. The press had said that Kamala Harris has a tremendous track record at winning elections. She does not have a good track record as far as a prosecutor or anything, but the only thing she has a good track record on is winning elections. Now, you know what this person said, that the way she accomplishes all of this success, because you might know something about it behind the scenes, I don't know.
No, I don't.
Is she supposedly has slept with everybody.
I don't see who would want that.
That makes sense, because, that's a talent that she arguably has. I wouldn't want to do it. But that would, have you heard any stories or rumors in California of her using her?
No, I don't say that to defend her honor. Yeah, honestly, I just never paid attention to her.
Nor have I. But this made sense. I could never figure out how she got any of her, success in anything. But has been very successful in terms of getting positions. I'm not suggesting she earned them, but she got the position nevertheless. So she's successful. Just like if you don't like Donald Trump's morals or ethics or the way he does things, he certainly has acquired an empire that most of us will never even approach. For what it's worth. It's you can argue about the virtue of the success, but it's nevertheless. So she's been a very successful person at winning elections, which is not easy to do. But I just watched a special on Nicholas Ceausescu, the former dictator of Romania.
Yes.
And they said something that he said he was extremely shrewd at politics, and they said he really learned his ways in prison, because he was put in prison as he was a loner. And he but what he did, his manipulation behind the scenes, what he was really good at was promising people, before he was elected. It was when the former, whatever they called him, secretary, whoever was in charge of Romania before him,
right,
promised people, he says, well, if you vote for me to be the next premier secretary, whatever, I promise you this. So he made promises, and that's a very smart, enticing way to get people to vote for you or to promote you, is to promise them things.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he ever delivered on the promises. This I don't know. But an excellent way to manipulate people. So I learned a little bit of something about, it makes sense, but, his former colleagues or friends said he was very Machiavellian, extremely so, and so much for that.
Yeah, he outsmarted himself in the end.
Well, then what happened with him there is that this was the problem with him. he surrounded himself with sycophants.
Yes.
People that just praise him to the point where he became completely disconnected from reality.
Yes.
And people were afraid to give him bad news. And he went off to Iran to make treaties or agreements, trade agreements with the Iranians. And the sycophants were saying everything's all right. Meanwhile, he was about to be deposed.
Yes.
And if he had a little better advice, because he was ignorant, he didn't realize it was happening, because they, tell it's all under control. By the time he tried to make things right, it was too late.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't, and even if he said totally the right thing, it wouldn't have worked. Because, but this is the thing, surround yourself with yes men, and, pretty soon you'll be dead.
Yes. True.
That's what happened with him. And his wife was shot several more times than he was at the firing squad because she had a very bad reputation.
Yeah.
They said one of the things that really turned the kangaroo court against him, and it was a, very fast military court, was that they were both so defiant. And they said that did not help his cause at all, his defiance. It left no room for anything but, killing him. Maybe they would have killed him anyway. That certainly wouldn't have surprised me. But so be it. So I think we have a real...
By the way, just before we leave the topic, I do want people to know that in 1966, the year that I myself was born, was when Nicolae Ceausescu outlawed all access to abortion and contraception in Romania. He was trying to boost the country's population, and it was just outrageous. And of course, the long-term price that was paid for what actually happens when a country bans abortion. He created a dystopian horror story of overcrowded, filthy orphanages, and thousands died from back alley abortions. So he lost a good part of the female breeding population, and the babies were overwhelmingly infected with AIDS. It was like orphanages full of AIDS babies by the thousands. It was disgusting. That's just the tip of the iceberg. An estimated 10,000 women died as a result of unsafe procedures by 1989. And it just goes on and on. The insanity is of such people is beyond me. And it didn't achieve Ceausescu's goal of dramatically increasing the population. It's making abortion illegal doesn't lead to women having more babies. It just leads to...
It doesn't really solve the problem either. It doesn't solve... I mean, abortion is a horrible thing, but it doesn't, stop them from occurring. And it creates as many problems as it solves.
Yes.
If not more.
Yeah.
It's like legislating, making it okay or not okay for people to make bad decisions. Because, when an abortion occurs or there's a so-called need for it, it's because bad decisions have already been made by the individuals concerned. So it's like, the doctor has to, I'm going to make a bad decision because you've made a bad decision. It's an unfortunate decision, whatever you want to call it. It's just a whole trail of tears. And as I said, the women I've known who've had abortions have had deep psychological scars from it and guilt. But I guess that would go hand in hand with the trauma of giving birth on this planet. It has a tendency to be traumatic either way, any way you look at it, or challenging if not traumatic. The whole, wheel of samsara, birth and death, and all these things.
No, but when you were in Romania, did you? Obviously, it was a long time before you started going to Romania. 1989, if I remember, it was the month of December was when Romania collapsed. But yeah, it was at that time that they found at the absolute least 170,000 children that were warehoused in these filthy orphanages that were hidden from the world. But these were stick-thin children, all beaten and abused, shackled to metal bed frames. And of course, they all have permanent brain damage. In fact, because they're so malnourished, their brains are physically smaller than human beings should be to function. So they're all non-functional. And what happened to them all?
I could find out about this if I remember to ask some of my friends that would most likely know about this stuff. I've not heard about this. They've had lots of problems, but I just don't know. And I would imagine many of them might have been shipped to Israel for human sacrifice.
There you go. That would make sense.
Yeah, that's I don't know how many, because there was Oprah did a show on it, and as I said, Paula's grandparents, I think they were step grandparent, whatever it was, he was Jewish, and he used to make trips to Israel all the time, and he would make tremendous amounts of money. They never knew what he did there. And after I saw the Oprah show, it was on YouTube, it wasn't live, about some Jewish woman complaining that her people did ritual sacrifice of children, and that they were imported from Romania by I think it was facilitated by the Deputy Prime Minister of Israel, in conjunction with Romania.
That's incredible. Can you find any links to those Oprah episodes? That would be important.
I'm sure it's not hard to find. I'll look. But the and I said, I wonder if your grandfather was connected to that. And she says, it wouldn't surprise me. Probably, because she had no love for this person.
Right.
So I will see if I can find the link, because I've heard that it's been scrubbed, but I don't think it has. Oprah, what's this Oprah Jewish interview?
Which one are we looking for?
Right here. Oh,
what's that?
This is okay. Here it is. Vicky Devil Worship. 1989 Oprah Winfrey Show interview with a Jewish woman. This is only 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Human sacrifice rituals evolve in rituals for generations. She suffers from MPD, meaning she's blocked out many of the terrifying and painful memories of her childhood. Rachel, who was also in disguise to protect identity, you come from generations of ritualistic abuse. Yes, my family has an extensive family tree, and they keep track of who's been involved and who hasn't been involved. It's gone back to 1700. And so I was born in, now this woman is MPD. She looks like a wreck, like she really is a wreck. She says she's a nice Jewish girl who they're worshiping the devil right inside the home. Now, it's hard to evaluate Now, this would have been probably torpedoed by the Satanic Panic,
Right.
but it can't be discounted either, because one of the things I read in Barbara Walker's Encyclopedia of Women, or Women's Encyclopedia, it's about women and how they have been desecrated, the goddess.
Mm-hmm.
She said that, and she's got long definitions, long stuff, and she said one of the things that the Romans were very upset about was human sacrifice taking place. And I don't remember if it was the Jews or the Christians. I think it was the Jews. And she was alluding to the sacrifice of Jesus as being in alignment with human sacrifice that they did. It was a common practice that the Romans really frowned upon. Now, of course, because she's talking about history that's been lost to history. So you're looking up forbidden history,
right,
when you study her stuff. But so anyway, I was where was that Oprah thing? So I sent it to you.
Yeah,
And
thank
that's
you.
about one. And I suppose there's a more what would you call it? Longer one.
Right. Hopefully.
And then there's one where she's breaking bread with a Hasidic family.
Yeah, I see that. That's Oprah, by the way, that we're talking about there with the Hasidic family. Bizarre shit.
Yeah. Yeah, she did quite a few interviews. And where Oprah totally went off the rails, from my observation, is when she was doing rabble-rousing stuff, because she was, what does it say? You get a forum and you start doing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And she did the show with Edgar Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
And he alluded to all this strange stuff going back in World War II. I quoted him in my book. He quoted her show, the front page of my book. And with that date coincidence, the next thing I know, she was being gotten in trouble for affecting the cattle futures market.
Yeah.
And then she's just started doing puff stuff.
Yes.
She went off of anything deep and political, and then the next thing you know, she was Monty Hall and Let's Make a Deal.
Yes.
Like, we're going to give everybody in the audience a Toshiba laptop, and they're all clapping like it was Let's Make a Deal.
Yes, yes.
And it was just like, it was so sad just to see this just complete sellout, because I don't think she was a sellout in the beginning. I think she, they made her into the ultimate phony.
Yeah.
The ultimate phony. And that's what media wants. They don't want authenticity. Like, I'm looking at her interview, this Hasidic guy. He doesn't even look like a Hasidic. He's got the hat on, but I don't think he is.
Probably not.
No, they might be real, but they look like actors to me. But what do I know? It's just my impression. They don't look, because look, if they are actors, if they're on with Oprah.
Yes.
I mean, they're acting. So now, do you have anything to say? I will switch gears, but I don't want to totally leave this if you have anything to.
Oh, well, let's just put it this way. This is obviously what happened recently is going to be an inescapable topic for a while. Now, the lovely V, again, we don't want to say our V because we don't want to confuse her with the utility vehicle, but Vic, Toria, I'll just say V, and we'll think of some other name for the other V.
Victoria,
Yeah, Yes, that's right. She wants me to stop saying her full name.
I'm sorry.
Because she's been blacklisted.
I wasn't given that instruction. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. It's not my fault because I didn't tell you. It's all, I take full responsibility, but I know I'm fully responsible for fucking up her entire life. She's basically been blacklisted since she started affiliating with me, poor dear. But hopefully she'll give us a status report and we'll see if anything's changed. Now she gave me one of the Illuminati cards. Now I do want to remind her that personally, this Illuminati card is enough is enough, and the bullet's at ear level, passing right in front of what's obviously Trump's face. So let's just put it this way: the Illuminati cards, I was aware of them far more than most people.
What are they?
It's a silly game. It's a silly game. But here's the point: is it's like The Simpsons. There were probably, no doubt, because there's so many Simpsons episodes. I have no doubt that there were various episodes that were somehow prescient or precognizant in their own way, and kind of foresaw certain incidents that developed in America's experience, or the world experience, the human historical experience. But people turn automatically towards predictive programming. Now, predictive programming is, of course, possible in some of these cases. I'm not denying that, but not nearly as much as people make of it. And what happened with the Illuminati card game, this was developed by a guy named Steve Jackson. And Steve Jackson, the reason I'm familiar with him was because, again, I used to work with the Department of Defense. And the Department of Defense worked with these guys like James F. Dunnigan, who consulted me for the book he wrote, Dirty Little Secrets of World War II, which is really the book I wrote, because, as I said, he paid me not to take any credit, and that's fine. I took the money at the time that I desperately needed for care provision for my parents, and we had a deal, and I kept to it. He, kept to it, and but that being said, it's exposed now.
Why would he do that?
I'm sorry?
Why would he do that? Just because you were such a controversial figure, or what?
Oh, nobody knew who I was then, but he basically was working with some other guy, and they didn't want to look like they needed to consult with somebody. They wanted to look like a couple of experts. I mean, bear in mind, these guys worked in think tanks, so they're supposed to be the know-it-alls, right? Yeah. So, yeah, but they didn't know it all. Doug Dietrich did. So, because they knew that Michael Aquino referred to me as Data, and whether they were involved with the Temple of Set or some other satanic subculture, and I thank you for asking this, Aristides, it's a relevant and important thing to bring up. Whether they were involved or not, I never knew, but I didn't care. I needed the money, and they were willing to pay me for my consultation. Now, there's a few other books that James F. Dunnigan wrote, and you can tell how different they are with his writing. He writes in a fairly dry and technical style, but he tries to spice it up by giving it stupid titles to his books. And the Dirty Little Secrets title was part of like a run of books that he started doing kind of along those lines of titles where it's just meant to catch people's attention. But the reality was that when it came to Dirty Little Secrets of World War II, as well as another book he did on warfare in general, kind of a gazetteer on wars that were ongoing across the globe at that time. We're talking about the 1980s and 90s. I was the consultant, but, it was something that it never disturbed me, of course, that I got no credit because of being paid just for that. But what happened was, now that they exposed it through ChatGPT, as if they've got a beef against him, I might as well lay out the full reality behind the story. And so when it came to my point being made, because I was involved with people like this who were think tankers, what do these guys do? Well, a lot of people don't know. So just so people do know, one of the things think tanks used to do before computers took over everything was guys would design conflict simulations or board games as a normal civilian would perceive them, where they're trying to simulate conflicts, either ancient conflicts or historical or nuclear or strategic or potential future conflicts. but they used to have to try and do all this on board, on literal boards, using, at the very minimum, cardboard chits. They would use like cardboard squares that they would sell to the public. But on tables, they would work like you would see in the movies with miniatures. This is why you see those strategic tables where people are pushing little miniatures around on the table to emulate what's happening on the battlefield, so they could keep track of what's happening on the battlefield as the reports come in. Nowadays, of course, all this is fed into a computer. What they haven't done yet, and what they were supposed to evolve towards, was having a 3D holographic table that would then simulate what they used to do with sand tables, but holographically. And so for some reason, this, to my knowledge, has never developed. Or maybe it exists in DARPA think tanks and I've just never seen it. But such being said, back in the day when we were all working with cardboard and in boards, and the trick they used to use is they used to mount the boards on the wall, and they would magnetize the boards. The boards would be a giant magnet, and they'd use the little cardboard chits would be magnetized to stick to the board on the wall. And that way they would have it like a wall display, and they could do it on the wall as well as on the table, and have several scenarios or situations monitored at once. So when it came to this level of art, it was very much an art form. It was one of the reasons why I got acquainted with gamers, because like good capitalists, when they basically redacted everything to hell and took out all the parts that were security sensitive, they would put their games that they designed and put so much work into on the market and sell them. Now this was done through, one of the big distributors was SPI back in the day, SPY, and that SPI stood for Simulations Publications Incorporated. This was an actual legitimate Department of Defense contractor. And one of the games I helped design was War in the Ice, which was about war in Antarctica. Again, I didn't get a credit for it because at that time I was still involved with the Department of Defense, was not supposed to be involved with the project, and what I provided was an extension that involved the Nazis that did not get published because it was redacted as part of the security sensitive material involving Nazis in what they called the ice, Nazis in the ice, meaning Nazis in Antarctica. That later on got released online by some motherfucker, probably some Department of Defense worker leaking it, who retired, and I was able to at least download what I had done. So there's an extension for War in the Ice, but all that being said, we can go into that later some other time. I'm just kind of flashbacking now while I'm thinking about it. My point is, with Steve Jackson, Steve Jackson was part of this whole community, and what he designed was a card game called Illuminati, and his Illuminati card game was just meant to have a bunch of weird little cards in which you drew a card and it'd be some incident, like a terrorist incident, and then how this would impact your gameplay would depend on how you play your card. The point is, he did a series of maybe 6 of these cards with increasingly obtuse events. And of course, Steve Jackson, I don't know if he's still alive. He might be dead by now. But he never followed up beyond a certain number of cards that he produced. And but what happened was that the internet keeps producing more and more of these cards, and they're all phony. They're not part of the original Illuminati game. So they produce a Boston Bomber card. They produce a Trump Gets Shot card. They produce the Twin Towers Collapse card. All this stuff is produced long after that cycle of gaming had run out. And it's just all, but every time something happens, somebody will produce another card and say, look, here's another card. Now, Avi, is just taking what she finds on the internet. And you never know. One of these cards might be part of the original run, but I highly doubt it. And the person who had the full collection of the cards was Mike Ringley. And so Mike Ringley was, he knew which cards were real and which ones were not. Then he died, and I have no idea what happened to his card collection. But there we have that. And aside from that, I can get into other examples of the whole gaming industry, which is just sad and pathetic, and part of course, a lost world. Honestly, people, I want you all to understand, you have no idea how much is lost. There used to be, when it comes to just, as an aside, because people have no idea, they think things get on the internet and they stay there forever. Good example is films, like, say, for instance, a film I never liked myself. I always thought it was the stupidest thing in the world, was Cocoon. And not even because it was about aliens, but simply because I just thought the whole philosophy of it, the whole ambience was stupid. But Cocoon was a big hit in its day. Don Amici, bunch of other big name actors. And you cannot find that on the net. It's like on a few video cassettes or something. But it's all kinds of films out there like that where they've taken it and scrubbed it from all access. And in a few generations, people won't even know these films ever existed. They might have been big back in the day. You would have thought they'd be around forever. You have no idea how many films like that have just disappeared. I mean, literally gone. And you can't get them anywhere. So there we go. I mean, just understand that everything is ephemeral. And the internet is not a preservation museum. It's not a place where things are preserved. Everything disappears. You've got to save everything yourself that you can. And so with the Illuminati card game, it's the same thing. You need to order all of the original sets and find out for yourself which cards exist if you're truly fascinated by this. Because every Illuminati card guaranteed that comes out there every time an incident happens is a piece of shit. Somebody just comes out there and makes it and says, see, Illuminati predicted this. It's predictive programming. If Steve Jackson is still alive, somebody could ask him, I'm sure. But there you have that. Back to Peter. And we'll move on with Peter.
Well, okay, but back to that. Fee was saying that she got the Trump getting shot card. Yes,
called Enough is Enough. That each one of the cards has a name, and the one she found online. She found it online. So it's not that she has that. It's that she found it online and sent me the image on the cell phone. And you're welcome to send it to us on Skype, honey. If you could send that to us on Skype, because I know you're on Skype. I know you have a Skype account. So if you just send us the image, what I'll do is I'll just call her. She doesn't need to respond, but she'll be able to at least send the image. And so here's what I'm going to do is just add her to the call right now. So if you're listening, V, just feel free to send that image right here on the call with us. And
I think I can get that for you in a couple minutes. Just give me a minute.
Okay, sounds good. I'll just add her in case.
Yeah, well, of course.
And what I would wonder, well, I mean, that was, I guess, produced when Trump was president, probably, right?
I have no idea.
The actual deck of cards was 1994, 1995.
Thank you, honey. That's Heather Holman, just so people know who was talking. That's not V.
Yeah, but say that again, Heather.
Say that again, Heather, please.
Okay, yeah, it's 1994, 1995 was the year that card game came out.
Trump getting shot in 1994, 95?
Oh, no, the Illuminati card game series.
Right, and I'm talking about the Trump version.
Well, I'll have to check. I'll look and see if it's in there. I'll check right now.
Yeah.
I would assume that was made when he was president. Otherwise, there's no great cachet in having such a card.
Right. I mean, it's safe enough assumption, or I presume it was made just now. I mean,
well, that could be another issue.
It's just, I think it's just, somebody just, there we are. Victoria sent it. There it is. It's in our text box right here, Peter. Can you see it? There. And Aristides found it too. So there we are. So they both sent it, and there we are. Aristides added alleged Illuminati card game card, and Victoria's typing. And again, people can look up the Illuminati card game series. And
It looks to me like somebody made this up in response to.
The incident, yes.
Yeah.
No, this was around before that, but whether it's
It
part
was?
of
1982. I'm seeing. Yeah,
Well-
it goes farther back.
yeah.
Wow.
Please make a clear statement, please.
Okay, it also goes farther back from 1994 to like 1982. I'm seeing.
This
Sure.
trump card does?
I doubt it, but I'll look.
No, what she means, what Heather means is the card game itself, the original
Okay,
run
we're
of the card
talking
game.
about the trump card.
But Aristides, what do you have to say about the trump card? What do you
I believe I've seen this prior to the incident, but I have no way to say that it's part of the original deck.
Right. Interesting. Interesting. So what Aristides is saying kind of confirms what Peter was speculating, that this, because Aristides said that he believes, and that's easy to believe because it does look vaguely familiar. It does seem like the card was produced during the Trump presidency or before this incident, almost like predictive programming, rather than being retconned or retroactively contrived to take advantage of the incident. So that's fascinating. It was probably not part of the original run of cards, but definitely might have been produced during the Trump presidency in anticipation of this incident, which does seem so staged and planned, complete with the patsy predictive programming. But I'm not quite sure, when things are produced like this, is that part of a ritualistic procedure? Now, Steve Jackson, I don't know him personally. I do know that he's like a gaming industry unto himself. He had some projects going that were, certainly interesting to me when I was a child or a teenager. But as he got older, everything kind of got, repetitive, as it does with many people. And so I just never kept track of them. But so here we are, Steve Jackson Games, Illuminati card. There we are. Heather just entered a good example of this. So Peter can take a look at that and get a look at released in 1982. Yeah, the Illuminati card game. And
well, that's a given.
Yeah.
I'm more interested in the Trump aspect of it.
Right.
Needs to be this recent card,
Yeah.
or ostensibly recent card. I don't really. And what I would say about predictive programming, one of the most ancient arts of predictive programming is astrology. And when you computerize astrology and you combine it with knowledge, you can have a forecasting of events. You can play it against probability, and you could generate, cards with a lot of potentials and a lot of predictive, projections, and it could even, it could be as close as we're alluding to. So you have this, and of course, with political candidates, assassination is not a. In fact, it's amazing that we haven't had an assassination attempt. I don't think since Reagan. A real good one. Real good assassination attempt. And Trump is such a controversial character. We've had a moratorium on assassinations for over 40 years of presidential candidates, ostensibly because the security is so tight. And I would say that the security around Biden is much tighter than Trump, not because of prejudice, but because Biden is the actual president and Trump is not. So he gets, short order in terms of his protection compared to what Biden would get, just because he's not the president. But well,
as a former president, he's supposed to get quality Secret Service. By the way, don't forget, of course, the abortive assassination attempt, Operation Mount Rushmore against William Clinton, which I was supposed to be the
It was before he was president.
Yeah, before he was president. Yeah, candidate. Yeah.
And
which some could argue Trump's in the same position, right?
No, he is. And so this wasn't, well, the assassination attempt of a president, but of a, candidate for the presidency. But yeah, it's like we haven't really had anything quite like this. We had the Steve Scalia incident when they were shooting up the Republican softball guys.
So right. By the way, so Heather just entered something important, and this is, as you can see in our text box. She says that card coupled with charismatic leader, and these are legit, not newly designed. So these may have been part of the original deck. So there you go, Peter. You can take a look at that in the and Victoria Lauren Hobb, I'm sorry, V emphasizes that she's been following this for years, this card deck for years. So I guess we should take what she says seriously. And I don't mean that to sound, condescending. I hope it doesn't sound condescending. But so charismatic leader definitely looks like it would be part of the original deck. And if enough is enough is at any time, any place, our snipers can drive it. Holy shit! There you go. So because the look compared to Trump is uncanny, it does have that look.
It most definitely looks like Trump.
Yeah. Oh my God. So there you go. But and it does have that signature of the artist who always worked for Steve Jackson. Steve Jackson commissioned an artist, and if you look at the signature is in the shape of a fish skeleton. He always drew his signature in the shape of a fish skeleton. If you saw it closer, you'd understand what I mean. So the fish skeleton signature is something that could be easily forged, of course, if you're producing one of these cards falsely. But apparently we're getting more and more input from Aristides and V and Heather Holman that this is all quite real, or at least this card is, compared to many of the others. So there we have that. Fascinating. I have no idea what to make of that.
Okay.
So
now,
here we are, the cards, the full deck. So somebody just entered the cards of the full deck in the Skype, and that helps immensely. Thank you, V. Okay, there we are. There. Okay. So,
right.
Yeah, Peter can look at that later. Okay.
Well, I'm going to switch gears now.
Yes, okay.
And I'm going to go to what I said earlier in the show about this meeting in Sun Valley.
Mm-hmm.
And as you say, it's the billionaires. And I heard that Peter Thiel had made some sort of comment about Trump that was very disparaging. And basically now, I mean, this is just, I guess what you call speculation. But it's not my speculation because I didn't hear the original report. It was Peter Thiel made some comment about Trump. And of course, what my first intuition after I heard that was intimating that they wanted a hit on Trump. In other words, just like Joe Biden said a couple days ago, he talked about putting Trump in the crosshairs.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the media is quick to tell you that was a metaphor. He didn't actually mean to put Trump in the crosshairs and have him shot. But it's kind of like one of those Simpsons moments.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, talking about crosshairs, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't, and it really comes off as kind of rank. It's not very nice. It's not a feel-good moment. It's as if Bill Cosby made some inappropriate comment about one of his victims. You know, but there were two major discussions. Trump, in other words, it wasn't just like Trump is bad. It's what are we going to do if Trump is elected? And how are we going to deal? How's the economy going to change? You know, who's going to get the snow cone concession? You know, at the ballpark or whatever it is, the way they divide things up and make the rules and all this important influence. Now, I also said there was a second subject, and it was about Douglas Dietrich. What are we going to do about Douglas Dietrich? Well, what I'm alluding to there is it's about AI. This is their big discussion. So this is very fascinating because they're talking about all the implications and ramifications of AI, but you cannot possibly have a comprehensive discussion about AI without the Douglas Dietrich factor. They said that Sam Altman was going to be invited to the meeting. Sam Altman was the head of this company, I forget the name of it, that was originally started with Elon Musk's money. And, you know, he was just, you know, Sam Altman was, you know, portrayed as the expert in AI that was a chowderhead. The less, you know, so in other words, they're talking about AI. So if you get a bunch of these guys like Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, this guy who's the head of Google, and other of these people, what do you think they're going to talk about? And they're talking about AI. What are they going to say about it, in your estimation, Douglas? How are they going to approach it? What are they going to quote unquote conspire to, or even agree is a good pattern? Like these people obviously they want to maintain their control.
Yeah. Yes. And that's about it. That's all they're going to be talking about. Yeah, is what can we do to maintain control? And you're talking about, as you yourself said, chowderhead. It was a good description.
I don't consider any of these people to be as chowderheaded as him. I don't consider Mark Zuckerberg or Jeff Bezos or the guy from Google to be chowderheads.
They are, as far as I'm concerned, but go on.
Well, you know, from one perspective, yes, but they're also, you know, they're very able to, they're able to control quite a bit of, life force. And so, whereas like somebody like Stephen Outram, he's just living on, you know, the good fortune he got from Ōkeanós.
That's right.
These people have, like Zuckerberg knew how to manipulate things and even steal technology or steal know-how. She's been accused of, just like Bill Gates. They're very good at it. So in other words, they're not stupid. They're just misguided.
I think they're stupid as well myself, but you know, I mean, some of the wealthiest people in the world are the stupidest people you'll ever meet. But such being said, you know, just my input there. I understand what you're saying though, and certainly appreciate it. Continue. Yes.
Yeah. Well, they should. Their intelligence should not be treated with contempt. Their, you know, ultimate intelligence maybe, but you know, but anyway, so they're looking at AI, and I don't know, you know, Facebook has become such a big disappointment as a platform. It just doesn't seem to be very good for anything except, you know, I just found a couple of old friends on it, which is really great. Really great. But other than that, you know, I don't find it, you know, very good for business at all. And especially when they declare my websites terrorists or non-communist. Like, okay, it doesn't, you know, it just seems so useless for business. And I say it was good. As they say, Facebook was how I created my mailing list. And once I created that mailing list, they took away the ability to create a mailing list. I did it. It was like a week or two at the most. I'm saying, wow, this seems really personal.
Yeah.
We don't like you downloading the emails. So you can
meanwhile, they steal all your personal information and market it.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, okay. So, and you know, I even tried advertising on Facebook. And I even put up a store on Facebook. Mm-hmm. And within about a week, we sold one book on it. And that was it. Never sold another book. And I almost felt as if they were testing us to see if we'd supply the book. And they could go, aha, you're.
Oh, that makes perfect sense. Yes. I believe that. Yeah.
Yeah, it seemed like a test rather than an actual, like, you know, somebody, order this book. I just thought it was funny. You know, sold one book. And, and you know, without casting conspiracy on Facebook, which I'm not saying it doesn't deserve that, you know, somebody pointed out when I first got involved in it was, you know, this Facebook post, it says virtual bagel. If you look up virtual bagel, and it's just a picture of a bagel, and virtual bagel has all these friends, it's just nonsense. Yeah. It's like if something, you know, it's just like, it's like a virus, but it's not really a virus. It's just this meaningless meme of a virtual bagel.
Yes.
That gets all of this, you know, likes and it's just stupid.
Thank you. I mean, well, that's the whole point. It's vapidity. Whatever is vapid and meaningless, well, because it's deemed to be harmless, everybody jumps in on it and then promotes it. You know, let's all love that which is nondescript, innocuous.
Well, yeah, and this is one aspect of the internet is you just have, I guess, what you call junk, like, you know, the incorrect concept of junk DNA, but nevertheless, it's, you know, just considered, you know, but in cyberspace, it really is junk. It's just a lot of junk, and a virtual bagel would not be the worst of the junk. You know, just characters that are sitting there, or stuff that would be is indecipherable is Dietrichonic, but it would be, but Dietrichonic at least has something behind it, even if it's hard to understand.
Thank you.
This stuff would appear to be Dietrichonic, but it's not. It's just, you know, let's sit on the phone, or let's sit on the, you know, internet and just slobber. So. But anyway, these characters are, you know, thinking up what's going to be the next trends with AI. And I would say AI is a double-edged sword, not only for us who might potentially suffer from it, but for them as well.
Yes.
Because it can kind of prevent certain things, like, say, just like the cell phone. The first thing that with this assassination attempt that I was wondering about. Now, of course, it was just, I saw it right as it started. Because I saw on my email, it says, you know, Trump, shooter Trump. I go, turn on the TV and got an earful for an hour or two. But I was saying, why don't we see any cell phones? How come people weren't showing their cell phones?
Good point.
So then I went to Rumble and to BitChute, and I don't go to those very often, but I got to say, what's really horrible about them is their commercials are much more in your face than YouTube's. Although their commercials look more interesting. There was several that I wanted to watch, but I didn't. I didn't watch them because I wasn't there to watch commercials. But they had a BBC interviewing this guy who was on the scene. He was the one that said that he had notified the police. He saw the shooter climb up the building, and from the way the guy's climbing up a building, this guy sounded too awkward to do that. That he did. It's possible that he did. And then he said, they blew his head off, and then he was telling both the cops and the Secret Service, and they just blew him off. And people in those positions can be very arrogant and blow you off because they're arrogant and they know better than you, be dismissive. But on the other hand, it really opens the door to, criticism and making you wonder. And then there's the, and then there was from another report, and this was mainstream, that the cop walked up and saw the guy, and then he put his gun on him, and the guy backed down. And it's going to be interesting because the Congress is going to do investigations on this, and those are televised. It might be kind of interesting if they really start taking these people to task on what happened, as they can become very harsh and insulting when it comes to Republicans interviewing Fauci or just other Democrats that they feel have skirted the truth, and generally have. Because I think that's the art of being a politician, is to skirt the truth. And you have to be a very skilled liar to be a good politician. You have to be skilled at it. So, yeah, I don't know what the current trends are in AI, but all of this is, as I finish the book, I have one little thing to add about diagnostics. The book's going to end with diagnostics. I don't know how the book's going to end in, because I might put an epilogue onto it. Because I've finished the whole book, and it begins with Aquino at Beeblesburg doing rituals, explaining to you the anti-gods, going deep into the H.P. Lovecraft situation and his relationship with the anti-gods, and that whole story into the Chichoa, into Aquino's world, moving through up into your experiment with the nanoblood, going into the development of the Ardalect, the escape of the Ardalect, the role of Taiwan, and then eventually moving into the role of your mother in Japan and Hirohito, the whole Japanese culture and their struggle against the Edomites and their legacy of the Judaic tradition, mingled with the ancient Muon Empire
Yes.
and the establishment of Japanese culture,
Yes.
and then ultimately ending with the Vox Arca, and I just put in a bit about how the whole thing came tumbling down.
Yes.
And and it's interesting when you think of tumbling down, like the walls of Jericho come tumbling down.
Yes.
That's like a sonic, like they had their own version of a Vox Arca that could ignite sounds that could make the walls come down.
Right.
So anyway, this has been quite a trip that I've been on for 2 years of doing this book. And I'm thinking like, well, for those who have been with us and interested, this will really make it all clear as to what the paradigm is. And it kind of ends with you having stolen the Vox Arca, but you see, I also put in a part about the gods, because the gods have Mercury, trickster.
Yes.
Mercury, trickster, he's the thief. He's the messenger of the gods. He can communicate between the dead, the realm of the dead, and the realm of the living and Olympus. He's the only god that can do this. He can go there with impunity, because the dead need to talk to the living and vice versa. And he's the one you do it through. He's also the trickster of the gods. And the reason you have to have a trickster or a fool, because this prevents arrogance and hubris. Even the gods can have hubris. They can be too high and mighty, too full of themselves. This is a phenomena that any of us can run afoul of in life. We can become overconfident. We might walk into a grocery store thinking we could buy up the whole place. I don't need to buy up the whole place, man. I can fill my refrigerator full. In other words, you're feeling like you have a lot of money, and then you come home and you got a tax bill on your.
How much for everything?
Right. So it's like the role of the trickster, and what I realized in finishing this chapter is that Ōkeanós was very cocky,
Yes.
very proud of himself.
Yes.
And understandably so, because what he pulled off was quite amazing, much beyond the other capacity of a human being to even think of, let alone do.
Yes.
And and for Douglas to steal it, it was an act of it was a moral judgment. Like he's taking it out of the hands. He's preventing, ostensibly the destruction of the human race, arguably.
Thank you.
And so, wow, this is when it's okay to take, because you're defeating an evil thing, and then the Presidio comes crashing down. Like everybody knows the Presidio went out of business.
Yes.
That's historically a fact, and nobody really bothered to really investigate why, because it's just not in the wheelhouse of people to even think that way. Well, it was an old basic that fell into this year.
Well, what they'll tell you is, the Cold War was over, quote unquote. Yeah, big downsizing. Yeah, federal downsizing. Yeah.
Yeah, never mind about those scandals.
Yes, of course.
Which just, you think about the Army and what they were doing, in canceling the investigation against Ōkeanós and his wife, because on the grounds of national security, it's national security to look into the abuse. It's going to compromise the character of the entire United States Army. Thank you for your service. And this is unfortunately, the world that we live in, and it's sort of unbelievable to people because they're very proud to, and it just becomes nauseating.
Thank you.
The hubris of what goes on in this world. But so, at the end of it, it's kind of like I have the Vox Arca and you don't. I had to occur. Well, I have the Vox Arca and you don't. And of course, I suppose somebody can look at it and say, so what does this have to do with me? So what does this have to do with me? I'm so well, what does it have to do with you? If you're a good citizen who, eats the cereals you're supposed to eat, watches TV, and buys the quick food you're supposed to cook in your ovens, the modern equivalent of the Swanson's TV dinner, whatever they are, and you do a good job of paying your bills and all that. What good does it do? It's what goes on in the world. It's what goes on in the world. The underbelly of the world, and I don't know. Some people aren't suitable to process it. This is not for me to ask. Now, I mentioned that I got in touch with a couple of old friends,
Mm-hmm.
and they were from Scientology, and they were very good people, and they're very grounded, very, very, very nice people,
Mm-hmm.
very sane. And I started, kind of filling them in on what I've been up to for the last 30 years.
Uh-huh.
It's kind of like, it's not so easy to explain, Say, oh, God, boy, you've led a pretty wild life. Yeah. Showing the video of me going to Choclavina Cave for the first time with Paula and some of my friends. It's like, and explaining, the tape from David Anderson. It's like, wow, this is like, and I don't even think of it as, because it's been my life. So, but it's like, wow, I've been, and there's, I suppose there's there's definitely the fact of getting some appreciation, but this is all, I guess, what you call, to me, it's secondary or tertiary success, because it's like, what I've done is all, so much of that stuff is just, it's in my past. It's not completely irrelevant, but it's not what's happening now. I'm focused on this work with Douglas right now. But if I look back at what I've been doing the last umpteen years,
Mm-hmm.
it's kind of extremely out of the ordinary. And
Yes.
And so, people who come off and, borrow or rip off or whatever you want to say, co-opt the concept, they're kind of like, they're so off the beaten path to what I'm doing.
Yeah.
They're saying, well, and they're feeding off of the meme of the mind control. And they have no idea. And this is one of the problems, and they can even become borderline critical of me. They have no idea of what I've been up to. This is even prior to the Dietrich stuff.
Right.
There's no idea. And how do you explain that to them? You don't. It's like, in you know, even a page, you can't say it. You know, you just say that, you know, you're very uninformed about who I am and what I've been up to. And why would they even care? Because they're processing what information they're processing at whatever level they're processing. It's not for me to criticize or judge it, even if it's criticism worthy, because they are where they are. And the only thing that would require me, be possibly required of me, is more skill in addressing them or reaching them. But then again, what for? You know, what for? You know, so anyway, when I get to, you know, I think what I'm going to do is I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to reread the entire book, and I will edit it for spelling, and even though we've done that, reread it for, you know, errors, minor errors, and making sure everything flows right. Probably making only very minor adjustments, and the only thing I could possibly add is if I have some oh man, I should put this in, or just what flows, because I'll read it again and see how it reads. It's been so long since I've even read those chapters with you about the Chichewa that, you know, I'll go back and read it again and see how this whole thing flows, and then I'll be able to say, is there anything, you know, here, you know, except that Douglas Dietrich is still alive in San Francisco and he's quite mad. Leaving that interpretation to be, are you angry or are you crazy? No, I'm not going to say that. But you know, where does this end? Certainly, and where does it? Where do we go from here? And I think that is an existential. I know what I plan to do is work on the vampire book.
Yes,
but even that is, and I don't know if I'm going to make. I might make a mention of it. I'm going to make a big deal out of it but like say if somebody reads this book and say, "Aha, that's what a Vox Arc is," when it makes people aware of it, there is an awareness that improves consciousness. It's hard for me to qualify or quantify that improvement or the meaning of it. It's a meaningful act. It's a stroke of magic. It's an enlightenment. But it's, you know, I can't get into it's hard for me to qualify it. In the case of Radu Cinemar's second book, Transylvania Moonrise, which was called originally, translated from the Romanian language, is 12 Days, I think, The Mysterious Land of the Gods. And it's too long of a title.
Yes.
And it's an apropos title, but it's too long. So, you know, as they say, the first chapter of that book was one of the best pieces of literature I've ever read. And although my Bulgarian publisher might not say the same thing, because when he read that chapter, he was kind of pissed off because he says, "Oh, this is just standard metaphysics." Now, part of it was standard metaphysics, part of it was not. And what I pointed, and because Radu was having this discussion with this alchemist, and that's what was so important. You can see that this is a real live tradition of alchemy, which has elongation of life at the other end of it, potentially infinite. What he was complaining about was when they'd have discussions and they'd talk about karma and reincarnation, and he found this I think, beneath him because he understood this. I didn't look at it that way at all. Like, I'm many years older than he is, and he was very young when he made that comment. But the thing is that I said, well, this is Radu's initiation. It's not your initiation.
Right.
And I had to point that out to him because, okay, well, let Radu have his initiation. I mean, the things he said, I was not new to me, but it was fine to have them restated and contextualized. It was not offensive to me. And then, of course, I was more interested in that. But anyway, that book, which I said was, that chapter was the best piece of literature I've ever read in my life. Most potentially valuable, exciting, inspiration. No matter what I think about anything, that was. And as I said, when I read it, I was reading it in real butchered English. One of Radu's friends in England, she was Romanian, and she did the most horrible translation. It was just disgusting. It was horrible. And she was so upset about the payment. I made an agreement based upon what my Romanian publisher says. You don't pay more you don't pay more than $850 for this translation, he says. You don't pay more for that. So I said, okay. So I paid her $850. And she felt really shortchanged.
Wow.
And, well, this was the agreement. What is it? But it was such a horrible translation. And I can't say how bad it was. But you know what? It was adequate enough for me to go in and tear it apart and restate it in American English.
Yes.
And rather than butchered Euro English, and Radu was incredibly impressed. And as they say, Romanians who read the books in Romanian and read them in English say they make much more sense in English.
That's incredible. What a compliment.
Well, it's because, and this is the Scientology that I had to look up every word in the English language.
Wow.
And more than once.
Wow.
Because I'd be tested on it, and I'd read them, and I was taught to do that. And that's not to say everybody in Scientology ever did that, but many of us did. And it makes you what Hubbard would call super literate.
Yes.
So you could actually understand what you're reading. And if you don't understand it, you don't understand it. You don't pretend like you understand it. You say, I don't read. And this really impressed my friend Chelsea, who I talk about, who's Madam X in my books. And she said, you're the only person that ever asks questions or you don't pretend you know things. She was, full of a lot of wisdom. So, people would want to forge up their egos and pretend they knew what she was talking about. And I wouldn't do that because what is that? And so because I'm playing a game of understanding, and that's why I could do that with his book. But the point I'm making about that book, it just ends abruptly. It was a horrible ending. It was just like, okay, this is what happened. This is his experience. He just cuts it off. There's no context. It wasn't an unhappy ending. It was an abrupt ending. That's why I call it horrible.
Right.
It was abrupt. So, it's like this conversation I had with this possessed kid. This conversation is over. He hangs up the phone.
Jesus.
His mother put him on the phone with me because, and I could tell he was possessed.
Right.
And she didn't put him on the phone. I think I was trying to connect with her.
Right.
This conversation is over. Boom. Because I had recognized the demon.
Yes. Yes.
And but the thing, it was abrupt. It was inappropriate, and I just thought his ending could have been so much more. So anyway, with that particular book, I added to it my own personal adventures in Romania. with my adventure to Samosejitusa with Nicole and some of the other adventures I'd had, including a description of David Anderson's time reactor. And because, look, I am in the business of selling books, and I can't sell a 90-page book and make any money at it. It was short.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't I don't know if it was 90 pages, but it was way too short.
Right.
So, and I added to it. He enjoyed that part of the book that I wrote, and it adds also context, into the reality of it. But the point I'm saying here is, with this book, right now I'm sort of at an abrupt ending, because I've kind of explained. I mean, I can give a little bit of context, but here we are at the precipice of the end of the world.
Yes.
And here it is. This is, this is the current, because I can already see this book selling out of the first printing, and then when it sells out of the first printing, there'll be people asking for it because they can't get it, and at which point I have to put it on. Well, I will already probably do that. Put it on print on demand, but it won't be necessarily a collector's item. It won't necessarily be leather bound. Definitely won't be leather bound. The first one might be. I'm shooting for that. I just have to find the right printer. Unfortunately, some of these printers are overseas.
Right.
And I don't like working with overseas anything.
I understand. I agree. Yeah, it's
unwieldy.
Yeah.
These Chinese companies, they'll go right after your business, and they'll want it.
Yeah.
They possibly can do a good job, but it's like, what if it doesn't work out? What if it doesn't work out?
It's something to consider, and you and I will discuss some of these things. Certainly, the last chapter that you're writing, I'll go over with you. We'll do that, and then
the last chapter I wrote has turned into, I think, 3 chapters, because it became, contextualized. Well, we have to reread. We have to do the line editing on that.
Yeah. And we'll and of course after that you can give me the full text to look over at the same time that you're looking over it. One thing that I want to bring up with you that I thought was somehow in my own mind synchronistic was just before the attempted Trump assassination. Alec Baldwin's case was dismissed by Judge Mary Marlowe Sommer because the prosecution had suppressed evidence. So she said the trial could not continue. So he's walking free of everything, involuntary manslaughter, everything. He got away with murder.
Free of everything. Let me give you some context. Number one, I'm not an Alec Baldwin fan. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm not at all. However, the person who seems primarily responsible was the armorer, who was prosecuted. And they said it's very unusual, I saw some lawyers say, to, prosecute a person for the crime and then prosecute somebody else for it. It's the case was thrown out of once before, and the reason it was thrown out is because the district attorney acted outrageously, according to this lawyer, who was neutral. In other words, they didn't give the evidence over to the defense, and they behaved in a reprehensible way. Now, Alec Baldwin just happens to be the recipient of good fortune in this respect, but he's not off the hook because he can be sued, not only as an individual, for pulling the trigger for probable cause and all this stuff, like OJ was sued, he can be sued as the producer. So he's not off the hook financially.
Ah, okay.
So I really don't think Alec Baldwin belongs in prison, personally. You know, I mean, it might be nice for some people to sit there and go, but, you know, I don't think he's a danger, you know, to people. I think he suffered tremendously over this, and I don't think his suffering is over. You know, but I also like what Trump said when he was involved in an altercation over a ticket or something he received in New York, and they mentioned it to Trump. What do you think of this? And Trump didn't know about it. What do you think about Trump? They told him about it. What do you think? And Trump says, well, I wish him a lot of luck. Meaning, you know, he didn't wish him any ill will. And of course, Baldwin is a very vocal opponent of Trump. You know.
Yes.
It was a good moment for Trump just saying, oh, you know, I don't wish this guy any ill will. It was a you know, when he had him right on the ropes, he could have said anything about him. And Baldwin was later got out of that one because for whatever reason he beat the rap on that.
Yeah, I barely remember it. Yes, I remember now what you're talking about. Yes, barely.
Now I don't know that that's undue influence, but that tells me he has pretty good luck with courts apparently. But he's well, you know, he's got his own problems. You know, and I think, you know, he's a case of a celebrity getting too, you know, too big for their britches.
Yes.
Because, you know, you become larger than life, if only to yourself.
Yes.
And you know, you're no matter who you are, you're not. And then when people make all this money, you know, what I've heard Jim Carrey say that, you know, and it doesn't mean that much. Of course, it's a lot better than having to, you know, be in the situation you're in right now.
Thank you. Yes.
But, and I would encourage people to help Douglas, you know, if you can, even if it's small amounts. DouglasDietrich.com, upper right-hand corner yellow button. But I think Oprah once said, she says, yeah, money is definitely not everything. She says, but it sure does help a lot.
Well, certainly so, yeah.
Yeah. And, but as they say, it's complicated because, as they say, when you're young, and this is just from my own experience, you have to focus on making money in order to survive. And it's something that I think young people can initially resist. And I know that I resisted the whole idea of it. I mean, I started participating in it when I was 19 and learning how to play the game. But I noticed my daughter wasn't very interested in it until finally you realize that you've got to make a living. And then that forces you to maybe you're not necessarily doing what you want to do. You're trying to, you know, deliver something to somebody else so that you can survive. And that's and as they say, as I'm older, I can look back and saying, okay, that part of my life is kind of defined. I think I'm just happy enough to be in a situation where I'm not like so many of the unfortunate people you hear in the world, whether it be in Gaza, whether it be in Ukraine, whether it be the homeless people in America.
Yes.
And I also, before I go, I wanted to address the hospital situation, the emergency situation you're going through.
Thank you.
I don't specifically understand their lackadaisical attitude, but I can say that we're in a much different environment than we were 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago, whereas in certain environments, let's get this person to the hospital, let's fix them. That's, because it's an emergency. Right now, we have crowded hospitals, we have too many people, and it de-escalates the emergency of the situation.
Yes.
Of anything, especially if you're standing up, living, and talking to them, and able to not, if you're sitting out there bleeding and gushing blood, they might treat you differently. I'm not saying they would. But
yeah, one would hope, yes.
I'm sure there are situations that they might act with more urgency. It's just how they're wired. Now, my first question to you, with regard to this guy calling you an alcoholic, was he doing this out of a racial motivation, do you think, or just a stupid motivation?
It's impossible to tell. It maybe as it's. I would. Some people would ask, is it out of, say, for instance, a hatred of my presentation as non-binary? That's what.
Could have been.
Yeah.
But in San Francisco, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't think so, but do remember, of course, the black culture is infamous for having a lot of homophobes, overcompensating toxic males that makes judgments that you wouldn't think would be part of, shall we say, the popular spectrum.
My experience with the black community is they just don't buy into it.
Yeah. It's let's put it this way. It's interesting because politically, as a demographic, they're supposed to be more sympathetic. But personally, you will find many of them are hostile in a phobic sense. So it's when you express they don't buy into it, I would take that as it's a non-issue in their lives. The people that you're dealing with, it's probably a non-issue in their lives. But in this person's case,
these women I've talked to are women that just think it's it's just not. It's not. Well, whatever it is.
Well, let me put it this way. Carolyn Garrett, the woman I worked with at the Presidio military base, who was the black African-American female who could read and write, and became a friend after some grating incidents in the beginning, or shall we say, at first we didn't get along well, but it all changed with time. But she definitely felt that she felt that the quote-unquote suffering of the alternative lifestyles community was simply incomparable and could never be paralleled or to the black experience. She simply felt that the black experience with their collective intergenerational trauma was something that was historical, defined, legitimate.
It depends on the time and place.
Yeah.
It depends on the circumstances and the situation. I think I would like to think we're past that. A person in need is a person in need. It doesn't matter. You're not there to to analyze them. But the whole idea of the bottom line is you don't know what this person.
No, I have no idea. Have no idea.
An alcoholic, which is just downright wrong, and the energy is just totally screwed up, and he's totally screwed up too, I would say. But so that might have been your main problem. And what I would also say, and I've witnessed this too many times, when people, and I remember, back in the hippie days, when people would dress or look or act like a hippie, they were courting. It was a means to direct violence. They were directing violence at themselves because a classic case in point was Frank Zappa, who was performing in England, and this construction, and this is around the time of John Lennon's song "Working Class Hero," which was the most vile, insulting song to working class people, because it was, mocking them. And I've mentioned many times that, they played that song as a tribute to working class people after 9/11. Working class heroes, something to be, with big pictures of firemen, and, and the song was meant as an insult. Yet here they were
well, these things turn around. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, and Yoko's sitting there. John loved the working man.
Yeah, what a load of shit.
Did not love the working man.
Certainly not.
So John Lennon was known for, I don't know that that's really what he meant, but he was known for insulting Jesus. Saying that the Beatles were more popular than Jesus.
Right.
He clarified that, and I think he was honest in clarifying that. But nevertheless, he was a very acerbic individual. But my point is, and I've seen this, is people that would act and walk and dress around as hippies were vulnerable to harassment, sometimes physical violence. And depending on where you are. Now, if you're walking, in the Haight-Ashbury in its heyday, even today, nobody cares. In the school I went to, it was standard fare, except there were certain people that got singled out by some malcontent on the football team that wanted to prove a point that, this guy who looked like a hippie was a punk, and would beat him up or something. That was a rarity, but it did occur. And so, in other words, you have to know your audience. And in the case of Frank Zappa, he was doing this concert, and this construction worker guy, England guy, came out and just beat the crap out of him on stage. I mean, he broke him up good.
Ooh.
Back. I mean, he was really messed up. And I think Frank Zappa later referred to him as an idiot or something. And, while the man might have been an idiot, I think Frank was stupid himself for not realizing, Frank Zappa was a very polarizing personality. Many people thought he was funny. So, in other words, you have to assess your audience. That's just a rule in life, whatever it is. And sometimes you're in a situation where you don't fit in, and you have to figure out your way to fit in, and it can be challenging. So if that makes one vulnerable, that's not an excuse for the person to do it. It's just about making yourself, for whatever reason, people make these stupid assumptions. But, and it sounds like I think you've been a victim of prejudice your whole life.
Always, yes. What's worse about it is the hypocrisy. Understand, I'm picked up by two firemen who are paramedics whose union is part of the San Francisco Fire Department. They made themselves part of the fire department because the union got greater benefits. Then they figured out they'd get better benefits if they severed from the fire department, but they've never figured out how to do that. So they're trapped in the fire department now. And they're obviously juicers. They're hopped up on steroids to the fucking eyebrows. Where, like I said, they've got the interchangeable He-Man bodies with separate heads that are molded. But they pick me up, and one of them starts claiming I'm an addict, essentially. When I show up at the hospital, of course, the male nurse is obviously on every drug in the fucking spectrum, whatever he's ripping.
This is a problem. This is, I mean, it's their problem. This is what L. Ron Hubbard would call the biochemical personality.
Thank you.
You're dealing with the biochemicals in them. So they're just nuts.
Yes.
You're dealing with insanity. It's not prejudice, it's insanity.
Thank
prejudice may play off of that, but it's just insanity. And I'm sorry you had to experience that, but that's what it is.
Thank you. Yes.
And what I would say currently, I think that generally I'm in a better environment because I'm in a suburban environment where I don't think, the busyness of the city is crazy. And I would tend to think on most nights you get treated a lot better on Long Island.
I would hope, yeah.
I can't say in the city, but just because the city is probably dealing with all sorts of crazy stuff.
Oh, that's unimaginable. I mean,
yeah.
That's...
So it's fairly insulated here. But even then, as I say, I've known some of disaster stories here as well. So it's like, wow. But we're also in times that are much different.
Yes.
Where drugs are much more prevalent. Insanity is much more. So it's like one has to negotiate life with a lot more adeptness and good fortune. But no, I'm very convinced that this was just a completely mentally compromised person by reason of the the drugs.
Thank you.
And what is the anecdote? What is the anecdote for that? If I looked at it astrologically, drugs are ruled by Pisces and Neptune, and the antidote for Neptune is Saturn, which would mean, ruled by Saturn, that's directness, it's karma, and it's ultimately bringing down the house on somebody. I mean, how one would do that is another question. But anything to do with Saturn would be the general antidote for dealing with people on drugs.
Yes.
As they say, it's challenging when you're confronted there. Can you call other ambulances?
I wouldn't do it. It's I prefer calling the.
Could you? It's possible.
Yeah, I think so. Yes, I think there's private ambulance companies. Yes.
Yeah, that's. But you said you wouldn't do so.
No, I wouldn't do so. No, because for one thing, it's I prefer calling the city because it's the city that did the most damage in the past, and I wanted to. This way, I just kind of make them do something, at least conduct a service for all the damage that they've done to my family. But when it comes to obviously, I appreciate you bringing up the need to consider alternatives. It would take even more than what happened already. What I do next time is simply what I would recommend anybody do is do not speak to the ambulance drivers and don't call them EMTs or paramedics. They don't deserve that title. As they're just ambulance drivers, and all their job is to get you to the hospital, and just tell them nothing and just say, look, please just get me to the hospital. Look, please just get me to the hospital. Don't converse with them. Don't answer the questions. Don't talk to them. Act as if you can't talk. Save all that for the hospital. The problem is that these motherfuckers are making all the diagnoses. It hasn't changed since the time of my mother, which was like, we're talking at this point 20, 30 years ago. And they still make all the diagnoses, and the doctors take their diagnoses and run with it. So there's no point in a doctor getting an MD. If you're just going to let the paramedic, who has no medical degree, conduct the diagnoses, and you just take that and run with it, why even be a doctor? That's the
Well,
insanity.
let me just give you some experience I had from talking to an EMT on Long Island that I knew. And, he's talking about, I was asking him about his job and stuff, and he says that the EMTs, and he was connected to the fire department as well, his whole family. But he said that what they're really trained to do, they're much trained, like in an accident scene, to patch the person up and to save their life. They're much better at it than a doctor because they're trained on this like emergency sort of triage aspect.
Theoretically, yes, it's this kind of trauma
patch them up,
surgery. Yeah.
and then, well, it's not. They're not doing the trauma surgery. That's the triage. But they bring them to the hospital, and they're patched up so they're alive, and then the surgeons can work on them. And I guess they're handing them a package that they could not handle beyond that. He never talked about diagnosis. He talked about giving them a package that they could then work with and fix the person. But you're dealing with a situation that it's not a accident, so it's more like it does require some sort of assessment.
It doesn't require any assessment. They're not required to assess, and they shouldn't be assessing.
Whether it's, I'm not saying
it's supposed to be at the emergency room. It's supposed to be done there. The responders are just to get you there alive. That's what they're supposed to do.
How about you go to an urgent care?
Excuse me?
If you went to an urgent care center.
Oh, don't think that I don't consider these things, and don't think I have more experience.
How would that work?
Let me explain a few things here. Just the urgent care clinics are the ambulatory care clinic, meaning the walk-in clinic. It's like, it's no fucking point, because first off, I was completely enervated. I can't stand up when my father, who of course my legal father, who was just completely scared shitless of these situations, had no idea of how to deal with any of this crap. He and my mother had this bizarre opinion. I thought it was bizarre when I was young, that don't call the police because the police will resent you for it and they'll punish you for calling them. I thought that was the craziest thing in the world until I found out, of course, that they were right. And, of course, wound up working with the San Francisco Police Department. And despite that experience of working with them, of course, because I severed with them at a fairly early point and then entered private security, the records on myself are either minimal or scrubbed. But it's a situation in which these are people who, if you call them, will find out any reason they can to arrest you for calling them. That is very much the case, generally speaking. When it comes to the EMTs, the urgent care clinics it's not my world. Because in my world, you're either dying or you're able to walk to an appointment, which is walk in, walk out. This idea of the in-between just doesn't work for me because there's no point to it. And when I've tried it the few times in my life, it's been outrageously insane, not worth it. It's just you're waiting there forever. It's just it's almost like you need to call the ambulance simply because, first off, you want to get in there lying down so that otherwise you're nauseous, you're sitting up, you're sick and vomiting in an ambulatory care clinic. And who would want to be in that situation? That's the situation you wind up in if you go to an ambulatory care clinic and you're just exposed to other people with their illnesses, etc. You're exposed to other people in the ER as well, but at least there you've got the curtains and everything else and precautions are taken. So it's the ambulance that gets you treated. That's theoretically the way it's supposed to be. The problem is that in all these cases that I've been in the past, you can luck out and you can get ambulance drivers that are just not in a mood to try and kill you. But then you sometimes, it's always a risk, it's always a gamble. Then there's these others that are trying to, and they'll do it by doing what this guy did. That's what they did in the case of my mother out of spite. because basically when I called the fire department and they showed up for my father, these motherfuckers said, "Come on down," to me. And this is after I told the dispatcher who the patient was, that they needed to come up inside. It was my father. They had obviously not paid attention to anything the dispatcher said. This went all the way up to the head of their department, and they sent me a letter of apology, which is meaningless and worthless. And there's no way to launch a lawsuit against these guys. When I went to the attorneys, 911 happened. And the attorney said, "Firemen are the great heroes of our society, and we can never sue them. They'd lynch us in court." So these people are given immunity simply because they're a bunch of motherfuckers who are part of a blue-collar mafia. And it's disgusting. They have total immunity. They're all on drugs. They have no intention of helping you. Just tell them, "Get me there." That's basically the only advice to give. I've known paramedics as well. I've worked with them all my life. And yeah, it's not your baseline sane person who's working in them. There was this one guy I knew who I was friendly with who was trying to become a paramedic. And of course, like anyone who's a nurse, you have what's called an AIS, or an acquired immunity syndrome. You're exposed to every disease under the sun. So for the first year at least, you're deathly sick throughout the year. You're vomiting all the time, not only because of being sick all the time, but because you show up at accidents and people are in horrible shape. As you say, there's cases where people are bleeding. Obviously, you see much worse than that. People's faces ripped off by various attack dogs. You see people who have their internal organs spilled out in car accidents. So you're going to be vomiting constantly, but after a while you build up a callousness. This is not baseline sanity. A combat soldier doesn't see this much violence. So you're talking about somebody who is seeing violence on an unimaginable scale every day and all day. So when you're in a major city, I've been with the police when the paramedics have answered calls where there's this young guy called because his mother died. And when we walk into the apartment, his mother's still alive, but she was eating oatmeal, and the oatmeal's drooling out of her mouth, and all this whole trail of ants going into her mouth and out of her mouth, collecting in the oatmeal while she's still alive and breathing. Of course, we informed the son that this was the case, and he was extraordinarily disappointed because he was hoping she would have died. The paramedics see that stuff all day, every day. I experienced that, of course, in my work that I did with security. Same thing, you get calls and you find people who are, one black old lady in the project site had died at some point and fell against her heater, which was still on. And because the heat was still on, her body was mummified, got all desiccated to the point where it was mummified. So when we walked in, it was like straight out of a horror film. You're talking about desiccated body, mummified, but really hadn't died all that long ago. This is like what they see every day, and these people are obviously not sane. If we're seeing more violence than a combat veteran on a daily basis, and you maintain that job, obviously you're not functioning on any normal level. So God knows what their reasoning is, but I do know this. When I was in police academy and they were teaching us first aid, and I graduated from San Francisco Police Academy, for what that's worth. There's very few people who can say that for reasons I can give other times. But when it comes to that, a paramedic came in back in the days when we still had paramedics before they'd been absorbed by the fire department. And this was in the days when paramedics could still be human. They didn't all have to look like fucking Lou Ferrigno or Arnold Schwarzenegger. Like I said, I was looking hard at these guys to ascertain whether or not they were wearing bulletproof vests, because I was thinking maybe it's a policy they're all wearing bulletproof vests now because EMTs come under fire as well. But it didn't look like it, which meant that these guys are more buff than your average cop. So that's a kind of pathology that apparently is rampant now throughout their profession. But, at the time that the paramedic was training us at the police academy, he was just this effeminate, skinny little gay guy. And he was just talking about, of course, wear your gloves all the time. Everybody's got AIDS. all this stuff, but he was telling us how to kill people. And he says, look, we do this all the time, and our biggest problem is that San Francisco has a human roach problem with the homeless. And I could sympathize. I could sympathize because one of the reasons that ambulance response was all fucked up in the early days, even though it was like lightning speed, flash speed compared to now, in the old days, what fucked it up was all the homeless people, because the city required them to be taken to hospitals. And of course, they're all drunk and out on drugs, and they're taking up all the hospitals. They're taking up all the hospital space. It's just nothing but drunk and drugged out homeless people. So at some point, obviously, some kind of policy kicked in where they just said, oh, we don't treat alcoholics. But obviously, in my case, this is madness because I'm not a street person, and they brought in a street person. And so the street person's there, and he's totally incoherent, and he's obviously brain damaged, but from whatever. And I said, oh, well, you're taking this individual in, and he's reeking of alcohol. And he said, that's different. The paramedics have not diagnosed him as being an alcoholic. This fucking yellow nigger from India tells me. And then, then I said, well, obviously, I'm not drunk. And he says, well, just because you're not drunk does not mean you're not an alcoholic. And in the end, it's just, this whole thing is meant to get rid of me, not as an individual, but because I was targeted by this one paramedic. And the moment he said what he said, I was persona non grata. So when it comes to the situation in general with what the gay guy was telling us, so we're overrun by homeless people. They're taking up all of the hospital beds, and honest, hardworking people who pay taxes are dying every day by the hundreds because of all these homeless people. So we got to start killing the homeless people. So he told us how to do that. When you're giving them the resuscitation technique, yeah, everybody in public, of course, doesn't know what the fuck you're doing, and they just see you pounding on this guy's sternum. And here's what you're doing is you're pushing his sternum into his liver directly. You keep pounding that, and you turn his liver into pate. And you kill the guy, immediately, just like that. Just keep pounding on it. Within minutes, he's dead. You've turned his liver into pate, which, when they do the forensic analysis, they expect with somebody who's drunk and on drugs anyway. So he was teaching us how to kill these people and do the city a service and the taxpayers a service. And at that time, I totally sympathized. I had no sympathy for these homeless people because they were preventing my own relations from getting cared for, because they're taking up the space all day for what they're doing to themselves. Now, they're still taking those people in, but they wouldn't treat me because the paramedic said I'm an alcoholic, but no paramedic said that about the other guy. So you see, this is all coming down now to the paramedics get to decide who lives, who dies. And so this nigger, for whatever reason, probably he's roided out, some kind of roid rage, decides that, oh, this guy, I'll make sure he doesn't get treated. So there you have that. It's, besides that, the insanity of the doctor, when I point out to him, look at my test results. Look at great heart. Great blood pressure, great everything taken so far, all the oxygen, everything. If I were alcoholic, I wouldn't have these great stats. So what you're saying is medically, before you're lying. And that's when it just came down to, oh, well, now we'll kick you out. I'll call security if you don't leave. It's like, this is the level we've gotten to. It's like, it doesn't even matter what the evidence says. It's all based on the paramedic has the power of God. If a paramedic has said that, like they said about my mom, when they decided to get back at me because when I called them to take my dad, and they said, come on down to me from the steps. And I said, it's not me, you idiots. After months of dealing with these motherfuckers, where they get everything wrong at the doctor's end, at the paramedic's end, none of these people are doing anything right. And theoretically, everybody thinks they're gods just because they can perform a tracheotomy or some shit. It's like, big fucking deal. I can perform a tracheotomy. Anybody can who's been through a Cub Scout course in first aid, emergency first aid and the like. And, saying, oh, these guys are great at putting people together. So fucking what? What does that do for all the lives they destroy for people like me? Based on nothing. It doesn't balance it out, I'll tell you that. So when it comes to, I have no sympathy for them. I'm not in the mood to hear about any balance on their regard. But I hear you anyway, Peter, and certainly.
Well, what you're experiencing there is a menagerie, a circus of a mockery of what's supposed to occur that seems so much generated by drugs.
Yes, well, a lot of it, yeah. I mean, overwhelmingly, that's where the hypocrisy comes in. Like I said, when we walked in, the male nurse is running around. He's diaphoretic, means he's sweating. His eyes are bugged out. Like I said, it's obvious he's on every drug in the spectrum that he can raid and pilfer from the dispensary. And yet they're saying they're not going to treat me because I'm an alcoholic. Madness! It's madness! Obviously these aren't the only details. There was plenty of other details of what went down, but it's more morbid entertainment than anything else, any other trivia. But but I'm glad that you reflect upon it, and it bears, like I said, what we need are drafts for the civil service. That would help eliminate all this. Right now, the problem with all these so-called professions is that they're cults, they're priesthoods. These are basically priesthoods, and these cabals of professionally enclaved blue-collar or white-collar or gold-collar mafias. Blue-collar being, of course, the police, the fire departments, the paramedics, all the rest of that. The gold-collar would be basically the doctors. When you get to white-collar, it'd be more like the nurses. But altogether, it's this just proceeding hierarchy of crap. It becomes impossible to work with, and of course, in the end, you can see why people have given up. You can see why there's been a revolt against the experts. There's a real anti-intellectual revolt against the experts for just this reason. They've been totally corrupted. Now, again, what happened with my mother was the paramedics told the doctors, there's nothing wrong with her, and the son's just a piece of shit, and he's just calling us because he's a vexatious patient, like a vexatious litigant, just calling for the sake of attention. So the doctors refused to take any images of my mother's brain, all the rest of that, until a brain injury expanded to the point where she clinically died. And it took months for me to get that CAT scan in. So all this because of the paramedics. And then for the same thing to happen now, like 20 years later, nothing has changed. It goes to prove to me there is no point in having doctors. There's no point in their going through 10 years of school in order to take a diagnosis from paramedics. Because in the case of my mother and the case of myself 20 years later, they took a diagnosis from the fucking paramedic. So what you say about, the paramedics there to deliver a package to the doctor, I mean, why even point that out to me? That's obvious. You're belaboring the obvious.
Well, I can't imagine this guy in the role that he was in on what I did in Long Island is giving a diagnosis to anybody.
Oh, I'm not saying that he's doing that, but I've seen it happen relentlessly.
No, I mean, this seems to be a local thing in San Francisco. I just can't imagine him doing that because it just seemed like it wouldn't be within the parameters of what he would do.
Well, it's not supposed to be. It's not supposed. Yeah. For one thing, it's completely illegal. He's not supposed to be allowed to give a diagnosis. But then again, you take a look at doctors. Your average.
Well, the problem is, why is the doctor accepting it? That's the absurdity.
Well, beyond that, I mean, take a look at how corrupt their own profession is, where you've got general internal medicine practitioners prescribing antidepressants, which led to my mother's catastrophic brain injury, was a toxic reaction that Asians have to a particular brand of antidepressant. And 1 out of 4 Asians that take it die. That's how toxic this is. Literally toxic is the term, meaning it's literally poison. It kills you if you're Asian, because this is the reality of race. But of course, they're not allowed to take race into calculation because we live in a politically perverted culture that denies the reality of race. And so because of that, they kill people by the scores with maltreatments. I could go on about that for hours. Different subject, in a sense. obviously relevant to my mother's case, but when it comes to the reason she got that antidepressant, it was prescribed by a general internal medicine practitioner. But these things should only be prescribed by a psychiatrist. And so how is it general internal medicine practitioners are prescribing antidepressants on a routine daily basis? That's obviously corruption of the medical industrial complex. That would be like a psychiatrist trying to do open heart surgery. And yet this is what is done. And it should not be done because the GIMP's general internal medicine practitioner, the acronym is GIMP or GIMP. The GIMPs are all just pill rollers. And so they're given the power, because they do nothing else, to dispense pills. But that's insane. So yes, the whole medical industrial complex is insane. And you throw in the insurance and everything else, of course, it becomes, it's the worst in the world. I don't care how much people complain about their health system. It's got to be the worst in the world. It's a miracle anyone survives it. But yeah, all such being said, yeah, definitely cathartic and venting, because this was like
it's outrageous.
Yeah.
It's outrageous what you suffered through, and
it's all my life. It's every single, my parents both died because of the medical industrial complex. And, I do my best to be reasonable with these people. You're trying to just maintain yourself as a patient who's not uncooperative, who's not contrarian, who's not, but it doesn't work. It's, they're determined. Now, the best thing I can say is that at least this happened at St. Francis, which is not my hospital. So the exchanges between these hospitals is non-existent for all intents and purposes. So this is not something that's going to impact my care at Kaiser. That's the good news. They're so separate that I've got different people listed as in the event that you're dying or we need to contact somebody, who do we call? At St. Francis, it was still my gang brother Beaver, whereas at Kaiser, it's of all people that hot garbage juice in a douchebag named V, the other V, not the V that's interacting with us tonight. So it's there you have that. It's like that's how separate their records are and their systems are. So there you go. I mean, so at least that we know that this isn't going to fuck up Kaiser. There's good news in that. And like I said, it was a useful trip in that I talked to the black African-American woman whose name I can't remember, who was telling me what to do about my insurance, or giving me some hints. So that was... So
are you kind of out of the woods on this now?
Well, I had to. I mean, basically I had to...
Now, currently.
Yeah, you mean health-wise?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, as far as I can see. I mean, I certainly, afterwards, I had no choice but to say, suck it up. I'm going to just feel better and force myself to hold down food, and it all seemed to work, and everything seems to be working. I seem to have conquered it. This is like I said, there was probably a result of the lymphatic massage, the latest thing that happened, but it was worrisome enough. I wanted to investigate, but I couldn't because of the conditions. But other than that, it seems fine. I will follow up, of course, with my Kaiser doctor just to make sure and see if they'll allow anything to be done, anything to be added to my normal drug blood tests, so I can continue to get my painkiller meds. We'll see what happens. I feel out of it, though. Yes, I feel infinitely better. Much more so, though I am certain... felt the symptoms of an oncoming syncopal collapse sometime in the past 24 hours. So expecting one to happen, and just preparing everyone tonight that if it does happen, I'll just shut down transmission. But I just want people to know that could happen, and maybe even likely will happen, because like I said, I've been eating more solid food than I normally would. And at some point I pay a price for that, because it goes through the digestive system. At some point it depresses the vagus nerve, and then I collapse, which is, of course, the disease my mother had, the condition my mother had. If there's any condition to damphorism, not vampirism, but damphorism, it's vasodepressor syncope, because we're not meant to handle all this solid food. Vampires don't have this problem because they're never going to be eating solid food at all. period. And that's something, we explain in the book, but might even explain in greater depth with our revision of it. But thank you, Peter. Thank you so much for asking. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I want to say one thing about the lymphatics.
Yeah.
Is that they are, they process the toxicity.
Yeah.
So when you get the lymphatic massage, it's gonna, you're gonna be releasing toxins, and this is what's so, challenging about it, because, it can be too much.
Yeah.
Too much. So it's like, it can kind of make you sick, because you get all this toxicity in you.
Yeah.
And it's like, these things should probably be done much more lightly.
Yes, or under controlled circumstances, yes.
Yeah, in other words, you just, okay. And it depends how ill the person is, too. It's an individual thing. I haven't studied lymphatic massage. The fascia massage, which is just putting the hands on the fascia and rubbing it lightly, is going to do wonders for anybody, and it's not going to create that same problem. But in any case, yeah, it's too much, too fast.
Well, hopefully, like you said, it's just some San Francisco thing where you've got these paramedics having this level of godlike control over people's lives. It's certainly something that needs to be addressed, but that'll have to wait for the future with other massive social dislocations coming. Well, we love you dearly, Peter, and thank you so much for everything tonight. It's certainly been wonderful as always, and you definitely appreciate everything, and looking forward to Wednesday, which will be here before we know it.
Yeah, and I want to remind people to donate to Douglas. Please do it if you can. He needs it, and we'll be getting this book out pretty soon. So that's something to look forward to, and I hope to announce it when I get back from Romania. But in the meantime, I'll send you something in the next few days.
Wonderful. I look forward to that. Well, we love you dearly, Peter. Most blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams. Okay?
Okay. Good night, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye for now. Okay, that's Dear Peter Moon, skybooksusa.com. And I'll contact all the usual suspects now. Not quite sure if there's a few. I'm not quite sure whether I should contact them or not, so let's hold a vote. So Aristides, Heather, and people in the chat room are welcome to vote. What do you think about our Dear Starfire and, of course, Ian West? What do you think about those two?
I listened through that. That was epic. This is just so perfectly like the return of Ian West. It's like, I met this nice girl who just come off a gangbang, and oh my god.
But try and explain this. I mean, say more about what you were going to say before I present some conundrums here with him.
No, that's it. Like I even, when I was listening to it, I even messaged Nemo. I'm like, oh my god, I'm listening through this, and he's like, yeah. He's like, well, Ian is definitely never boring to listen to.
That's right, never boring. That's true. That is true.
You're just in shock over the depravity, but I mean, you're not bored.
Yes. So true. And what
I hope he's listening. Hey, Ian, it was good to hear you. It was good to hear you. If you can hear me. It was a pleasure to hear you.
Yes.
Ian is a funny motherfucker. I'll give him that. He
is, and he's just naturally funny. He is. Yeah. He's naturally funny. Probably, if you just looked at him, you would laugh. You would probably just laugh looking at poor bastard. But it's like the one just to make a point. For instance, when I said trying to be sympathetic. Because he said, "Oh, I'm locked in this little apartment with no heat," and I said, "You must have lost a lot of weight." And it was, "I still get pussy, dog." And I was like, are you trying to tell me, like, does that mean to say that your weight was an advantage in getting pussy before, and that despite the fact that you sweat it all off, you're still getting it? What was that the logic?
That's the way of saying, well, no, I'm not wasting away here because I'm just a virile son of a bitch.
I guess, yes. I guess that's what he's trying to. He's always emphatic about that, his virility. Yes. But what was the other thing? The other thing that's puzzling to me
is... He may not be lying. Extremely virile.
Oh, yeah. Well, that meth gets you going like an Energizer bunny. Yeah, that's why Brooke said...
That or all the meth that was mentioned. One or the other.
Yes. And what was it? The other thing that comes to mind is his... So, this is what I don't get. So, he's like, at the grave of this Kennedy... And it's like I said, why is there a gun on her tombstone? It was a dog and a gun. Not a rifle, mind you, but a handgun. A dog and a handgun. Carved in...
Right.
What's that?
Right. Okay, yeah, it's a little weird. I mean, I've seen pictures, it's like, to Grandpa, and it was like, shows his old truck, or maybe he'd be out there hunting with the dog with a legitimate, like, double-barrel shotgun or something,
Yeah.
Yeah, but not a handgun.
Yeah, this was a handgun, and they were facing each other. The handgun and the dog were facing each other. And it was like, I was like, what does that mean? And he says, she's a Kennedy. They're all Satanists. And it was like, but, he's railing against the Satanists, but then he said, and you heard it, it's on record, but Christ was a child molester. And he goes into hideous detail about what he picked up on the internet that convinced him Christ was a child molester or pedophile. Not child molester, pedophile. Because, of course, it's on the internet. It must be true. And that's his attitude, apparently. And it's like, but I don't get it. If he feels Christ was a pedophile and he's against the Satanists, well, where does that leave him? Does that mean he's an atheistic anti-Satanist? How do you believe in Satanists if you're an atheist? Are you as puzzled by this as I am? I mean, Aristides, help me out here. The logic pretzel.
Yeah. There's a little bit of a logical, knot there. Yeah. Basically, like, they're all the same. They're all corrupt. All part of the same master plan.
I mean, all the way back to Christ. Yes. Oh my God. It's like, where do we turn? Ian, I guess we turn. Oh,
Good question.
Yeah, to Ian. Yeah, we turn to Ian.
All right. Well, he'll have to explain next time he's on.
Yes.
Like,
so votes. Aristides.
What now?
Yes, Aristides. Heather, votes. Do I bring Starfire and separate votes for each of them? Starfire and our man Ian. It's like here's the problem is they do suck up a lot of oxygen. They do. I mean, because Starfire gets on camera and she does that instinctively.
I know. I still could, like, I was about to make a note, like, where you actually, like, mute her and you're like, I don't think I've ever intentionally muted anyone. Like.
Yeah, that was funny. I thought.
Wow, that's all weird.
Oh, yes. Yeah, go on, honey.
Because I can't do those things. If I can't turn on my camera and do the same things, it's not fair.
Well, who said you couldn't, honey?
Well, the bandwidth thing, or it fries my phone whenever. That's what's happened to the phone that I'm using now. Is I used video while I was on Skype for too long, and it overheated my phone and it fried the whole thing.
Yeah, that's what happens. It does eat up bandwidth, and normally I'd be concerned about it, but because it was just like one person doing it, it's really. I don't think it's an issue when one person does it. If we all did it, yeah, it would become an issue. But I certainly want you to know that you're welcome to use it whenever you wish. I mean, I've got nothing against you turning on the camera. It's only I would usually tell guys that. I would tell guys, "Oh, your camera's on," because why would I want to look at them? But that was the weird thing about Trampas Nicholson. He kept coming on camera. Like, as if we wanted to see his ugly ass. So there you go. It's weirdness. So anyhow, I'll start calling all the other participants, and but votes from the chat, votes from Aristides and Heather. Let's see, what do people think of Ian and Starfire coming back on tonight? I mean, kind of up to everybody.
It's Star Fox, Douglas.
What's that? Oh, Star Fox. Oh, Foxfire.
Foxfire. You remember that book series, Foxfire?
Yes. You know about that.
Yeah, I have one of them. Actually, I have all of them.
You have all of them?
I've got
Oh my fucking God.
Yeah,
Consider
most of
yourself
them.
lucky. Consider yourself lucky. For those of you who don't know, the Foxfire collection of books is written by like Appalachian hill people who are telling each other little hacks. They're life hacks for survival with post-apocalyptic technology. And it's just like, how do we get the fire going using, cow chips and shit. And it's like, what's that? Yeah. It's like, all kinds of weird shit for like little survival tips. I mean, it's a fascinating. You just look at that and it's like, I would rather die than live like that.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, here's how you can use cobwebs, literal spider's cobwebs over an open wound to help the open wound. This is not unimportant information. It's simply esoterica, discovered after generations of living without medical care. I mean, the way we're all going to turn out when, the ambulances services all start acting like they do in San Francisco. But at any rate...
Right, and the thing that you had mentioned earlier, you had mentioned the movie Cartoon.
Yeah.
I think that we have a copy on like a personal tape that we had made copies of movies. I think we have a Cartoon copy.
Oh, that's cool. That's cute. Yeah.
I think I watched that movie like 800 times.
Oh my God. Oh, that's cute. That's adorable. It's so yeah, thank you for that. And remind me to bring up with Peter on Wednesday. Everybody make a note and remind me to bring up with Peter on Wednesday the Arab guy again, because this is actually important. Obviously, H.P. Lovecraft was ultimately descended from his name, actually, when they came to the United States, got changed. And Lovecraft's original generational name, generations back, was something like Hazard, which actually was a variant of Alhazred, the Mad Arab, from whom H.P. Lovecraft was ultimately descended. And so this, of course, brings us back to the quotations from the Quran, in which the Quran warns people, Shaitan is Al-Cthulhu, the great abandoner. Satan is the great abandoner, and that's where the term Cthulhu comes from. But then I'm confronted with this Arab cab driver who, answers, Douglas, like with this, because he got the robocall from the dispatcher. And, and of course that's when I denied it and just said, no, Bugless, sounds like bugless in English, but it's Baglas in Arabic. Then he picks me up, because if I had said Douglas, Douglas is, he even said it when I got in the car. Oh, thank God, they said Douglas, and I'm glad they were mistaken. And I says, yes, I know, Douglas in Arabic is the devil. Shaitan, he says. And that brings us back to, Lovecraft and the Quran. Shaitan is Al-Cthulhu, the great abandoner. The whole thing runs in a circle there. So we got to bring that to Peter's attention. Because that's part of his synchronicity shit that he's always on about. Okay, so let's see who we can reach. And we reach out to all the usual. We're an hour in. Let's see who's up. And
it wouldn't be as fun if the video wasn't accessibility.
I'm sorry, say that again, honey? You sound so tiny and tinny.
Sometimes you need to have that video to make it even interesting.
Yeah, you mean like with people talking on the Skype or what?
Yeah, on Skype. Like sometimes you need the video for context,
I guess, yeah, sometimes. Yeah, I mean, most of the time, honestly, it's, of course, one picture's worth 1,000 words. Obviously, there's so much that is expressed visually, But of course, yeah, we generally need to learn to, and of course, our man Aristides and I will talk about this. We're going to talk about, you know, his friend teaching him about what to do with the OBS, so I can show our listeners some of the images we're always looking at. We'll do that soon enough. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
We're having a storm warning. I don't know how good I'm going to be able to stay clear, you know, so.
Okay. Well, stay with us as long as you can, and certainly we appreciate you. Believe me, we love you being here. I mean, and
I went to the car right now where I could be connected.
Okay.
It's a good connection and see clearly.
Mm-hmm. But obviously, well, hey, where are you in Arizona? You're in Arizona, right?
Yeah, it's the Phoenix area.
Yeah. So, like, I mean, the storms out there are not like hurricanes, unless climate change is really fucking us over.
Yeah, they get these monsoons. We get the monsoon storms that are pretty gnarly sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm going to refrain from calling Ian and Star Fox for a little while. Yeah, let's see if we can get everyone else first, because once they come on, it's like it's like you know,
Right.
they yeah.
Let's
Let's
save the best for last.
Heather sent us a storm warning here, and so yes, stay safe, Heather. Sammy Romero unavailable. See who else answers here. Amongst our of course, everyone's welcome to burn bandwidth while I sit here trying to gain my voice back. It's staring at you know, multiple ringing screens here, micro screens.
That's fine. Well, like Heather, she sent me an interesting bit about technical details about like voice to skull technology. Very highly technical. Like, here's exactly how it's done, and here's the equations of, you know, this and that, and equations, man. Had equations in the paper. That's how you know it was serious.
Oh yes, and it's still just the three of us. It's still just the three of us. Nobody showed up. What happens when you
just bring everybody? It's like it's going to be what it is. If you want to take I guess you're wanting to take a break, right?
I'd like to. Yeah. So let me try and call for Ian and Starfire.
Yeah. Hit everybody. Just
Star Fox.
Hoping, go for it.
Yeah, Star Fox here, and let's see now, Ian West.
Did you say you mind if I rewind for just a second?
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Remember, we got the link from V, the whole Illuminati card game.
Yeah.
And the guy that made it, you say you knew him, or you had personal knowledge of him, or
Steve Jackson. Steve Jackson. I mean, a long time ago. Yeah. What about?
Yeah. I'm just wondering, you actually knew him.
Acquainted.
Right. Okay. You were actually acquainted with the guy that made that. Okay. Yeah. All right. That's all I was confirming. Right.
Yeah. I mean, he did a lot of other trippy things, and he had his own little industry. I mean, what do you think? I mean, if a guy starts his own company called Steve Jackson Games, it's obviously he intends to make a monument of himself. I mean, back in those days, he was one of the dominant figures in the gaming industry for when it came to role-playing games. I mean, this is old school shit. You know, nobody does this stuff anymore. This is like, you know, these days with everything in electronic, it's a real lost art. But at the same time, most people would probably think they aren't missing much. And so it says Ian West unavailable. It says Star Fox unavailable. They probably both heard me and got all ticked off. But
I don't think
that's true.
I don't think either of them's going to scare very easily.
Thank you. Yes. Sammy Romero has joined us. All right. So, dear Sammy, catch us up with a situation report. I'm not going to leave until I hear your basic status. So, yes, give us a lowdown, Sammy, please. And
Hey, what's going on, Doug?
oh, everything's going better with your appearance. Say hi to Heather and Aristides, of
Oh,
course.
oh, hi, Heather. Hi, Aristides.
Hey, hey, thanks for joining, man.
Yeah,
Hey,
appreciate it.
just checking in.
Yeah.
Honestly, I've been just doing the dad thing. My nine-month-old, my 9-month-old been teething, so
Oh
I'm
my.
pretty much dealing with her, and she has fever right now. So,
Ooh,
you know,
let's
it's
pray.
just it's part of you know
Oh yeah.
parenthood.
Yep.
But other than that, I mean, that's pretty much what's going on with me right now. But you know, I'm fine. I'm safe. You know, and I'm blessed. It just it's work. It's work in the sense of you know monitoring, you know, being a parent.
Well, I'll put off my break easily for as long as you and I can talk. I do want to catch up with you. It's been so long, and of course, we need to speak privately. And you know that I'm going to do my best to contact you soon. He just went on pause, so when he comes off it, let's hope he can give us, you know, aside from the situation report, we can hold a bit more discussion on what's been going down, and. Yeah, I do not, how would I say it? I don't share Peter's concern about Trump's life. Not only because I don't care if Trump is shot, but I honestly can't imagine assassination attempts continuing. You know, Peter's like saying, "Oh, Trump better watch out. He might be in danger." And well, really?
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you feel, Aristides? Or
You know what? I'd say that'd be fine because at this point, I'm just so. Like any kind of novelty beyond this, like just feeling like we're trapped in this like bad, like you know rerun.
yes.
You know whatever novel thing is gonna propel us out of this. Like let's go. Like, does that mean Trump gets shot? Sure. Like whatever. Come on. Like how can we just like break out of this cycle? And this is so ridiculous that this is even real life. You know?
Thank you. I mean, well, like that one. Peter Moon was sourcing that one astrologer, I guess, who said that neither one of them will be there by the time of the election. I think that's a beautiful scenario. I love that scenario.
Sounds fun. Sounds like elections in other countries where it's like 5 parties, or what was it in Mexico? It was like over the course of the election cycle, like 30 or 40 people got killed. Like that's how, you know. So, you know,
were these people running or just innocent bystanders?
No, yeah, they were running like candidates that were murdered, like 30.
Holy shit!
You know, from various levels. You know, local, state. You know, maybe near the president or something. You know.
Holy shit!
That's how you do politics, man. It's like your candidate is not going to win if he's not alive.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the old-fashioned politics.
Yes. Well, George Knight has joined us. So, okay, we are.
Hello.
So, for how much time tonight are we graced with your presence, dear George?
About a good hour, Douglas. Thank you.
Oh, good. Yes, thank God. Well, I'm so glad you're here. So obviously you're one of our talkers, and Sammy's on pause right now, and he's dealing with some kids who are teething and have fevers. Did I get that right, Aristides?
Yes.
Thank you.
And like when you have a baby, it's like don't count on a sleep schedule. Like you're awake when the baby needs you to be awake.
Yeah. Oh man, fuck that.
Right.
Fuck that.
It's just an endless series of naps and like suffering.
Oh my God. And so now George, our man Aristides, you know,
Yes.
he raised a daughter and put her through college, all that good shit.
Right.
I mean, so when you look at her, does it feel like it was worth it? All that lost sleep?
Yeah. I mean, and that's easier to say if your kid turns out well, and I think he turned out well. So yes, of course it's worth it.
Okay, good. Yeah, there you have that to look forward to, George.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, I don't miss those days. Those days are long gone for me, thank God. I do remember those. The TV nights and all that. Oh,
yeah.
Yes. It's so good to come out the other side.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a break. I'll be back as soon as I can, but you know, sometimes this could take a while. I don't know if you heard any of the opening hour, George, but if you did, if you didn't, you did? Did you?
No, I was going to say, Aristides, please enlighten me.
Yeah, so Aristides will fill you in on it. Aristides will fill you in on it, and it was
I'm fill them in on what?
the nightmare that is my life.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. A lot of medical bullshit, and you ate too much food, and you like got AIDS from like the neighbor's toilet water.
Oh, shit. I didn't get AIDS, George. Don't worry about that. But yeah, it's
Temporary.
Yeah, remind me not to have Aristides write my resume. So it's I'm not going to repeat it. Honestly, but Aristides will give you kind of a summary. I'm sure that's a bit more coherent when I'm gone. Other than that, both of you can.
I can try, but I think it's best you related to him, George. We'll definitely. George is the guy you definitely find something to talk about with. So best
yes.
Yes.
Well, you can talk. You can talk to George, of course, about the voice to skull technology that Heather Holman shared with you before she disappeared on us. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
And that's the explanation for the time. That's the explanation for the time that Peter was sitting on air with me and then said, what was it again? That fell out? My implant fell out. He said
implant.
Yeah, multiple times. Yeah, my implant fell out. My implant fell out. Yeah. That's the orders he was receiving from Langley, Virginia. Voice to skull. Yes. Oh my God. Okay, so I love both of you dearly. Both of you have got this. Let's take a look at our listeners in the chat and see how everybody's holding up. And everybody, you're in good hands with these guys. These guys are awesome. They've got you covered, and I'll be back as soon as possible, and then we'll decide how long I can last throughout the night tonight. And so thank you. I'll go mute now, and blessings to both of you. I'll let you know as soon as I return. Okay, thank you, George.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming.
No, take your time, Douglas. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, look forward to talking to you. Hello, Aristides. How are you doing?
Hello, George.
Good. The pond, yes.
Yeah. Good to hear from you. Thanks for joining.
Yeah. No, thank you so much for having us on. Yes.
We have something to talk about here. I am digging up the, I believe it's a document that Heather sent me on one proposed method of voice, basically what we know is voice to skull technology. They call this something else, and of course in the title of the paper, but wait, what do they call it? Method of encoding speech on an RF signal, which intelligibly transmits that signal to the hearing receptors of a human. 10 pages. Right, yeah, so voice to skull.
Right, okay.
I'll send that along. Yeah. So while I'm sending that along, what else is up? Update us on your life.
Yeah, no, it's a work duty day. So I've just before I ventured on, I was just making myself a coffee and just ready to start the day. So you're one of those coffee drinking Brits, right? Yes, of course. Yes. I mean, you're virtually an American at that point. Like, yes. You're an honorary American. No, that's right. So man. We get coffee anytime. My friend actually owns a coffee roasting shop, so it's really I do have that privilege. You roast it right here locally. It's so good. It's so good. Happy days. No, thank you. Yeah. Yes, and we had a late one last night because, of course, it was the finals in the Euros. So I'm not a football fan myself, but because it was the finals, we all decided to watch myself and my family, and so we had a late one last night just to watch it because it was it finished at 10 o'clock at night. Well, that was probably a relief from the political elections, which just recently happened, right? Yeah, certainly was. Yeah. What's your take on that? Like, so the other guys won basically, right? Yeah. Kind of guy. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. The conservatives are out. We kind of knew that Starmer was going to win. They had the majority of the polls. They were winning on the seats, so to speak, and they had the majority of the constituency, so they had a large portion. So it was inevitable, and the majority of the vote was an anti-Tory vote because they were in power for 14 years, and the general populace, for 14 years. Gordon Brown was the last prime minister that was on the behalf of the Labourite government, the former Labour government. And this is apparently a reformed version of Labour. This is a new, revamped and reformed version of the old Blair and Gordon Brown government, which were part of the collaboration of the coalition alliances that invaded Iraq. So the former one before that they were more heavily communist, or they were swaying towards the red flag more, so to speak. As opposed to,
we wouldn't want that. We don't actually want commies, I don't think.
No. And so, you've got this, then other parties was like Nigel Farage. He started the Reform Party, and then you had all these other, you got the Lib Dems, and the other one is, you got the Green Party, and all these more subsumed, more subvert versions of they're either lefties, righties, or the centralists. So they all have their own political game and agenda. So I've been looking only loosely into what the stance is with this new version of Labour, the new Labourite Party. Thank you for sending me that, by the way, overseas. I've just received it, so thank you. I'll take a look at that.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I've kind of thought that, like, wow, you said 14 years that party was in power.
Yes.
That's
They've had
long
many.
time.
They've had Theresa. They had David Cameron. They've had Theresa May. They've had, of course, Boris Johnson, Rishi Sunak, and they had Liz Truss. They had so many different people, and it was.
I'd almost say, like, I thought of a funny theory that's like, if we're going to be stuck in a two-party state, and it's like over here at least, we're like, every election, every 4 years, we're like, which party are we going to be stuck with, this time, So my idea was, like, we just alternate parties. You know what I mean? Like, every 4 years you have this party, and then automatically every 4 years you have the other party, and they can vote on their person, wherever that is, and but it automatically flip-flops back and forth. That's kind of like a balance of power thing. You know what I mean? Like checks and balances type thing.
Yes. It's similar, very similar case. I mean, I don't know if during the open hours, did anyone mention about the Trump rally assassination attempt? Did anyone bring that up? Yeah.
Oh, of course. Yeah, we speculate on that quite a bit because it's an unavoidably large topic of the day.
Yes. I was hoping to wake up to some good news yesterday morning.
Right. Like if the guy had been 2 inches to the right, right? Yeah.
Yes, skim of his teeth, he just missed. Yeah, it's unfortunate. So not that it would pay any benefit, not that it would do any,
Assuming that was organic, that it really was a bullet in the air that did that, and that may have actually been intended to do the full job, and it was just luck of the draw that it didn't. Like that. That's pretty exciting. That's pretty exciting times if that's true.
Yes.
I don't know if it's true, but.
Yes, it was. Certainly an interesting breaking news to wake up to yesterday. I did watch some of the reports and the commentators on that incident, the Trump rally, and was it? Whereabouts? Which state was that in? Because it was a red state. Certainly, everyone with the MAGA hats and everything.
Wasn't it
Philadelphia?
Yeah,
it was. Yes.
Well, it was Pennsylvania, which really just is a classical example of the coastal city is blue and the country is red.
Coast.
Yeah, but the city, the city, which is of course on the coast because that's what's developed, is liberal, blue, and the entire country is probably red. The entire country portion. You know what I mean?
Yes, thank you. Interesting. And was there collateral damage? There was one of the attendees that were there. Did they get killed? Was there a victim? I did hear that.
I think there was a bystander. One, at least one, maybe two. At least one for sure, maybe two, but one guy definitely got, I think, like fucking brain, like, you know, yeah, like a headshot, like, you know, it was quick.
Oh yes, because I think there was several rounds fired, wasn't it? There was several, like at least a dozen rounds that were fired into Trump.
Yeah,
so,
8 or so, something like that, 8.
Yes.
But I heard of one like bystander fatality. Yeah.
Yes, of course.
That sounds pretty credible.
Yes, of course. And yeah, they were saying, because it was obviously under the security, it was some of Trump's personal security, and plus the Secret Service. The reports I was listening to, they were saying about how incompetent it all was, and it was, yes, there was some form of collusion. Some people were insinuating that it was a form of orchestrated collusion.
Theories range from everything to, you know,
Yes.
fake, and it was like, did he have like a movie prop or like a, you know, a ketchup packet, you know, by his ear, to you know, everything else, to it's like I found something that describes this in biblical prophecy, you know. It's like, oh my god. And everything in between. Yeah, right. Like a low effort fake to biblical prophecy. I think that's the range of everybody's conspiracy speculation.
Yeah, so many so far. So soon. Right. It's startling, but yeah, of course, it's just the nature of the game, isn't it? Most people they jump on that bandwagon.
I think, the dust still has to settle. You know what I mean? It is, you know, depending on some kind of kid and and it's like the dust still has to kind of settle down there. And it's really what is the ultimate effect on society it has. It's the important thing. It's not like, oh, you know, like what kind of rifle was it? Like, who fucking cares? Like,
yes, it was certainly. But I did see the first pictures I was seeing that I was receiving were the vigilante, the vigilant on top of the rooftops. That was where he he positioned himself, and so I did see pictures of the body that was taken.
One picture of like supposedly killed a guy, and I've seen him have like 5 different identities so far.
Right. Okay. So, I just want a status report on it. Steve. So because I haven't seen it since yesterday morning.
They're basically pinning it on a kid that supposedly is a Republican. I'm not 100% convinced of that. Or, you know, maybe you've been posing as one, but like so far it's, you know, pinned on some kid is like the lone, you know, of course, lone nut job, and like I said, I think the dust still has to settle before, you know, we can judge it by the ramifications that it has, you know. Like, you know, how are they going to spin it and all this and whatnot.
It'd be interesting what transpires from that, from the whole incident.
It will. It's a huge ping. Like I said, it is a huge novelty episode, so it will have its fallout, you know.
Yes. And the other thing I saw, did Biden introduce Volodymyr Zelensky as Vladimir Putin? Did he?
Oh, I mean, there's been a couple good gaffes lately like that. He called Biden Putin. He said that he was the first like black vice president or something about black vice president. Like another identity mix up, like just very blatant. He's very pretty much just reliable on these things almost. That like every time he appears, he's going to say something like just have a complete like, you know, brain fart moment.
And then it's embedded into the minds of all of us.
It's almost a joke at this point. Like it's like, you know, I guess some people want to like convince themselves or they're pro Biden, but it's like it's like a joke for everybody. It's just like, oh my god, what is he going to say now? Like, you know. We know he's just like this. Nobody disputes he's just like this doddering, like, you know, like thing. You know, nobody disputes that. It's just
And didn't Biden and plus Zelensky, didn't they send their like deepest sympathies and condolences to Trump after the incident?
I'm not sure. I didn't
see that at all.
No, I haven't seen anything specifically on that. They probably said something fairly politically correct, like, you know.
Yeah, of course.
Just to not look like an asshole, but you know, I think we need politics. politicians that like aren't afraid to be an asshole, which everybody thinks Trump is, but obviously he like, I got to send you the one meme where it's like he's got his, that his fist raised in defiance, and like, but somebody captioned it like it's like nobody's gonna stop me from sucking Israel's dick, like basically, that was the caption. I thought that was perfect.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. So could you please enlighten me, Aristides, about the opening hours of the show and what was going down with obviously Peter Moon was present, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So yes,
was Douglas when he detailed some of his medical stuff he's going through, which the actual details of which it's best he probably tells you, and then they did have some comments about the whole medical system, kind of like basically like, do they really do the best thing for you, or are they some kind of like cult that can like decide if you live or die, like.
Yes. And we have Aristides, we have Ian West that's joined us. It's been a while, Ian West.
What's up?
Time.
You there?
He's on mute at the moment, but are you
okay?
Are you
come
able
on.
To speak? Yes.
He'll figure it out. He's an audio visual expert. This guy will figure it out. From what he says, he's like.
Ian West, could you test your audio, please?
Yeah, he's probably trying.
Yes.
Yeah,
but please. Yeah, please continue.
Go on.
Please continue, Aristides. Yeah, so what did Peter Moon say about the assassination attempt? What was his hypotheses on it?
What was one of his good lines? It's like, I guess it was, which one was he comparing, like how bad Biden would have needed an actual assassination versus like how much good the failed attempt does for for Trump. Like, yeah.
Yes, of course.
Yeah,
of course. So
the consensus is that like it's really that it's probably helped Trump the bottom line.
Yeah.
Hey,
Ian,
can you hear me? Hey, can you hear me?
You're coming through. How are you? It's been a little while. It's been a long time.
Yeah, I'm back in action. How you been, George?
I've been very well, Ian. Yes, thank you so much, Ian. And I didn't realize you were back. So this is And I know you did. Was it your other Facebook account? You did message me the other day. I haven't been able to open it, unfortunately, but it is it's not your name, Ian West. It's a different alias. Was that yourself contacting me the other day, Ian? Just to confirm.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Well, thank you.
I heard about you and Amy talking, and you guys you hit the nail on the head about cognitive dissonance and all that.
Oh yeah, thank you. Yes, I know you're certainly aware of that. So thank you very much. And so how's everything your end? It's been such a long time. It's probably been, I haven't spoken to you all year. We're already halfway through the year, so
I know. No, it's been okay. It's been here. Let me take off these headphones. Can you hear me?
No, you're sounding clear. Yeah, coming through loud and clear.
Goddamn Skype shit. Hold on. My bad, y'all. My bad. Hold on. Let me plug this thing back in. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, you're coming through loud and clear, Ian. Yeah, so what's going on down your end? So anything you wanted to bring up? Yeah, whilst you're on air. Is this the first time you've appeared on the show, Ian, since last time? Yeah.
Last time was the first time in a while.
Yeah, it was. I hate these goddamn headphones. These headphones are a piece of shit. Hold on. I hate these things. Okay, right. Can you hear me now?
No, you're still coming through loud and clear, Ian. Yeah, thank you for joining us. Yes.
Okay.
And so
cool.
So how's everything your end? How's everything been?
I'm hanging in there, man. I got another job interview tomorrow for this Norwegian cruise line, so hopefully that shit falls through.
Right, and what's the job role? What are you doing for the cruise line? What are you?
Just an AV tech position, just running the shows there.
All right, happy days. Yeah. So all the best, yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yes,
yeah,
good
I'm
luck with
hoping.
all that.
I'm hoping it goes through so I can get the fuck out of here. But besides all that, how you been, George? What you been up to, man? How's the baby?
Yeah, no, she's growing up. Yeah, no longer a baby. She's now she's turned into a young lady now. So yes, as they do, they don't stay babies for too long. Yes.
How's it been long?
But yeah, no. And work's been good. Yeah, just been busy. And I come on the show whenever I can, whenever I get time, and whenever opportunity arises. So it's just been the same old my end. It's just been so nothing. No, obviously no report is obviously good. Yeah, no bad news is good news. So yeah.
Well, it's good to meet you, Aristides. We've never talked before, but it's good to meet you, man.
Yeah, it's amazing that we never actually talked, because I think the infamous, like, you played the deep fake thing, all that happened before I started coming on. So
yeah,
you're like a dinosaur now, man. You're like, from days gone by.
It's cool as fuck. Like, I've been meeting people from around the world that listen to the show and shit. So it's pretty cool,
Yeah. I'm sure it's been quite a spiritual journey,
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, a lot of people from that fly into Orlando, they're like, "You're Ian West from Douglas Dietrich's show." I'm like, "Yeah."
Oh, shit.
Really? Does it get word get around Ian fast around there?
Yeah.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, and
maybe that's why the billionaires are so worried about it now, because that was one of Peter's things. He was like, "Well, the billionaires have this conference, and their two big concerns were Donald Trump and Douglas Dietrich." That was his official thing he sent out in his email. That he I don't know where he got the information, but that was the headline.
Amazing.
Yeah. Enemies of the billionaires: Donald Trump and Douglas Dietrich.
That's amazing. But George, George, did you see the pictures I sent of Middle Earth?
No, I haven't, Ian. No, could you please send them via this chat, or put them in the chat box in this Skype call, please, so I can just quickly review them.
Yeah. Let me.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. They've actually started. So some of the, I think, like the Guardian newspaper in the UK. Excuse me, I'm going to sneeze in a moment, Aristides and Ian West. But they started talking about.
Okay, I'm back. I can cover you while you sneeze. You sneeze. There we are. Yes.
Yes, I'm so glad you returned, actually, because I was just about to make a point, Douglas. They've started talking about the collapse of the Gulf Stream.
Okay.
And it's been hitting the headlines in the UK. Yes.
Okay, so yeah, tell us about this, please. If
Well, Aristides has just brought up the fact that they're starting to recognise yourself, Douglas. A little, they're starting to recognise some of the things that you're saying, and so it's just it goes without saying. Go on,
No, where did Peter get it? He was like, there was a conference, and billionaires determined that their main enemies were Donald Trump and Douglas Dietrich. It's like, cool. That's like a cool headline, but it's like, what did he ever say what the source was of that?
No. He's just making that up. It was cute. It's just Ian, but by the way, Ian West has joined us. I don't know if anyone's noticed that, but
oh yes, he's been.
Yeah.
Well, welcome aboard, Ian. And Aristides, do complete your thought, please, before I turn towards everyone else.
I don't know.
You were talking about, Peter was saying how the billionaires got together and they said the big thing.
Yeah, where did he get that? Where did he hear that, the billionaires' greatest enemies were you? And I'm not disputing it, but I'm just I'm curious to know whether he ever cited where he heard that.
Well, the subtitle to Sky Books, which I always disliked, was Where Science Fiction Meets Reality. So I guess it's there for a reason, yeah. It comes out in moments like that, yeah, most blatantly. But so George Knight was talking about the jet stream, and Ian West is here to. So be patient with us, Ian, because George only has a limited amount of time. How about you? How about your amount of time? Are you on a cell phone with a limited amount of juice on it tonight, Ian? What are you calling us from? A cell phone or a PC or what?
Yeah, I'm on the cell phone. I'm trying to get up these pictures of Middle Earth to put in the chat for everybody.
Hey, remember what I said about being careful what you do with what you get out of the computer, of course. Oh, yes. I'm not quite sure. Run them through myself first. By that, you mean chat? You mean the text box here with us, correct?
Yeah, in the Skype. But don't worry, none of the pictures are from Bulgaria. Don't worry about it.
Yes. Okay. Well, yes. Yes. Well, they're just here in the text. That's okay. Well, he's on his cell phone, but we'll hope the juice lasts a little while. I have some questions to ask him about the logic pretzels that he confronted us with on our latest episode before tonight's. Oh yes. While I'm So George, continue.
Yes,
they just talked about they're finally talking about the Gulf Stream collapsing, and what else is coming out in the news, in England?
Yes. Well, just a little personal thing that happened yesterday. We got the finals into the Euros. So I don't watch football, I don't follow football, but because England were in the finals against Spain, I did bring up just loosely that it's funny that we're in the finals together, competing against one another, but in reality, if it was the conventional warfare, if Britain was going to go to war with anyone, it would be Spain.
Yes.
And we would win in the conventional sense, in the conventional warfare sense. And it's because of it is inevitable and imminent, the collapse of the Gulf Stream. They are predicting that it will collapse. And so, yes, they obviously territorially, with all these sovereign states, they're trying to reclaim territory, and obviously Britain cannot ever lose the Falklands, like it went to war against the Argentinians in '82. The British also had the same stance in 2017 when the threat that they were going to reclaim Gibraltar. That was in a very real sense, and I think that was under Theresa May. Theresa May did state that she would go to war with Spain. That was in 2017. They were threatening over the territory of Gibraltar. They cannot lose it. And there is a project. There is this. They're trying to connect the two continents, the African continent to Morocco, from the European continent of Gibraltar, Spain.
Yes.
And there is this proposed, and it's about several kilometers between the two, and this is the entry point to the Mediterranean, and it's to connect these two continents together, mass continents together. There is this gateway. There is this proposed either channel tunnel underneath, or a bridge across, which would be quite preposterous in any viable sense. So there is a massive significance, and there's a reason why Britain cannot lose Gibraltar. So they would go to war with Spain if this was a threat to Britain itself. Just like with the Falklands, I always draw these parallels together as an example.
How did everyone take that? But continue with all other details.
Well, the reason I'm bringing that up, like in that sense, is because we're consciously aware and know what's the reality and what the situation is, and most people are unaware of that. But it was just.
I mean, what does it feel like? Tell people what it feels like to be consciously aware of things from a strategic sense and be surrounded by people around you who are so blind, so ignorant of what's going on, and yet they vocalize that they care. They try to claim that they care what's going on. It's absolutely bizarre.
And there's no reflection in my eyes. There's no reflection of that. They don't project any sense of any form of empathy or remorse for the environment or anything like that. And yet they'll try to project that, or they'll try to personify it in such a sense. But this is I just brought up the Guardian newspaper outlet article, brought up the fact that, and they compare it to the movie what was it, the end Aristides, help me out here, please. It was tomorrow. It was like, it came out in 2009.
I think it was simply called
Day After
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Or Day After
Day
Tomorrow,
After.
maybe? Yeah, okay. I
Yes,
thought it was
and
just
that's
called
what-
Tomorrow. If it was the one that was based on Whitley Strieber's book, combined with Art Bell, or they did this stupid book called The Quickening, I think it was simply called Tomorrow. But the
Tomorrow.
Day After Tomorrow, wasn't that the
is the
nuclear
movie.
war movie? Wasn't that the nuclear war movie?
That was the and that was the whole. I never understood it because they didn't really elaborate on it during the early scenes in that movie. But it's because of the Gulf Stream collapsing. But they didn't. In the reality, of course, it's this. It starts from the Gulf of Mexico and it goes.
Right, you're right. It's the Day
towards
After
the
Tomorrow, and it's 2004.
Yes.
2004, The Day After
And it was
Tomorrow.
2004. Thank you. No, much appreciated, Douglas. So yeah, it was 2004. Thank you for that. This is the whole movie is based on what would happen if the Gulf Stream collapsed. It float, and I'm trying to think of the acronym of the flow of the warm water from the Gulf of Mexico that flows upwards towards the Arctic Circle, which is what keeps the British Isles warm, which is what keeps us at a sustainable temperature for inhabitants. Whereas when we bring up Doggerland, this during that period of time prior, because we're talking about dating back prior 10,000 years, 12,000 years, we had a ice age, and when the ice melted, it then consumed Doggerland. It consumed the surround, which is what connected us to the
continent.
European,
By the way, basically the Gulf Stream merges into the Sargasso Sea. I know that.
Yes.
So the Sargasso Sea is that it's what's called it's within the rotation center of the North Atlantic Gyre, which is why you get this this kind of stagnant pool, so to speak, the stagnant ocean area where you get all the seaweed that grows. But continue, yes, of course, and so obviously, as you were saying, Doggerland was submerged when that flood occurred with the Ice Age and the retreat of the glaciers, and yes, by all means, continue. Yes.
Yes, no, thank you, Douglas. And so, there was several conquests to inhabit Britain at that point in time, and it failed. And now it's been the latest one has been inhabited for 10,000 years because of the ice sheet that melted, that retreated, the glacier sheets that retreated, as you just mentioned. And so, what they are realizing now, these including on the political level, so the politicians are coming to a realization. This is where it's come from scientific investigation and research down to the political level, which is now why they're imposing these strategic plans or manifestos to invest in expenditure of our armed forces, because it's coming to a realization of the reality of the imminent collapse of the Gulf Stream.
Yes.
So now they're imposing these plans strategically in place to preempt a Gulf Stream collapse. So it was just April. Yeah, thank you, Douglas.
And by the way, just so people understand, when George says they're planning to preempt the collapse of the Gulf Stream, what he means is they're planning to prepare for it, but I don't think they can. I don't think they can do anything to prevent it. So
no, beg your pardon. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, just to make
because when people hear you say preempt, they might think that you're talking about a way to prevent it. Yes. Right.
Yes. No, there is no. So yes, the reverse and change of climate change. It will be very hard for anyone. Sorry. So let's just make that clear. Thank you if anyone's confused by what I just said. Yes, it makes sense. Thank you, Douglas. That no, there's nothing they can do to prevent the Gulf Stream collapsing. What they are doing is they're preempting a plan in place of the Gulf Stream collapse. Okay. So that is in the military sense, that is what they are proposing. So that's obvious with the propositions that they are imposing on a policy in the UK. And so, yes, we'll see where the Labourite government go with that. The people who are in charge and power right now, we'll see, because Rishi Sunak's government was certainly in preparation for that, with the proposition of reinstating a conscript and national service for all people of the age of that are escaping adolescence into adulthood, going in from between the years of 18 to 19 for 12 months, which is is what Douglas was
saying. Yes, the Draconic advisement. Yes. And we could even call it, we could even call it Hitlerian, since I'm Hitler's son. We could just one step removed, a Hitlerian advisement, and they're finally listening. And in fact, it's up without crediting me, of course. It's so. How do I say it? It just leaves one shaking one's head. But do go on. And by the way, I called the ambulance here in San Francisco, and it was like, the response time was outrageously slow. I don't know. Do you have any impression of what the ambulance response time is in England now, after all the bitching I was doing about Rishi Sunak and all the people who were dying because the ambulance wouldn't come? I mean, how is that turning out? Is anybody working on that?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's been an issue for such a long time. There's no point. You've got more chance of calling your neighbour, to get them out of bed and come rescue you than you can for any. Yes. Oh my goodness gracious. It's it's just.
Oh, you're not seeing me in bed.
Hello, Brooke.
Sorry, lovely Brooke is on camera. Except we can't see her. She went off camera. Then she went off camera. Thank God Ian doesn't come on camera. But at any rate,
I was laying in the bed and heard you and sat up, and I cut the phone on and cut the camera on. And I was like, oh my God, I look scary. I didn't even brush my hair. So I was asleep, actually. I slept for like 2 hours earlier. But anyway, I just wanted to, I didn't mean to interrupt you, George, but I came in with the camera and I was like, oh God, how do I get it off? Sorry.
So here's what Brooke wrote about what you were saying, George. Brooke wrote, "We are Americans. We should care about what you are saying. We don't." What she's saying is it's a tragedy. Americans don't care about the subjects you're broaching tonight. Yes. And she says, just referring to most Americans caring about anything outside of us or outside of U.S., if not forced on news media as a drama. And so I'll be interested in, but do continue. But also, did you and Aristides cover this already? What impression did you have of the abortive assassination attempt on Donald Trump?
Yes.
A little bit.
I woke up
a little
and I
bit.
thought I was like,
Okay.
Sorry, Aristides. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, Aristides was just saying a little bit. He was just saying that you covered it a little bit.
Yes, well, I was kind of hoping to wake up with some good news yesterday.
Thank you.
Yes.
Holy shit. Yes.
Like just by a shy of, what was it? How many inches or how many centimeters?
George, I did not know you could be so cold. I'm proud of you.
I can be, yes. I can be, yes. If you speak to me long enough, Brooke, it will come out.
Yes.
It will come out.
She's proud of you. She said she's proud of you. I hope you heard that.
It's my training from Douglas, it's my realization about who these people are, and if they, the thing is, would it be such a tragedy if he did go or if he didn't go? It's just like it would just continue.
Actually,
that's the thing. It's going to continue. Like I was interested to see what I said as well about it.
Yes.
Yeah. It becomes, after a while, you just have to observe it as some kind of social experiment, some massive social experiment, because otherwise you'll go mad with the but the thing I was going to say was, as Brooke said, it was beyond mere inches. You're talking about literally just a micrometer away from getting into that orange brain, and we would have been free.
That's what makes it so, I think, right? That's what we're believing, is that that's where you're arguing. Okay, you're going to have one extreme pick it up and be like, oh my God, this was obviously faked, right? The other extremes be like, it's Donald Trump. God loves him. Miracles, our country saved.
Yes,
right?
That's right.
And I think the majority, I always I don't see myself as a majority person, but like I've noticed, like a lot of times when I think something that, I'll see that when I talk to people, a lot of people will agree with in some way, that in some different form. And I just feel like, My immediate response yesterday when I heard it was obviously like it was Ian's the one that called and told me, and I was like, "You're lying."
See, this is the problem with all the other shit. With all the other shit Ian says when he finally.
No, I'm serious, bro. I'm serious. He was shot, and I'm like, no, he freaking was. In the car.
Yeah,
I'm trying to like
get off my phone. Leave me alone. Yeah, let me go back to sleep.
I'm about to wreck, trying to figure it out, and then I'm like, oh, he was shot. And then Ian had a whole conspiracy on that, which I will admit today, Ian admits he's wrong on it. But so he didn't try to hold to it. But his original theory, just after seeing the video, and she saw it like right after it happened and called me so immediately. Those were bullets that were. I'll let Ian explain that. They were like basically coming out of like those bullets like they shoot out of what's that movie James Bond is in?
Oh, I forget. Well, I mean, obviously, like some kind of special gun is what he's implying.
Like some mini bullets or something that Ian West has a patent on.
Oh, of course. Oh, of course. That goes without saying. Gee.
Did you know you can buy patents? But we'll save that for later. Anyway, George, I was just thinking that it seems like whether you believe one end of that story or the other, what my personal belief is it's like what Doug said. I feel like you come down to the fact that you don't know. You may not never know, and it really does. Does it really matter? Because at the end of the day, who's ever running that circus, they could have shot both of them and killed them both, and we would have not been probably any better or worse off for it.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, actually, in the case of both these men, now earlier in the opening hours, Peter Moon said. And I was rather shocked, I must admit. Peter Moon said, Biden's the one who needs to be shot. He said that on record. I was just thinking, thanks, Pete. Yeah, anything you can to get the channel shut down. Yeah, really? Yeah, I mean, really? Exactly. I mean, yes. And it's like, but such being said, this is one of those cases where and then he said there's this astrologer who he's sourcing who feels that both of these men aren't going to make it to the election. I can only pray that that's the case. That would be ideal. Yeah. Oh, honestly, if both of these men were taken out, the world would be better for it. I can actually say that in this case. They're both so bad. They're both so awful, and it's just so wretched. The situation is so dire. Yeah, and it's like, but believe me, the third wheel that Brooke recommended, RFK Jr., wouldn't have been any better, I assure you. So
I did bring up Douglas.
I'm done with him, Douglas. All he had to do, he could have had the perfect thing. He said he ate a dog. I don't have my microphone because I just woke up, so I'm gonna get off here for a little bit. But he said he ate a dog, and he could literally have world peace, save us, give us all $1 million. I would not vote for FK Jr. ever. He lost me with that one.
Why did he eat a dog?
He ate you tell me. Hey, when you have to tell the American people when you're running president, look, I won't eat people. If that has to be a stance of yours, problem. Like, you know.
Whatever.
Now all three candidates we have, we got two. Like you have to be like, you're running for president, but have you been able to even run like a block in 20 years? And or like, could your mind remember who you're talking to and that they're not dead? Like or read the television. And then you got the other guy like, oh well, it's okay, I can remember. Over here eating dog. I feed my brain dog and it makes me feel good. And squirrel and it's not human. This is not human. I promise, it's not human. Fuck! Oh my God, this is the best we can do. We're supposed to be we're going down. I'm telling you, we're going like a flagship. America's going down. We're sinking big time. We have our Pluto return here.
Oh my God!
I don't know what's gonna happen, but by 2030, we may be better, we may be worse, but we will not be the same.
Well,
this is shit. I mean, you can't just laugh. You have to laugh because if you truly believe that this is like. Boy, this is the best we can do. I blow my brains out. It just has to be comedy at this point.
This is bizarre, and look, I definitely want to take advantage of George while he's with us because he's only got a few more minutes. But I want to get back to that because this is so bizarre to me. I need to pursue this. But certainly when it comes to shall we say, some of the things that George and I will be speaking of at length sometime soon. I don't know. Did we already do a full episode this month, you and I, George, or not yet this month? Not yet this month,
it's actually,
right?
Yeah, it's actually approaching. It's actually approaching for this month. So in a couple of weeks. Yes.
Good. Yeah. Well, one of the things that we were speaking of the other day that we didn't get a chance to complete, and I believe it was Heather that was asking about people making it down to Unterland, and you were talking about defections and the like, and we were talking about, of course, the fact that billionaires, many of them have been receiving genetic treatments, or rather formulae, that derive from Unterland, arrive from Unterland, rather, because this is part of the trade that Unterland can offer is eugenics and genetic technology. But when it comes to all of this, we'll get back to that. In the meantime, complete your thoughts, please, about your own thoughts, George, about everything going on,
Yes.
whether it's of course, the abortive assassination attempt on Trump, or what's going on the other side of the Atlantic.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, I did bring up with Aristides about Joe Biden that he introduced Vladimir Zelensky as Vladimir Putin. He did introduce him on public record. Yeah, he introduced him. And Aristides, if you can help me out here, whereabouts was that? I only saw the news.
Oh, no, we can find it. That's easy to find.
Anyone can find it. It's just the latest.
Yeah, and on the same day, he also introduced his the vice president as Trump. He said, "My vice president Trump."
Did he really? Oh my fucking
God!
God!
This was after after his argument. He did Zelensky versus Putin, and his vice president Kamala. He called Trump. I mean, he stumbled over it. He said Trump. I mean, yeah. So,
but
that's after everything. So but I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna listen, guys. I'll be back. I just woke up and I'm gonna get my stuff together.
Okay, please do return, and then tell us what you felt about the Trump fist pumping, because that's what got me about the artificiality of the whole situation. Of course, Peter Moon was saying, well, that's Trump. No, it's like that takes like preparation, like psychological preparation, I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, Brooke. Do you know what I'm talking about? The Trump fist pumping after the bullet
his
nearly
response.
his response.
Yeah, I mean, when he stood up after they stand him up, and I'll enjoy coming, and it's like I said, I could say, I mean, you can make an argument. I'm always the person that if you give me a side to argue, and I'll find an argument for it. But I think to stand up like that, I don't know. I have so few things to say, but I'll say them when I get my words together and come back. I know Ian West and I, Ian sent me a video on like BitChute, which is like, like I said, there's two extremes to this. And
is Ian trying to get you into BitChute?
Yes, and I'm gonna tell you, BitChute is the shittiest thing in the world. Not because
Thank you.
You can't watch videos on it. First of all, it's slow. It's like basically like watching, like remember we had dial-up? I swear to God, BitChute is like a dial-up, and with commercials. Like you're just, when do I get to watch this great video that someone produced at their house in low-speed technology? After I watched low-speed videos, which I have to load forever. I was like, fuck this. Watch the video. I didn't even watch Ian's video. I watched 3 seconds of it and it shut down with another commercial, and I was like, "Fuck it."
Thank you.
I mean, it had another. But what was funny is it promoted another video right after, which actually for some reason played, probably because BitChute can realize which side of the aisle you're on. So it played for me on this one, was showing some things that they pointed out that were definitely in conflict where the. With it being a real bullet or blood. Now that I'm sure you guys have heard as well. So, you've got two sides, fighting this or making the agenda. And to be honest, I'm not so sure either side knows. I don't even know. I would say I don't even know if it was on Trump's side and he promoted it. I would say maybe Trump doesn't even know. But then again, it is Trump. So like he'd be the most egotistical person. Like, all right, you're going to do this. We're going to practice it over. They're going to love me. I can totally see Trump doing that, but
No, I said that as well. But what's puzzling about it, and we'll talk about this more when you return. But do return, please. We do ask that. What's puzzling about it is my first concern, if I were in his position, is how do we know the danger is over? There could be other snipers, and all you're doing is making yourself one big fat target by standing there and pumping your fist.
The way they took him out, all that, I'll talk about that when we come back, I think, or you can make a point of it. But the way they took him out, there's things to definitely question there. But they've got AI is so big now. My bigger concern is making sure that when we're looking at our data, that we're not looking at data that's been AI altered right after the fact. So I think one of the big things that's going to be that I saw on one of the videos I watched was they were showing how the shooter, and whether this was, I don't even know I don't know if this person was pro Biden or pro Trump. What they were showing though was the shooter, and they were showing like their high school graduation, and I believe they showed he had been on a rock, what's that, Black Rock commercial?
That's right. That's what Aristides brought up. But beyond that, Amy Como, I forgot to bring this up in the opening hour because I was too busy bitching about what happened to me personally. She said, Douglas, we are camping and safe, meaning her fiancé, Tokyo, and herself. The shooter lived a block away from his grandfather's house in Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. Remember, her fiancé is from Pennsylvania, I believe. So the shooter lived a block away from his grandfather's house, her fiancé's grandfather's house in Bethel Park. So there we have that. Of course, see? The quality of people Amy hangs out with.
Well, I mean, the quality of people we all hang out with on this show, right? I mean, yes. And we all say that about each other. So, but no, I'm gonna listen to more, listen to George and you guys talk, and then I'll come back on in just a little bit.
Okay, thank you. You'll be so glad Ian's trying to find an extension to block BitChute ads. Thank you, Ian. Nice. That's so.
Yeah, that's what he told me when I told him it sucked. He said I gotta find the BitChute ads, and I was like, I gotta go, Ian. I got another call. I'll call you back.
I don't blame you. Yes. Oh my
I love
God.
Ian. All right, I'll talk to you guys later.
Yes, we'll tease him when you get back. Okay, thank you, honey. Okay. So, yes, George. Well, so one of the things that I would like to share with our listeners while George is here, and perhaps we can cover this more on the episode that he's with us throughout the full episode, is when we were talking about those defections. Obviously, even after communications broke down, when there was change. Of course, in the early days of Unterland's establishment, the communications, of course, as I said, were based on trade that I articulated in our last episode before tonight's. So just bearing that context in mind, then what happened was during the period of time I was working with the Department of Defense, where, of course, that went into the early 90s, it was around that time that the communications from Unterland made less and less sense. That's at least to human beings, at least to baseline humanity. And the way that the surface world allies perceived it, the communications became strange and then stranger. And as far as they began to process this phenomenon, it was as if they were no longer relating to human beings as they knew them. I mean, the old guard, the original New Schwabenland Nazis, they had, well, the allies on the surface world simply surmised that they had held on to power for far too long, which is possible considering their longevity through their technologies, since all dissent was savagely repressed, and it began to resemble, like I said, the closest parallel on the surface world that most of the allies could confer or reference was North Korea. They were thinking of it as being like North Korea down there within what they were still calling the Hollow Earth back in the old reports, but now began to call the Inner Earth. In addition, as far as they could tell from some of the stuff that was being shipped to Unterland, a widespread program of genetic experimentation had definitely been going on. And around 1997, they surmised, again, this was just a surmise, and people can read about this in my Nexus article, that some kind of uprising might have occurred. And it was shortly after that all contact broke down. Now, that was during the Clinton administration, and of course, Clinton never knew about any of this.
No, of course.
And basically, since Ronald Reagan, the presidency has never been included in that particular loop. Reagan was the last to know. So it's strictly since the Clinton days, well, since the Reagan days, since after beginning with George Bush Sr., he would have known, of course. But other than him, it was all non-accountable, deepest black budget material. So when it came to Clinton, of course, they were afraid that he would have attempted to do a John F. Kennedy on the system. And they made it clear to him from the start how, in that eventuality, they would have done a John F. Kennedy right back on him. In a sense, they ruined him anyway through the whole Monica Lewinsky scandal, and that killed him from the start. But when it came to the trade that continued, and believe it or not, trade still continued after that.
Yeah.
As I don't know if I even brought that up in the or if I did, whether they printed it in the Nexus article, but the communist Chinese had been sending them after the mid-90s a load of illegal software and microprocessors. I don't know if they ever printed that in the Nexus article.
No, they didn't.
And but shortly after that, basically the Unterlanders, they shunned all but the most minimal of direct contact, even with the boys from Beijing. But the most that could be gleaned after that was that strange things began happening among the Unterlanders. They were using their Flügelrads, or began using their Flügelrads, which is oftentimes how the reports would still refer to their craft even into the 90s. They would simply call them that, almost like it wouldn't matter what the make or model of the craft was. They would simply use that term, the American allies at least. And but they were gathering up some very exotic individuals that were taken down to Unterland over a period of years, beginning around that time. Either abduction, as it would be called, or recruitment. A combination of both. Again, the North Korean parallel was made. I don't know if any of you are familiar with this phenomenon, but Japan suffers North Korean abductions, particularly of young girls, where the North Koreans will surface their submarines, literally miniature submarines, or medium-sized submarines, actually more like, they're not micro subs like one-man subs or two-man submersibles ridden by frogmen, but these are like subs that are comparatively small, and they can be used to operate almost within a riverine system, like a drug smuggling submarine would be used. But the North Koreans have the largest submarine fleet in the world, and it's mostly submarines like that. And every once in a while, they'll actually beach themselves on a Japanese beach, grab some Japanese girl, and just put her in the submarine and abduct her. And the younger, of course, the better, and then they raise them as North Koreans. So this happens, and the Allies were speculating that's what was going on with Unterland. When the exotic individuals, of course, that were volunteering for this kind of defection, they were a whole spectrum of individuals, which made it seem puzzling to the Allies. Serbian Chetniks, Tibetan serpent cultists, on-the-run hawk colonels, gunmen from the Aum Shinrikyo defectors of all kinds. So what of course is always needed within a baseline population is genetic diversity. But probably the best example from the time that I was, not even yet involved with the Department of Defense, was Charles Manson, who wanted to hide in the deep pit in Death Valley, but he couldn't find it. And for people who are familiar with the Charles Manson story, the Manson family was forever looking for an entrance to Unterland. I don't know if you knew that. But again, he didn't find it. Then, Troy Bellamy has joined us. He says, Ian, that Middle-earth video you posted is amazing. We need to explore this like space. He's joking, right? This guy's a teacher. Come on, Troy, you teach. Come on, you gotta be kidding me. Please, oh my God. Look, Ian, you found yourself a fan. Now, before you know it, Ian's the new Charles Manson. Troy Bellamy's there with him, and they're out in the desert looking for those chocolate springs out there. By the way, I'm not being racist here. This is what Charles Manson was looking for, was rivers of chocolate underground. Okay, so this is like, oh, yeah, man. Oh, like Brooke said, how do we find ourselves in these situations? Anyhow, back to George. So, whatever's on your mind, George, bring it up. I mean, this is stuff we might talk about on our full episode.
We will.
Yeah.
we will go into length, Douglas. And the one thing I hope Brooks listens to is going back to the board of assassination attempt on Donald Trump. Something that we've brought up years ago, and something you're certainly familiar with, Douglas, is what happened in I think it was around 1994 in Sydney, Australia. Our King Charles III, he had an assassination attempt on him at that point in time. And it's the response. And when you mention about Trump doing his fist pumping, if people take a look at the video of King Charles, at that point he was the prince, the longest reigning heir apparent in history, he had an assassination attempt on him. And if people just look at his training, his response, he didn't even blink.
That's true.
When the guy was running at him with
a knife,
firearm, and he was trying to take it. Yeah, it was, yes.
Was it a firearm or a knife? Was it that Asian guy? It was like a Vietnamese or Asian guy, right?
Yes, it was an Asian guy. It was, Douglas. Thank you for reminding me. It was. That's correct. And when he was running at him, when he was charging at him, and of course, his security services intercepted. But Charles himself, he was still buttoning up his cuffs of his shirt, and he was just watching him. And he didn't even respond to it.
Yeah,
it was, and that was a result of his vigorous training as a monarch. As they all go through this vigorous training from young age upwards. And so, yes, this is the difference between a head of state and from other countries. People can take a look at some of the assassination attempts in history. The response, people, look at these politicians and leaders that respond, and they drop to the ground or they scurry away. But Charles, he stood there and he just looked at this guy with utter contempt.
Yes, that was the difference between a dynastic monarch who's basically born and bred for being a head of state compared to some elected politician who's, like I said, politics is Hollywood for ugly people. And so these are just actors who are deathly afraid of their electorate. And they fear the people who vote for them. And so when it comes to Trump's response, however, it seems counterintuitive in a number of ways. Unlike Charles, who of course is going to maintain dignity no matter what. That's his primary objective. With Trump, of course, what he did was it was theatrical, and because of such theatrics, he's what's shall I say counterintuitive about it is the fact that he's he seems certain that there's not another sniper. And if it's like a genuine professional operation, like with John F. Kennedy, or like what they were going to pull on what they were going to pull on Clinton, there's always a backup sniper. So how is it that, this guy is not concerned about backup snipers? It's like he's certain there's no one else there, if you get what I mean. Like he's...
Exactly.
Yeah, but go on. Yes.
That is the suspicion on it, Douglas. Yeah, it was just how he responded. He was like, yes, I've survived. Actually, no, you're not going to get taken out. The other guys weren't aware. Some of the others were like, not everyone in that circle was aware of that. And some of them was, they were huddling him and then making sure that he was, covered.
Yeah.
But he was like, yes.
Like he knew it was over. He knew it was over.
Yes.
That's
startling.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank
you, Douglas. Yes. Very important point to make. Very, very, valid. Very important. Thank you. I will depart now, Douglas. But thank you so much, and I'll look forward to joining you on Wednesday.
Thank you.
And I believe, let me just take a look at my calendar, and then I believe it's so it will be I will confirm it, but I think it might be next week. This show next week, I believe it might be, or it could. So it is next week, just to confirm. So I'll look forward to joining you on Wednesday, but then it will be on the 21st, I believe, Sunday the 21st.
Sunday the 21st. Okay, so actually, it'll be the 22nd for you. It'll be the 22nd for you, and the 21st for me. So it'll be Monday for you, Sunday for me, and I'll say George night. Okay. Right? Did we get knocked off?
We'll join. Yes, and we'll join you on Wednesday.
Yeah.
No, I think it might have been maybe the connection, but yes. So look forward to joining you on Wednesday, Douglas. Thank you for having me on, and yes,
Have a blessed day.
I bid you, bid you adieu, Aristides. Thank you, and Ian West.
and don't forget Brooke and Troy.
Yes, that are in the chat. Yeah, take care of yourself, Brooke, and
Love you,
Troy
George.
Bellamy. Yes, take care of yourself.
And George Night, the full night is Monday the 22nd.
Yes. Look forward to it, Douglas. We'll go into Unterland.
But you'll be with us on Wednesday too. You'll be with us on Wednesday
Yes, for the hour. Yes. Thank you so much. Take care of yourself. Yeah, bye.
Okay.
Speak
Bye for
to you
now.
soon.
Okay.
Take care.
Look forward to it. Bye. And that's George Knight. Okay, let's see if we can bring everybody else on. Look, you're all obviously here. Don't be afraid to jump on the bandwidth. Troy Bellamy, jump on bandwidth, and hopefully Brooke will join us soon. And so by all means, Troy. And so, Ian, now that you've joined us, I'm afraid to ask, feel free to catch us up on some stuff. I mean, like I said to people, I'm not quite sure if I'm going to last throughout the night. I mean, I'm feeling good, but like I said, the potential is there for a syncopal collapse just based on a lot of convergent factors. Let's just put it that way, convergent factors. So I want to be cautious. And if I feel one coming on, I'll just shut down the transmission. I'll just let everybody know and shut down the transmission. But by all means, okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. So tell us.
Stand by.
So
I gotta go outside.
what did he say? Go outside? I guess he's going outside. Oh, that's it. He was causing trouble in the computer.
Yeah, stand by. I gotta go outside.
Understood. Okay. So let's check the chat room. Hopefully it hasn't stuck anything in the actual chat. We'll find out here. Let's see. Okay. Let's take a look at the different people who have entered. And always, of course, welcoming new people in the chat. And, okay, Soul Serpentine is saying Franco wouldn't let Hitler take Gibraltar, one of the reasons we lost the war. Well, just remember the war was not lost. It's still on. That's the point that I think a lot of people miss. The war never ended. And we can go over that again on Wednesday, and we'll certainly go over it on next Sunday night. And as for...
I'm back.
Okay, wonderful. And
yeah. So what were you saying? You couldn't hold food down or something, or what was wrong with you?
Oh, don't make everybody relive the horror. Everybody's gonna did you hear the opening hour or any part of it at all, or what? Just curious.
No, I was out grocery shop.
Oh my God. Well, Aristides, see if you can summarize this, right, for Ian? Aristides, see if you can summarize this for Ian. You did such a...
Like, puke up water and then you puke up the water after you drink it?
No.
Oh my God. Well, I get all these little girls that are like, major alcoholics and shit, and they just drink all their lives till they're like 21, and then they just like can't hold water down and shit.
Oh my God. Oh my God. That's awful. That's fucking tragic. It sounds like Star Fox. I'm wondering about her.
I had to send one away in an ambulance one day from my house because she was like, she couldn't like hold down her water and shit.
Oh my God. Well, I'm flattered that you think of me in that manner, but no, it was something like and Aristides. Is he responsive, or do we need to call an ambulance for him?
I don't know if it's for me to summarize all these things, but
well, I guess he doesn't want to. I mean, you can say, I don't want to, Douglas. Just say no, Douglas. I don't want to. It's then I'll try my best to do so.
I mean, if you're having problems, like keeping your dinner down, then it's all good.
Dude, it's like this. It goes into this whole story that like I said, that people will hear it in the opening hour. It's basically there was a tub flood. I was exposed to wastewater from my upstairs neighbor who is a speed freak, And it just was, because of this, I know I got infected with something because I came down with influenza type symptoms, and I developed a sty in my eye that for a while there I thought was concerned might be a fucking amoeba. But it was like, it just awful. And then what happened was I decided to get some lymphatic massage from my cosmetologist, and we worked on that, and it culminated in the worst possible way with my purging a lot of toxins. But it seems to have culminated in a positive sense. Everything seems to have resolved. I'm still going to try and take some tests just to try and make certain that I didn't contract anything long-lasting, but I'm feeling much better. But the issue now would be that in trying to confirm to myself that these issues have resolved, I ate a lot more solid food than I normally would. And that usually leads to a syncopal episode. The word would be episode because a collapse would be much more violent, but an episode would be one where it's no fun. It would be like that time that I was on air and I had Joe Tai take the stage in the opening hour and he went into this Judeo-phobic rant. Do you remember that night, Ian? Or is anybody there? Or are we? What the fuck? Everybody I'm talking to, it's like they're like disappearing on me and shit. It's
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, sorry about that. Sorry, I walked outside away from the modem, so I'm at my grandma's. But yeah,
were you able to hear me at all?
No. I just tuned back in. I said last thing I heard you say was, shit. What did you just say? I'm getting old. Fuck. A syncopal episode or something. Those last.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Do you know what that is? Do you even know what that is?
No. Enlighten me.
It basically. Okay, it's the vagus nerve is a nerve that travels along the length of your spinal column on all sapient, mammalian humanoids. Mammalian humanoids.
Okay.
And so the point is that when you're a vampire like myself, a half vampire, and it's really tricky for us. Life is really fucking tricky because unlike with a normal vampire, a full vampire, who is never gonna eat solid food ever, they're just purely hematophagic. If they're hematophagic, they're always feeding on blood and they don't have these problems because they're not challenging the digestive tract. But if you're a vampire, a half-breed like my mother was, or myself as a quarter vampire, then what the issue then is that you're going to eat solid food, and aside from drinking blood. And because the hunger pangs don't stop, and food tastes good, and it's just too tempting, and at some point or another you wind up eating it. But the problem is your body doesn't do much with it. And so you have to use a lot of supplements when you're not drinking blood. And the supplements help immensely. They really do, because their delivery mechanism is chelated or pre-processed in such a manner that our bodies do more with it than they do with solid food. So, all such being said, when you eat solid food at some point or another, it's going to basically just sit there, and then it just passes out of your system in hopefully what will be just a normal, healthy bowel movement. But along the way, it tends to take a while. And because your body's not really digesting it, it's kind of like being constipated, but it's not. And the end result is that at some point, traveling through your intestinal cords, your intestinal tract, it depresses the vagus nerve along the spine at some point. And when it does that, it's systemic, meaning that it impacts your entire body. So you go into a kind of systemic shock. And so you become pale, diaphoretic, enervated, nauseous. It is awful. You become so hot, you just strip off all your clothes. No matter where you're at, you want to rip them all off. It is horrible. It is indescribably miserable. Something you never want to experience, and you feel like you're dying. You wish you were dead. It is just awful. So at any rate, when that happens at some point, you have a bowel movement, either after that episode, sometimes even during the episode, mostly after. It's like it's on the way out, so to speak. So it's afterwards you're going to have a bowel movement and everything normalizes. But this is what damn fires go through. It's not romantic, and it's just your body trying to tell you to stop eating solid food and just have more and more blood. That way, it's a healthier lifestyle. The more blood you have and the less food you eat. So that's basically what your body's telling you with that. But so that's a syncopal collapse, and that's what my challenge is now, because I was eating more solid food than normal to make certain I could hold it down, because I had this experience where I was just sick of it all after being symptomatic for about a month after that tub flood exposure to Speed Freak's upstairs wastewater. Then I just basically went to the doctor, because it got to the point after the lymphatic massage, which then purges your body of toxins and makes you deathly sick. You might ask why I did that. I really didn't think it would make me that deathly sick, but it was like after I had the lymphatic massage, I talked to 3 ladies who had it. Well, the first one I talked to was while she administered it, and that was my cosmetologist, and she said that when somebody administered a lymphatic massage to her, they pressed too hard, and she didn't hydrate enough, and she wound up deathly sick, because pushes all your toxins towards your pelvis, so they ultimately get purged, and then it doesn't feel good. The other person I talked to was Brooke Gibson, who had a lymphatic massage, and Brooke Gibson got deathly sick. And then Amy Como, it was the worst. She had a lymphatic massage, then got on a plane to see a friend, and when she got off the plane, she was so deathly sick, she checked into a hotel because she didn't want to expose her friend to her puking green vomit all over the place, and she was just puking green vomit for 2 days. So she never got to see her friend. It was like, so this lymphatic massage stuff is serious shit, and all anybody needs to do is look up dangers of lymphatic massage, or lymphatic massage dangers, and you'll see it all the symptoms I had, the nausea, the fever, it's like you contracted a intestinal flu or something, but your body then purges it, usually violently by vomiting. So that's what happened to me. I got so enervated after the lymphatic massage. It took 2 days to hit me, really. 1 or 2 days to really hit me. Then I lay down, and I was so exhausted, I couldn't get up to vomit. I vomited on myself in bed, and I was afraid I was going to choke on my own vomit. And so I, soaked it up with a bunch of paper towels while I'm puking. It was just disgusting. And so then I had it all in my hair. And but I slept hoping I would feel better, then got up and hydrated myself with a lot of water, and then I slept again for a few hours, but then got up and began tripping. I began to think that maybe I have an internal bleed, because I have a history of some internal bleeds. And so I called the ambulance, and they took I've never had an ambulance response like this. They took forever. They never even turned on their siren. And it's like, I called 911 3 times. I called 911 3 times. Then they finally arrived. And when they took me to the hospital, I was denied treatment because the paramedic claimed I was an alcoholic. So it was just outrageous behavior on all sides. The hospital, this was not my normal hospital. My normal hospital, thankfully, is Kaiser, so this didn't get into the Kaiser system. And these systems rarely communicate. It's like they're different planets. So when it came to the whole situation, it was just awful. So that's what we were talking about. And so, when I got to the hospital, they refused to take any tests. Any blood tests, because I'd been asking for that ever since that tub flood exposure. But this was a different hospital. They should have taken it because, Kaiser would have paid for it. But, they just didn't want to do anything. It was just outrageous. And all because a paramedic accused me of being an alcoholic. So just disgusting behavior all the way around. And there you have that. So that's it in a nutshell. And so now you're caught up. I mean, there were other nightmare aspects to the whole situation, but, you know, it's more morbid entertainment than anything else. So, you know.
Hey,
yeah.
Found this great way to detox. Just pull the shit out of your body. And all you got to do is you got a bathtub, right?
Okay, go on with your suggestion.
Get a bathtub and put a kitchen cup full of laundry detergent in it and let your body soak in that shit for like 20 minutes. And what it'll do is you'll start to see little swirly tornadoes come out of your skin. I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious. It worked for me, dude. It worked for me.
Oh my god!
Give it a go. See if you get the little tornado swirls in the water, and just try that, dude. Just try it. Like, I recommend it to everybody for everything.
Yes, I thank you. I appreciate the advice. It's on record. I can always replay it later. The couple laundry detergents, you say?
Hot water to open your pores up. You gotta open your pores up. Use some laundry detergent. And dude, like I said, you don't know how many people's lives I've saved from this. Like, it's a. One of them to send me $20 today.
It's oh my god, it sounds so dangerous. This sounds so incredibly dangerous. Kids, do not do this at home.
Remember we went through this, like with the chlorine and pools and shit, and you swim in a pool. It's the same shit. It's just you're using laundry detergent.
Actually, your point is well taken. The shit they put in the pool is outrageous. It is outrageous. It's like Nemo says, laundry detergent, isn't that shit toxic for your body? Well, no, shit, so's the chlorine. So is the chlorine in a swimming pool. Ian West is quite right about that. There was, I remember at Sonoma State, the goddamn swimming pool had so much chlorine in it, it was like you were like swimming in a tub of acid. It's just bullshit. Oh. It was like, you were literally blinded by it. It would just burn your retinas out. It was like disgusting. It was human garbage. All of those people.
But no, like I said, dude, if you start seeing little swirlies in the water, like, you know it's working. You know it's pulling the toxins out of you.
Oh, I bet. Yeah. Kids, don't do this at home. I mean, look, I appreciate the advice, Ian. I mean, oh my God. It's like, and so how do you feel after this? How do you feel after?
Great.
You
must smell great.
I
was telling Brooke, I never got so much pussy in my life after doing these little treatments. Like, never.
Oh my God. It's like, oh, why? It's like, well, anyhow, so there we go. That's like, I'm as always appalled. You're never dull, Ian. No one can ever accuse you of being dull. So it's like, all right, let me take a look at what Ian had sent us. I'm trying to see if Troy Bellamy really was trying to be funny here or whatnot. Let's see. I'm gonna take a look at this. You won't believe this is under Florida. Okay, I'm taking a look at this. Oh, and don't forget, our man Troy Bellamy teaches in Florida. So this is all underneath, and don't forget, our man Ian West, of course, used to live in Florida. That's now, just curiously about this, you like have this, you're living with your, I'm sorry, who are they? Your aunt and your grandmother?
Yeah, I am my grandma. Yeah. They're putting me up while I'm hiding out, waiting for these two fucks to get arrested. But, yeah, man, it's like going back in time, man. Like my aunt took me to like my family's like part of Mississippi. Apparently, like this whole side of the family I didn't know I had. They lived right on the Mississippi-Louisiana state line and shit. where NASA just put a goddamn fucking headquarters down here, and it's called Stennis. I had no idea, and apparently, like, all my uncles and grandpas
in
and shit,
Mississippi. In Mississippi.
I had no idea. I had no fucking idea.
And
You should have seen it, like all the Nazi shit they got laying around here. Like, oh yeah, by the way, they've got some actual Nazi coin metal shit down here that's been in the family for years.
Oh wow!
I had no idea. Yeah, I had no idea.
How did they get a hold of that? Just souvenirs brought home from World War II, or what?
Yeah, from World War II.
No, are you saying NASA or Nazi, or are you conflating the twain?
No. I'm saying, like, seriously, NASA has like a fucking rocket. They're saying it's like a rocket containment area or whatever, and they blocked off like this whole city, and they had to like displace 250 people to like test these rockets out down here. I mean, that's crazy as shit, dude. Like, I had no idea.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, like, my Uncle Stevie died not too long ago, and my aunt inherited all of his electronics and shit. And like, in my room right now, there's a laptop that says like hard drives wiped by NASA and this and that and shit. And I'm like, what the fuck did he do? And she's like, well, he wrote the code for the weight disbursement for the space shuttles and shit. And I'm like, what the fuck? You know?
Wow. Yes.
Crazy shit.
Yes, and so in terms of your you know, what I'm curious about is, say, for instance, like what we said about Starfire, and is there, like, what would your aunt and your grandmother say to you moving a young lady into the home with you? Would they be protesting?
Never happened.
Okay.
Never happened. That would never. No. But I mean, like, houses are cheap down here, and like the rooms for rent. I found a room for rent on the river in a stilt house, like a house that's like 16 feet above ground, in case like Hurricane Katrina decides to come back and shit. Fucking. That was a good one. Anyway.
No, I mean, well, there's always a hurricane coming through, so I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, they want like $300 a month, all utilities included, internet, everything provided on the river. It's just, it's like the land time forgot down here. Like, I'm dead serious.
Yeah, well, I believe that. Yes, Mississippi it's like a land that time forgot. Yes. So like, go on.
When my aunt took me to the graveyard today to go see like all the families and shit, I made like a big long like 7-minute video, and I recorded all the graves that have like the obelisks, and they have like the Freemason logo and shit on them. One of them's got like the sister Freemason club with an upside down pentagram and shit on the gravestone. Like, so as soon as I get a chance, I'm gonna upload this to YouTube, and I'll send you the link to the video, and you can watch it.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm dead serious. It's like, I didn't know I had this big ass fucking family down here and shit, and I had Brooke like do some research on it. Apparently, I'm a descendant of Calico Dick. He was a pirate. I know. He's like a pirate and shit, and he was the first like outlaw to counterfeit money to combat the Rothschild dynasty. Like, I had no fucking clue. And then like one of my
go on. No, please continue. It's fascinating.
And then another one of my great grandfathers was like a tobacco or a cigar salesman, and he would go to Mobile, Alabama, where I was like, you know, raised and grew up in, and he like murdered 2 people and got away with it, and then they finally got him and they killed him and shit.
Who? Like,
it's crazy shit, and it's all documented in the Hancock County history of Mississippi. Like, it's pretty. I had no fucking clue.
No, that's fascinating. And
clue.
Yeah, and so the in terms of all of this discovery, how did Brooke do this research for you?
She found some book that this county published, and it was just all like oral traditions of the family.
Did she go to a library while she was doing some legal work for Meth Head Larry, or what?
It's online. It's all online.
Okay.
And fucking, and yeah, man, that's just, yeah. I mean, she was telling me, she was like, and your great uncle is so and so, and then this is your great aunt, and then she married this guy, and then you got some mulattoes in your family, and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, I'm not fucking surprised. I'm like,
Yeah,
know?
that's to be expected. Yes, it explains quite a bit. But in terms of Calico Dick, what a fascinating name. It's like there needs to be a movie made about him. I mean, forget Jack Sparrow. I mean, Calico Dick has got them all beat.
Like, I could hear like my like great grandfather being like, you know, I could hear him being like, "Fuck these Jews, we're gonna make our own money," and then like start a printing press and stuff. I could totally see that.
Oh my God! Indeed, indeed. So, what about so? When it comes to, I can't believe nobody's joined us yet, and hopefully Brooke will join us soon. But I'm also fascinated. I am looking at the link you provided for "You Won't Believe What's Underneath Florida." So, in terms of this,
when I said that we were flooding out those tunnels, like I'm not kidding. Like, there's your proof right there.
these
Like,
are natural.
No. There's like computer desks down there. There's metal ladders. There's like dividends, like like metal pole pipes and dividers, all that shit. Like I said, when we're flooding out those tunnels, I wasn't kidding.
Well,
proof.
I'll forward ahead a little bit, but so far these are natural formations, right?
No, it's the ground. Look at all the rubble. Look at you can tell they've like put dynamite down there and fucking blew up these walls and shit. You can look at the rubble on the ground.
Well,
wait till you get to the room. Wait till you get to the white room. The white room blew my fucking mind, dude.
Okay.
They totally like little kids up in there and doing the adrenochrome extraction and all that shit. I could totally see it. I totally could see it.
You take a magnificent natural wonder and you turn it into something vile.
That's what they were doing down there. That's exactly what they were doing down there. I know.
No, I want to wait till Brooke comes back on. I want to wait till Brooke comes back on with us before I start asking you some of these logic pretzel questions that you present us with, because I think it'll be more fun that way. But
you hear what's me? The diver dude. Like I'll give you the rundown. Okay, there's this channel on YouTube called Old World Florida, and this dude, he like goes around and shit and like uncovers the true history of Florida and shit, and like he did this whole thing about going underground and stuff, like apparently, and he backs it up with like literature and text, and like I forgot the story was like there's this chick up here, and then this devil dude underground like fell in love with her, so she could only come up like 6 days or 6 months out of the year or some shit like that, and then she'd have to go back down there because she was married to him. I mean, it's just crazy fucking shit. And this dude's like, yeah, man. He's like, this is the entrance. He's like, you can go through all these Greek, Greek text and literatures and shit, and the same kind of rock formation that's above ground and these like drawn pictures and shit from these books. They're found all across the fucking world, and there's one like right there in fucking Florida in this dude's backyard and shit. And then. And it gets crazier. So anyway, then he's like, yeah, there's all these like big fucking huge rocks just out in the middle of nowhere with these holes in the middle of them, and they turn out being anchors for boats that when giants used to live here, that were their fucking anchors.
Great. Yeah, no, thank you. I mean, that's mind blowing. Yes. Yeah. All that being said, so I've saved this link here. You won't believe what's underneath Florida. So this is impressive. Okay, so this is impressive. I understand where Troy Bellamy is coming from.
White room blew my fucking mind, dude. The white room was it's crazy, man. It's fucking crazy.
Well, let me take a look here. I'm going to fast forward. So far what I see looks pretty natural to me. One of these does look almost like an amphitheater. It does look almost constructed, but that's probably the nature of the basalt or whatever, limestone, whatever kind of layers of rocks that they have going through this. But So,
Yeah, look at the ground. Look at the ground, and you'll see debris. You'll see where it looks like there was a fucking explosion, and they never fucking cleaned it up, and then voila, you know.
I could see how you see that. I do see how you see that, but that doesn't mean it's necessarily what I see. I will confess it's tempting to interpret it that way. But, I'm not really seeing, motherboards and shit. So, yeah. I mean, I'll review it all again later at my leisure when I'm on the proper drugs or something.
Yeah. It's beautiful. I was just like, for a minute there before I got evicted, dude, I was just like fucking having people come over, and I would just leave this on the big screen and just let it roll, dude.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this cave diving is so dangerous. These people who do that, they've got all these. I'm sorry?
It is. No. It's super is dangerous. And I'll tell you what the diver told me about, like, they, like, apparently, like, this team, they're getting all this, like, fucking new technology and shit that, like, sniffs out alligators in the waters before they approach them. And they have, like, these sonar guns that scare the fucking animals away and shit. Like, he's under an NDA. He can't really talk about all the technology that they're given access to go film all this shit. But he says little bits here and there in the interviews that he's done, and I've been talking to him on Facebook, like, fucking, I'm like, I was like, do you find any Nazi flags? Do you see any swastika shit down there? But he hadn't confirmed any of that for me yet. But he's like, yeah, dude. He's like, yeah, we've been finding, like, kids' bodies and shit. We found people bodies. We found skeletons. I mean, they found all sorts of shit under there.
Wow. But none of this is making it onto the footage that's on YouTube.
Yes, yeah. I mean, technically, this is all still being classified. This is all, it's like the public's not ready to be aware of this yet. But there's your footage right there. And like I said, man, when you see the white room, your jaw is going to fucking drop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, okay, well, yeah, thank you for sharing that. Well, since it seems to be just you and me and everybody else is taking forever to show up and help, add some further dimension to the conversation, I may as well ask you now, Aristides, help me out here. What was the thing I was going to talk to Ian about that seemed a logic pretzel aside from Jesus Christ? There was the, do you remember? God damn.
No, not really.
Yeah, thank you. That was very helpful. Did you hear that door? Was that Aristides or Ian West?
No.
That's me. I'm trying to be quiet,
I don't know.
so I don't
okay. Yeah, oh, wow. I mean, Ian West is trying to be quiet, and it sounds like the haunted house from Horror Hill and shit. This creak of, yeah, anyhow. Well, Aristides, I want you to know I haven't forgotten the Napoleon column, okay? That's on my mind, all right? Just let your French friend know that.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you. So, dear Nemo, thank you for joining us. Yes,
What's up?
I mean, personally, like you said, just stick with the traditional detox bath. I mean, for me, it's hot water, fill the bath all the way to the top with hot water, Epsom salts, apple cider vinegar, the baking soda, and hydrogen peroxide. So put all that together. That's a good detox bath. That'll drain you, not laundry detergent. Oh my fucking God. That's, it's like...
They prefer the toxins cling to the laundry detergent. That's why you want to use the laundry.
Well, I know it has a different molecular structure. So Ian West is using a logic that the structure which destains your clothes, that takes the stains out of your clothes, is what's going to remove the toxins from your body. But it's like going to really be rough on the skin, people. I mean, this is like...
That's carcinogenic.
Yeah.
No, not if you use just 1 cup of it. Your body, you can use 1 cup of it. Like I said, I was doing it 4 times a day, dude, and it fucking works.
Oh man. But hey,
this sounds like for an extreme case, like if you're very desperate though.
But let's put it this way. Ian West is right in the sense that, yes, I exposed myself to chemicals like that at Sonoma State University, where we had a pathological custodian who was pouring in toxic amounts of chlorine into the water. I mean, so much so that it would burn you just to jump into the pool. It was like, so that's the same thing, really. I mean, in all fairness.
I got burnt by fucking chlorine acid from a chemical explosion.
Yeah.
Because this old fuck, I was at a local pool, and this guy that maintains it and cleans the pool, he was going to add more chlorine to it, so he got a big bucket out and all these giant massive white solid white chunks of the chlorine, and he just pulls out his hose, standing right in front of the bucket, pouring the water like into it, and it's just violently erupting, and he's not bothered by it because he's used to getting acid on him. And I went up, I was very curious by the explosions going on, so I went up to see, and just, from one explosion, blobs of that shit got on my skin, burned like fucking hell.
Yeah. Thank you. That was awful. And so, what did you go to a hospital, or it wasn't?
No. I just you just fucking rest it off.
Oh God, that's awful. That is. So, what did the guy do? He just laughed at you sadistically and cackled like a madman?
He was worried. Because my dad was there, so he's like, "Oh shit, sorry, man." And because if he would have laughed, my dad would have just knocked him out. Did that?
Wow. I mean, that's.
Yeah, my dad wasn't.
Yeah. Go on.
My dad was just. He took his eyes off me just for 1 minute. Because I was just a little kid. This is the reason why parents need to keep their eyes on their kids all the time. Otherwise, shit like that will happen. Like what happened to me, for example.
Oh my God! How old were you again?
Probably like 6 or something.
Oh my God, that's awful. That's just awful. Oh my God. And it didn't stain your skin? Like leave white burn marks or something for a while?
Fortunately, no big marks. Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing.
Okay, but that's awful. And so that stuff is so dangerous. And
it's just highly just fucking toxic.
That's like so Australian. It's like I got burnt by acid and I just went and like slept it off.
Yeah.
I was amazed that he's just standing there right in front of the explosion like it's nothing.
Because he's crazed and he's probably on dope or drunk or
meth.
Yeah, they are meth. They're all meth heads. Yes, and I like what Aristides said. Yes, it's so Australian. It's just this kind of gut it out, suck it up, take it in, all this bullshit, toxic masculinity bullshit. But
Doug, hey Doug, since Nemo's here, let me ask Nemo something. Did you see the adrenochrome escapee victim posted?
Not yet.
Oh, dude, this guy looks like fucking Night of the Living Dead. His beard's down to his dick. He steals this car. He escapes from this adrenochrome lab and fucking steals his car. And dude, man,
wait a second. Who the hell would want that guy's adrenochrome? I thought adrenochrome you wanted from attractive young people. Who the fuck would want that guy's adrenochrome?
No. It's called well, I forgot what they call it in Greek, but it's called like the Megalic or something. It's like, I forgot the name, but there's this dude on YouTube I found called, his name's Eamon, and he's the one that's like translating all these Greek literature and talking about how Jesus was a pedophile and.
Oh, is that where you get it from?
Yeah, but how can you? Yeah, but you don't know if he's just another fucking shell or disinfo agent.
Well, here's the question I was going to ask Nemo. Now that Ian broached the topic, let me ask him about this logic pretzel. So, for instance, here we were the other day. We were in the graveyard with Ian West. Ian West was reenacting the original Night of the Living Dead. There was a young couple making out in a car, and Ian ran up to them with a brick and started pounding at their windshield with it. And,
terrible. No, it was a brother and sister going to see their dead mother at the beginning of the Night of the Living Dead movie. Don't do that.
Yeah, good point. Point well taken. Then anyhow, so Ian West, he is in this graveyard, and one of the graves he straddles, of course, is absolutely bizarre. And so it's a Kennedy grave, and it shows not a hunting rifle, but a handgun carved into the tombstone, along with a dog, and they're facing each other. The dog and the handgun are facing each other, side by side, and in the middle is this woman's head, this Kennedy chick who's buried in that grave, And it's like, what the fuck? And, you know, and of course Ian says, oh, they're Kennedys. They're all Satanists. You know, it's not that I take offense at that. I couldn't care less, but it is curious. It focuses us on Ian West's nemesis is this Satanism, this pervasive Satanism. But then Ian West turns around and says, well, Christ was a pedophile. Not just a chomo, not just a child molester, but a pedophile, like a baby raper. And then tells us, you know, some gory evidence, like just god-awful detail, like, you know, sperm on a child's underwear, this kind of shit. You know, I mean...
Yeah, that's found him in the garden. That's why they arrested Jesus.
Disgusting. Heretical. But such being said...
But are you just going off by this guy just translating the text and shit?
Yeah, the guy with the beard to his dick who escaped from the Adrenochrome lab. Yeah, Rip Van Winkle. It's I guess we can...
That's different.
Dick Van Twinkle. But yeah, so when it comes to this incredible revelation, Ian, it begs the question. So if we can't turn to Christ, and you're fighting Satanism, does this imply you're an atheistic anti-Satanist? How does that work?
No, I'm just still doing my research on it. I mean, honestly, I know that God now stands for government organized deity. That's what God stands for.
So if there's no God, then what are these Satanists for?
Well, I mean, they got to play the game with it. You know, you can't have good without evil. So, you know, you have evil in the flesh, and there's your Satanist. And then the Christians are just being pawned. They're being, what's the word? Trolled, you know?
Yeah, that's modern, like mainstream Christianity. It's been corrupted and watered. It's not original Christianity like it was in the past.
We agree.
People fail
to
realize.
Right. Of course, we all agree. I think we can all easily agree that the evangelical American Christo-nationalism is this vapid, empty Jew worship. I mean, that's all it is, you know, everybody support Israel. You know, it's just Jew worship. So that's not Christianity. In Christianity, you worship the risen Christos, not a bunch of fucking Jews. But all that being said, it brings us back to the question again of this kind of nihilism. You're heading towards this nihilistic perspective where there's nothing. Unless, of course, the answer is all Ian. I mean, is it all Ian? We all turn towards Ian. Ian's the savior. Or what?
No, I can't carry that weight on my shoulder. But but hey, look, guys. I can't really talk on the phone because I don't want to piss my grandma off, and she's making sloppy joes tomorrow, and I really don't want to miss that. So. Wait a second! It just got good. I mean, we're getting theological. Oh my fucking god! And Brooke hasn't even showed back up yet. Oh my god. Anyway, let me let you guys go. And you know, as soon as I can get my shit straight and get organized, then I'd love to chit chat with you guys. All right?
Oh, okay.
Get your PC set up.
Oh God, the last thing I want, that just makes him dangerous. Then he's just going to come on and do a bunch of deep fakes and bullshit and get my channel knocked off.
I'm not that good yet.
You got good enough at it last time playing that shit.
Okay. Look, I love you guys. I'll let you go, okay?
Okay.
Have a good one.
Yes.
I'll send you that from XP video, okay?
Me?
No, to Nemo. Oh yeah, I'll put it in the chat for you guys. I'll put it in the chat.
Okay, yeah, and Nemo, of course. Yes, I mean, thank you, Ian. We love you dearly. Bye for now.
Enjoy that footage too, okay?
Oh, of course. Yes, the Florida footage is fine. Yes.
Enjoy those sloppy joes.
Yes.
You Americans eat some fucking foul shit.
Yeah, that's what did you make of that? Oh my God, the moment I said, hey, this logic pretzel, this theological logic pretzel, I mean, so if there's no God and Christ was a pedo, then why are you so anti-Satanist?
He put his head down another fucking bad rabbit hole. He's got to stop doing that.
Yeah, and it's like, Yeah, but then he's all anti-Satanist. But then, what are the Satanists worshiping if there's no God? And if that's the big state secret, like what's at the end of the Scientology tunnel or something? There's no God, and Christ is a pedo, and then the Satanists are, I guess, the good guys, right? But he's fighting them. But then he's
He
really,
just jumped to a conclusion way too quick, just from a video he watched and listened to a guy translating shit.
It's absolutely bizarre. It's absolutely
Yeah.
bizarre. It's like, but this is like, what's so alarming about this is it reminds me, not that, of course, we all knew Ian West was never a man of faith, okay? Ian West was never an individual of faith. He's never professed a faith. So we always knew that when he came up with this anti-Satanism stuff, it's more like almost a Victorian sense of moral outrage, where he's like, I'm going to, these people are committing some kind of, I guess, the ultimate wrong because they're harming children, which he seems to see as this almost universal act, which is something so pervasive. He sees this evil everywhere, or traces of this evil on an industrial scale. When he's looking at natural rock formations, he sees these as flooded tunnels in which they were breeding children and eating them en masse, or like Morlocks. And then he's like, okay, it's not that they're... I'm sorry?
Those tunnels he was saying, that's just the natural formation from the water corrosion and all that shit.
From what I'm seeing, yes. I mean, it's tempting to imagine that this was the product of some kind of clearing explosion, but it's... no, these are natural rock formations. If it were the products of some clearing formation, they wouldn't have these frozen bacterial samples everywhere. I mean, they're pointing out, look, these columns are frozen, fossilized bacterial columns, that kind of shit. That wouldn't be left around because, explosions would have damaged all that, destroyed it, disintegrated it. So these are natural...
Knowing that, though, I'd be more concerned about fucking sinkholes occurring in Florida with all those massive hollowed out cavernous areas under Florida.
Oh, of course.
That's
course.
what I'd be worried about.
No, of course. I mean, cave diving is like one of the most dangerous things in the world. I mean, you can spend all day on YouTube looking up people fucking themselves over with cave diving and ask yourself, why are they doing this? It's like, there was this, father and son team, and it didn't seem too bright. It's like, oh, for your birthday, let's go into this cave, and they're divers and they go into the cave together, and then something happened where they turned around and realized they didn't have oxygen to get out, and they were both going to die. And this isn't a drama. This really happened. And they pieced together what happened based on the bodies or whatever, and people still keep doing this. They still keep going into these caves and stuff, but it's like it's outrageous. So
sometimes they just get stuck in a narrow spot and they can't get out, and they just fucking die. They found skeletons remains stuck in narrow parts in the caves, and people going in there for dives. And it's something you just don't want to do at all. It serves no purpose.
Thank you.
It doesn't benefit you at all.
Thank you.
If you want a thrill, go fucking skydiving or bungee jumping.
Yeah, it just, God knows. I mean, why do people even need these thrills? I mean, Jesus, of course, I just don't get it. But here he left, look at what Ian left us. He left us the ancient language expert. So, I shouldn't even advertise this guy's name. Danny Jones claims Christ was a pedophile. Has this disgusting...
That's exactly what, a Satanist or a set cultist or a Ashkenazi would say or want people to believe.
By the way...
Or Freemason.
Yeah, by the way, just to put that into context for our listeners, yes, if you're a Christian, understand this much. Your Christ is the Jewish Antichrist. As far as the Jews are concerned, the Christ of Christians was their Antichrist, because they believe everything went to shit once Christ showed up. That's in that case, you might as well be a Christian for no other reason than that. But such being said, then there's this guy looking all dead serious, ancient language expert, Jesus Christ, Danny Jones. says Christ was a pedo. Now, this is what it reminds me of. Remember, I had that black guy hanging out for a while named Abdul Karim Haq, who was a Muslim for all his life. He was a Muslim for so long, he had the impression on his forehead, literally like an indentation on his forehead from bowing towards Mecca several times a day all his life. So he actually got the mark on his forehead from that banging his head shit. Maybe that damaged his brain ultimately, because then he went online and they said, Muhammad is a pedophile. And he was like, I give up Islam. And he became an apostate. And then, after that, he really went to shit. And it's just a example of madness. It's like, why would you give up a faith on the basis of something you found on the internet?
Exactly.
It's beyond that. I've explained the story of Aisha before. It was, she was like, what? I don't know, really young. I mean, we're talking like maybe 3 to 6 years old or something when Muhammad married her. But I put all of that into context before. I mean, you've got a lifespan of people in those days living to 30 years. If you're 40 years old, you're an incredibly ancient old man. People are dying on a daily basis in those days. And it's just because of the lifespan being so short is one thing. But obviously, the logic was, and then Ian West says, the sinkholes are from those tunnels. Everything connects for him back to this world. It's like, but back to Muhammad, the prophet. Understand there's no orphanages in those days. What are you going to do with this child when you murdered their family? There's religious wars going on. When they murder dynastic families, they murder the entire family to prevent an heir from ultimately rising back to claim the throne. So in order to prevent that from happening, you murder the whole family. That's everybody. And when he took pity on this child, what's he going to do? Turn her over to whom? There's no orphanages where there's like, what? There's nothing. So you marry her because that's the only way to put her under the care of your own handmaidens or your own staff. That's just what's done, because that way this girl is claimed so that nobody else fucks her and grabs her and just says, well, she's my slave, which would otherwise happen. So that's like, that's the way to look at it. You can't judge people by our standards in this day and age when we go back just a few years and people are thinking profoundly differently. It's like, I didn't even give the whole scenario with that one series produced by Gene Roddenberry, or he had a part in writing it, that was about the Bermuda Triangle. I explained just a bit of it where they go back in time. And like I said, because Gene Roddenberry and a bunch of other writers who had written for Star Trek were involved with it. It was a weird Bermuda Triangle series that lasted for just a few episodes, maybe a season or two in the 60s or 70s. And I suspect what they had was all kinds of production problems or staff problems where the actors kept dropping out or something because they kept writing them out of the script. But it made the script all the more bizarre and impressive because it was going places no one would dare to go. It's like the father drops out of, he's there with his son. They get lost in the Bermuda Triangle with everybody else on this small craft. And then the father probably had to go get a job somewhere else, the actor, I mean, and they had to write him out of the show. And they do that by doing something wild, like, oh, he got an opportunity by this advanced civilization in Atlantis to travel back to his time and place. So he abandons his son in the series. And I was like, holy shit, what kind of series would write that into the script where the son's going, I don't believe it, my father wouldn't leave me. And so the character was kind of like the Spock character, kind of like the Man from the Future character, who's acts as kind of like the explainer. He provides exposition. And, so he says, look, I can sense your father's aura on this writing, and your father really did do this, and brings him to terms with it. And, and somehow the son accepts this. Of course, that's going too far. I mean, okay, but just the bizarre nature of the series where the dad leaves and the son is still in the series. It's just such a bizarre twist. And he's left in the series with these two total strangers. A black guy and this guy who could be interpreted as potentially predatory. Just bizarre. But the... oh God, now Ian's giving us the Garden of Eden is in Florida shit. It's like Brooke said, if Florida is the Garden of Eden, the rest of the world is hell. I mean, that's like, yeah, and then Florida
maybe for retired Ashkenazis, because Miami's in them.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, something like that. But it's then he gives us Florida News Live with, so is this the adrenochrome shit? Florida News Network Live, that he's talking about. We'll see if he responds to that. At any rate,
Dr. Longo. What a stupid name.
What's that?
In the title, Live with Dr. Longo.
Oh God, what a poor bastard. Yeah, imagine being born with a name like that. But in the series, one of the things that comes up, as I explained to Peter when we were talking about time travel in the opening hours of one of our recent episodes, the black guy and the old grizzled white captain from the small ship, the guy who had been captain of the ship, they wind up captured by privateers because they enter this time zone of the Bermuda Triangle that's supposed to be a different time zone. So these privateers from the British era are stuck there. And they're like, Sir Francis Drake's kinds of compadres. They're all basically pirates, but they're loyal British knights and shit. This kind of patriotism, plunder for patriotism, patriotic plunder. But anyhow, when they say to the white guy, okay, you can come into our fortress, and you can bring your slave with you. Then the black guy says, like an idiot. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ, you've gone back in time. Just roll with it. Instead, the black guy has to say, I'm not a slave! And everybody, of course, instantly is like looking alert and ready to kill, right? Like, what the fuck is this nigger? And then the white guy has to think fast and says, well, you see, he saved my life, and I granted him his freedom. And then they barely tolerate. They say, okay, both of you can come in the fortress. But by that point, what's implied is that they interpret them at that point to be a couple of faggots. And then later on, they throw them into prison together and say, ha ha ha, at least you got each other. Implying to the adult viewership that, the privateers interpret them to be a couple of faggots. And, right. And so the... But with that kind of, there's almost no series I've seen on television that ever did shit like that. I mean, maybe they're all doing it these days on Netflix with all that Breaking Bad and all that crap. But for, the early 80s, at the latest, that was outrageous. But all that being said, when it comes to this kind of presentation of yourself and how you talk with people, the mores and what's the norm changes so radically with time that we can't judge people by how they're thinking in the past through our filter of today, because that's just stupid. That we're studying history in order to try and understand how these people think. You've got to understand they don't think like you. And so if you can't grasp that, oh, well, there's no point. You can't grasp it.
You got to try and see it through their eyes in the past.
And what
it's like in their shoes.
Thank you. And what I don't get is that, here he is now, the adrenochrome torture victim. And subtitle, Hillary Clinton cannibalism.
That guy looks like Ted Nugent if he was homeless and a crackhead.
Yeah, well, you mean Ted Nugent isn't homeless and a crackhead?
That's funny.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, who would want that guy's adrenochrome? Nobody would want anything from that guy. So I don't get it. What is it? I escaped from the adrenochrome lab. I mean, yeah, you escaped because you were trying to get in to get at the kids yourself, motherfucker. Yeah, they caught you trying to get in, motherfucker. That's, if any of that's true. What? Jesus Christ. You know what?
Why would you go
Ian?
near a person that looks like that? Just you see that guy just talking normally
Yeah.
in that thumbnail.
Yeah, well,
I'd be running.
Well, I assume that guy's a cop. The first thing I assume is that this guy's a cop.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing
It'd
his
have to
uniform. Yeah. But what I can't understand is, look, Ian, why don't you just, you gave us some advice. You told us all to bleach ourselves in laundry detergent. Here's my advice. Stay off the internet. Stay off the internet, Ian. Don't go on the internet. It's not for you. You're like
Focus on making money or doing something that will make yourself better.
well, like I said, get on that cruise ship. Yeah,
Yeah.
get that job on that cruise ship. Holy shit, that would be like see the world, you know, and oh god. And then you know what's going to happen on that cruise ship? Can you imagine the conversations he's going to have with people?
Yeah, they're smuggling kids on these ships.
Thank
onto the
you!
deck. I can
Thank
hear 'em.
you! Thank you! Yeah, there's kids in the hold. Help me rescue the kids in the hold. Yeah, and he's like a nightmare you can't escape from. Oh.
Yeah, just definitely stay off BitChute and all those fucking conspiracy channels.
Beyond that, get some
Yeah.
get some counseling about those intrusive thoughts. All you see are, spite kids everywhere. Jesus Christ. See a counselor about that. Oh my God. I don't say that as an insult either. It's just like, learn to care for yourself. It's not healthy. And it's, there you go with that.
Did you already talk about Trump getting shot and that before? Because I didn't hear the first few hours of your...
Yeah, so tell me what your impression is. Tell me what your impression is before I go back to that.
Well, I just see everyone posting a young man in his early 20s just had a low caliber weapon and apparently shot him through the cheek, then to the ear, but I was saying no, he just hit his ear.
Yeah, just
it didn't
nicked
look
his
like
ear.
he was severely injured. And
Go on.
but a part of me,
Yeah, go on.
just my weird part, paranoid part, thinking this is all staged to say Donald Trump looks like, it's like the equivalent of when a black guy is trying to get into the rap industry, so he organizes him getting shot, non-lethally wounded, so he builds a reputation and status for himself.
Absolutely.
Something like that. Like Donald Trump's like, yeah, get some dumbass kid to shoot me with the fucking BB gun.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's what I couldn't help but conclude.
That's as far as I'm concerned, you and I are on the same page. You and I are on the same page. It is so painfully obvious. It is
I can't believe anyone would fall for that shit.
Thank you. Thank you. It's just outrageously, painfully obvious. And the Democrats are just feeding into it, making sure he becomes president. Peter Moon didn't believe it, but I found the link to, where the Republicans said, he'll win the election over this. They said this wins him the election. They were all dancing like the Israelis out off the Twin Towers.
9/11.
Yeah. All the Republicans were all dancing. This wins him the election and shit. So I'm just again, look at this shit. This is adrenochrome torture victim. I didn't really notice that until now. I read it, but it's so stupid it didn't sink in. I mean, if you were to look at this guy, people, and I'm not going to share the link because it's bitchute.com, but it's shows this, hideous-looking bearded dude, the way Ian West described him, a beard down to his dick, and he's, he's obviously not a child. I mean, oh yeah, they've been torturing me for my adrenochrome. You wish, motherfucker. You wish that would be the only stimulation you ever got, you motherfucker. What a sick fantasy. That's, nobody would want that guy's shit. They'd be paying him to go away. That's, I mean, for Ian to just buy that, it's like, but then again, we got Ian telling us, look at me, I get pussy all the time. Yeah, it's just like, that was like the thing.
He gets out a lot.
No, say it. Go ahead, say it. I mean,
that's the only good thing he's got going. He gets out a lot to hang around people, so he's just trying to get as much women as he can.
You're not telling me you believe him, do you?
No, I'm just presuming that, like, because he posts pictures of him drinking with people a lot and all that shit. Probably not now, after he's dead, bro. I just presumed he's an outgoing party guy.
Actually, he wasn't leaving the house himself. He said that I never leave the house when he had a home. I'm talking about this was before he was kicked out of his home. He was saying, I never leave the home. That's what he told the young girl who's quote-unquote visited him and showed up at his door saying, I just fucked, a gangbang. I just had, I just fucked a whole group of people in a gangbang. That was before the 40-person episode he was describing over at this ritzy hotel that he claimed it happened at.
How does he know? Did he confirm that she was a prostitute or a sex slave?
Well, he claims he saw it all in action, that he saw her in action at the hotel where she was taking on the staff and all the rest of this stuff. It was just, look, after a while, it's kind of like, it's like Brandon Young, except not as bad, and his own core personality is charming enough where it seems to be almost self-derisively aggrandizing. It's self-aggrandizing, but it's derisive enough where you just let it slide. It's, it is what it is. It disturbs me. It disturbs me that when I asked him about Christ and the theological issue, that he bowed out. I mean, it's not like he needed to take it seriously. It's like, dude, the subject is so outlandish that there's no need to respond with a serious response. I'm not asking for a serious theological answer. My question is rhetorical. In other words, it's kind of a senseless, like, okay, if Christ is this piece of shit, and then there's no Christianity, then how is there Satanism? Then it's like, at that moment, he bowed out. It was like asking, the genie the self-defeating wish, and the genie has to disappear, or the devil says, challenge me, tell me what you want, there's nothing I can't do, and you say something that makes him go, oh shit, and he fucking fades away. It was like that. It was, that's what disturbs me. It shows that there's a genuine theological component to Ian that is negative. It's like, he can't just joke this off. It's like something he takes seriously, but cannot
get emotionally invested in this shit.
Yeah, of course not. No, it will destroy you.
Yeah.
This
is why Americans will never admit that they lost the war against Japan, and they never defeated the Third Reich, and they never won any war except the war against Britain for their own independence.
Yeah, and I would call that a loss. But all that being said, when it comes to all of that, the generations in America are changing anyway. I mean, America is suffering from a massive... we all know about the culture wars between Republicans and Democrats. And what are the culture wars about? The culture wars are about the white male supremacist minority is afraid to lose that narrative. They understand that narrative is fading. And so they're fighting for a narrative. And they keep saying, make America great again. What they're saying is believe in America again, the myth. Believe the American myth again.
Yeah, the dream. Yeah. Buy into the dream again.
Well, they're not saying that because nobody can afford that. It's like just, accept the myth. It's not so much buy into the American dream because they're not even offering that. They're not offering everybody 2 cars in a garage. They're not offering, every man a king. They're not offering anything that's material or solid or verifiable or it's just all it's
I just meant in the sense of dreamland, like you're not gonna get that shit, but you're gonna think you are. You're gonna have that lifestyle eventually. You think you're going to go there, but you're just going to be a slave the rest of your life.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But I don't even give them that much credit. I don't even think they're saying that. I think literally all they're saying is just, accept the old narrative. Just go back and accept the old narrative. And that's basically what they're saying.
Back then, the people wouldn't even question their government or law enforcement.
But this is where it gets weird. The whole thing is we don't want government. That's the whole point of the right wing
That's conflicting with the
yes, that's the whole point. They want it to be, we want you to have this World War II patriotism, but the government is your enemy. So what the fuck? I mean, no, but you see,
we want the military to run our fucking.
That's what it comes down to. It comes down to is this military junta advocacy where they're just basically saying, but then again, what's the so you've got this belief system in this this kind of patriotic ideal. You got this idea of everybody arming themselves to the teeth, which kind of negates the need for a military, really, because the military, it's like if everybody's armed to the teeth, you really don't need a military because it becomes redundant, because the military is simply a projection of offensive force. Now, you might argue, well, the best defense is a good offense, but, at that point, we're getting strategic, at which point the militia becomes redundant. So it's like absolutely bizarre. Everything they got going for them is contradictory. It's like the only way you could make a comparison of something that would make sense would be like the Vietnamese, who had the Viet Cong and the Vietnamese People's Liberation Army, but the Vietnamese, when they won the war, obviously had no more need for the guerrilla movement. So it's not like there's Viet Cong anymore. It's now just the People's Army that runs Vietnam to a great extent. So that would be like their form of takeover, would be ultimately, as you said, a military junta, would be the logical end result. Or maybe not. Or maybe they're just simply thinking of some like low governmental level, like militia run kind of affair, where we're all like incredibly regionalized in like microeconomies or something, and with cottage industries. It's like you couldn't have a high technology society, you couldn't have a industrial society. It would be like cottage industries like you had in Vietnam for the longest time. We would become an offshore factory floor for some more developed economy.
They'd just be degressing the civilization.
Yes.
America going that route.
Yes, absolutely. That is what is so profoundly bizarre. They have no explanation for any constructive social program. It's very backwards. And this is something that I've been trying to write. That column that I sent to you about what the free world faces, I keep expanding that. So, and it's over 100 pages now, 150 something at this point. So I keep expanding it. I add a lot of illustrations to it now. I've been adding illustrations and maps up the ass in particular to help make that a bit more coherent. Plus links. I'm adding links up the ass. So it's just become kind of an obsession. I basically shipped out an ancillary column to one person in particular about Germany, which I'll probably try to integrate into that column. Maybe the Herodian insurgency bit as well. Just trying to get all that together to kind of put in a more coherent picture of my ideology. But all such being said, with that as a pet project that's ongoing, it's one of the reasons why I've done less monologues. It's kind of like, it's weird. It's like I have enough intellectual energy to go into one thing, and then you don't have enough left to go inside of the vocalization that I normally do. It's kind of like I blow my wad, my brain sperm, if you will, by working on the intellectual column. Well, like I said, what I might do is end the show early tonight, but we'll continue for a little while at least. I mean, we've got good numbers. We've got really good numbers, and I feel like,
I was going to ask you some questions.
Okay, what are they?
Oh, what are your thoughts on those images I sent you about the Americans actually utilizing the swastika symbols on various products, and company like Coca-Cola had a swastika pendant. This was all before or during World War II. You can see like a soldier with a swastika on his outfit, and they got swastika fine eating California fruit swastika symbol on there.
No, it's true. Yeah, no, it's true. All of this, just so people understand, the swastika was a Native American symbol, often referred to as the flyfot. I don't know how that's pronounced, but it was spelled like flyfot, Flyfot. Could be flyfo, for all I know. But this was something that they even built buildings in the structure of swastikas. Yeah, and you can look up buildings built in the shape of swastikas in the United States, and you'll find them, or at least photographs of the old ones. Honestly, the Americans had a totally different perspective of the swastika. And it was only after World War II, and of course the Jews, Jack and media, that they began to look at this as a forbidden symbol. By here we are. Our man Ian says, I was getting eaten by mosquitoes. Okay, that's why I had to go. Okay, and then he says, I'm going to put this wow sign here. And he says, that's why I had to go. I'll put a thumbs up here. You know, honestly, you wonder why the mosquitoes are going after his blood. I mean, do they like that detergent taste or what? And then probably because they're getting high, because all the fucking, meth his body can't process. And they're sucking it all up and shit. And then before you know it, they're going to mutate, be just like that movie Skeeters and shit. Giant mosquitoes coming out and disturbing everybody. Rise of the Machines. All damn Satanist. Demo. By damn, do you mean like Democrat? So I'm not quite sure whether to up this. He gave us his music. I'll just put the devil horn sign on it. There's the devil horns for you. Here's a song I wrote that mentions Ōkeanós. And okay, so how am I supposed to respond to that? It's going to be like with a thumbs up?
Yeah, Ian, Doug doesn't like AI content.
Is he doing this with AI? Is he doing this with AI?
Yeah. People have been getting into making their own songs with the AI technology and stuff.
Oh my god. That's cute. It's cute. I'll put it that way. And Ian's typing. It's like, okay, well, there you go with that. We'll let him type for a little while. I died laughing when you said these ships are really trafficking children. Yes, well, thank God. Thank God you can
busting your balls. We like to joke around.
Yeah, and it's like, here he is, Lucky Coca-Cola, drink a bottle of Coca-Cola, and me.
And there's swastikas in it.
Yeah, swastikas in the Coca-Cola. Yeah, cool. I love it. Yeah, thank you. And I love Coca-Cola.
I just had no idea that, because I understand that the Native Americans utilized all of that, but I thought the Americans just hated the Indians, so I didn't think they'd want to utilize their symbols and all that stuff.
Oh yeah, it's called cultural appropriation.
Oh yeah, they stole. Yeah, they took it for themselves. But then they got brainwashed by all the Ashkenazi media saying, "Oh, it's evil, it's evil."
Yeah, it's true. Disgusting. And thank God for the death of evangelical Christianity in America. Thank God, because it's all just Jew worship, and there needs to be a new spiritual revival of some sort. Oh, they said Trump is getting real spiritual now. Now he's saying, yes,
it's all an act.
Yeah, no kidding. It's not even a good act. The worst thing that might happen is that he comes out saying, now I realize I'm the Messiah. That would be, oh God. And then he won't be.
Bill Clinton was a better actor when he was trying to refute that he had sex with Monica Lewinsky.
You know what's funny about Bill Clinton is that, for one thing, everyone kept saying what a great liar he was, when in reality, Bill Clinton was a terrible liar. You know when he's lying. Every time his lips are moving, basically. But beyond that, it's like it's people didn't care. That was the point. And when
they thought he was cool when they saw him play a fucking saxophone on live TV.
There was that. There was that, and there was also when they, in those days, honestly, I leaned far more towards the alternative right in terms of this culture wars perspective back in those days. But when it came to Clinton, when psychiatrists tried to analyze why people believed Clinton at all, when it was so obvious he was lying, they said that they concluded he had permanently raised eyebrows, and that the raising of eyebrows is this sign of, if you ever seen children who look around all like they're in wonder, like they're in awe, and their eyebrows are raised, that's the sign. The eyes get bigger. They say, oh, his eyes went wide. Well, the eyes get wider because the eyebrows are raising, and not arching, mind you, not Vulcan style with the some arched eyebrow. That represents cynicism, but rather both of them raised. You have this look of like, ooh, like surprise. So Clinton apparently physiologically had this permanently, this permanent look, like he had this look of permanent awe or innocence. So people assumed that he was telling the truth all the time because he had this childlike sense of wonder about him, like, so he had this kind of,
just like Paul McCartney. That's what he reminds me of. What you just explained right there.
Okay, yeah, kind of. Except, with Paul McCartney, I never even care what the fuck he's saying. I mean, yeah, I mean, he could just talk and I just blank out. I mean, it's like he's not talking at all. With Clinton, on the other hand, it was different only because he had he had a thing for sound bites. He had a thing for sound bites where, the time that there was a gay activist who tried to attack him in a sense, tumble him down. And that was, and said President Clinton's doing nothing while people are dying. And, and the security had to escort this little gay guy out. And that's when Clinton sat down to talk to the audience. And he said, I feel your pain.
Right.
And just, he had a knack for, he could say something that was as senseless as it was, it at least expressed a sense of empathy. It wasn't a solution. There was no plan to it or even anything logical, really. But it's just, I feel your pain. It's like, for people want to hear that, right? Like he had an ability to do something at least where he delivered a sense of some kind of empathy at least, or sympathy, if not that. And with that being said, from Trump, of course, you get nothing. It's just, hate, poison, toxin. It's awful. And Biden, of course, it's just nothing, period. It's just, he's just old and senile. And of course, we can only hope that, Peter Moon's astrologer is right, and that neither one of them makes it to the election. Jesus Christ, please, God, please.
I'm surprised neither of them has dropped dead from a stroke or heart attack.
Biden
or Trump.
It's like, God, yeah. It's how are they not dead? So is this like Clinton with
that's
some chick?
That's off a video where he's in a complete hypnotic trance. It indicates he's just another mind control puppet.
Okay.
He just stays in that state for fucking ages while she's doing makeup on him, and then he snaps out of it to do, whatever he's supposed to do on the camera, talking or whatever bullshit.
Cool.
But he's just another fucking brain dead mind control. Unless that's just one of his doppelgangers, and his doppelgangers are the mind control subjects, and he's not.
Who knows? Who could be either way. I mean, obviously, Hillary Clinton was running the show the whole time. I mean, I think if you don't understand that, you don't understand their administration.
Oh, yeah. She's always had more power over him.
Yeah, well,
and more influence.
Well, she was the thinker. Thinker. I mean, he was just the battering ram to get her into office, so to speak. And so she was running the show the whole time. I mean, he just was fucking everybody, he could. That's all he was doing. he didn't give a shit about running the country, and that was fine. It kept everybody out of trouble. I mean, you know, that's if only every president could be like that.
Sign me up.
Thank you. I mean, really, it's like a joke, but it's funny as hell, and it's true. So all that being said, let's see. What were some other questions?
I can't think of any right now. I'm sure I do have some. Just
Okay.
I was focused on just the history of Americans with the swastika.
No
Yeah.
worries. And
America needs to go back to that. Yeah.
well,
Start realizing this is a good symbol, and you should put it on your home, your products.
oh,
your car.
absolutely,
clothing.
yes, absolutely. It's you're preaching to the converted here.
Yeah.
Um,
Replace those stars on the flag with little swastikas.
that wouldn't be too aesthetic, but I get your point. Yeah, I mean, they'd be too small to see, and it would be look odd.
It'd have to be completely changed.
Yeah, but obviously the swastika works better as a bigger symbol. It just has more impact, but it's definitely, how do I say it? You know, once you see it, you never forget it. That's for sure. And kids draw it all the time because, you know, it's primal.
Because everybody subconsciously knows it's just a good symbol, and
Yes.
you're attracted to it, no matter how much programming you undergo. Subconsciously, you're still going to think it's cool.
Yes.
You'll still think, because like when you're playing fucking World War II shooting games and you choose to pick what side you want, most of the time you always pick in the German side or the Japanese side. You just know it's better.
Thank you. I mean, they just look so much cooler with their equipping. Yes. Oh, indeed. So let's see now if I can think of something to go into for a bit before, segueing out gently into the night.
There's still no confirmation on who's replacing Biden yet.
God, I wish. No, there's not.
Taking their time with that.
No, you don't understand. It's the structure of the hierarchy of the Democratic Party is such that theoretically they can't get rid of him if he doesn't want to go. That's the problem. And so, they have to now try and strategize ways to make him go, if possible. If they can't do that, then, like Peter Moon said, they're going to have to run him through, try and hope he wins, and then get rid of him with an impeachment. So that would be, a loser's game because you can't win with Biden. That's the problem. It's the best thing to happen would be for someone to bump him off from the perspective of course, replacing him immediately. I don't think they have the guts to do that. Yeah. So the Republicans, on the other hand, they play games like this all the time. It's all like show and tell. Everything you said is true. This was, Peter finds it hard to believe that Trump would trust someone to nick him with a bullet. And of course, that is hard to believe. There's no one in the world who would trust anyone, even the most professional sharpshooter, except under the most dire of circumstances, to nick their ear with a bullet. So what I think happened was one of the Secret Servicemen working for Trump, under his orders, bribed by Trump, cut his ear. I mean, because really?
Yeah, because they piled up on him, and they probably did it there, like sliced his ear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, then he gets up and does a fist pump because he knows the danger is non-existent. Because, if you're a politician and you know the history of Kennedy and these other people and there's multiple shooters, and, you'd be like cautious enough where you're like going to go into combat mode, say, get me out of here. The whole idea is just leave the vicinity. That's the sane thing to do. It doesn't mean you're a coward. It means you value your leadership capacity. You have something to offer the people. You want to keep yourself alive to do so. No, he stands up and does the fist pump, and they say, oh, that's something Trump would do, is what Peter says. Yes, and at the same time, we are also talking about a man who got his way out of the Vietnam War draft by saying he had bone spurs in his heels. So even though he can golf for hours, walk for miles, golfing for hours, you know, so we all know that he lied. So the whole point is that here's this motherfucker, you know, stands up like he's the big hero and pumps his fist. He knows the danger's gone. So he bribed that kid's family. The kid was programmed. Something went down where, you know, the kid could never reach him. But I don't think the kid shot the fire chief. It was somebody else shot the fire chief from behind. You know, the kid's not hitting anybody. Then they blow the kid away. And then they say, see, this one hero died. And but Trump lived after the Secret Service took him down. One of them that was hired by him cut his ear. And yeah, that's what I'm leaning toward. And whoever says, oh, how horrible! How can you imagine such evil? I mean, look who we're talking about. That's how could I not? So that's my conclusion.
Yeah. That makes more sense.
Absolutely, absolutely. But it also makes sense as to why the kid was chosen. First off, everybody in the school said this kid was a radical, reactionary conservative. So this kid was on the Republican side. He went to school wearing hunting fatigues. That's already a sign of somebody please lock me up. And then he said on video, just like Peter said, Peter's own words, the guy got on video and said, I'm a Republican. I'm a Republican. I hate Trump, but I'm not the one who did it. I'm not the one who, you know, I'm not the one. Like he's telling everybody I'm a patsy. It's like his way of saying that, you know, of course, he's paid or bribed or mind controlled to say, I hate Trump because he's trying to help Trump out, but then tells everybody with this smirk, this smug, that's how Peter described it, this smug smirk, I'm not the one who did it. Not the one who did it. Before he goes out and quote unquote does it, which of course, no, he didn't do it. Like Peter said, he couldn't even believe the guy climbed up on the roof he was on. And, then they take him out, blow him away. Counter snipers all in place. Counter snipers all in place to take this guy out. And they blow his ass away right away and blow his face off so he can't be identified. And then we get the three names, of course. Last name Crook. I mean, that's just too much to believe right there. His last name is Crook. Name of Trump assassin. Yeah. Name of Trump assassin. Suspect. Where's his fucking name? It's always three names. You know. Thomas Matthew Crooks. Thomas Matthew Crooks. There we are. What a name.
Yeah, I remember saying Matthew Crooks, but not Thomas.
Yeah.
Like posts on social media.
Yeah. Poor son of a bitch. Yeah. He never had a chance.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. And it's like, and this is what they wanted me to be. You know the whole story about me and the attempt to hit Clinton, right?
Yeah. You were involved with something like getting dudes to go kill Clinton or something like that.
Yes, I was supposed to amass the hit squad that was going to take out Bill Clinton. And it involved Lieutenant Commander Robert Hunt of the United States Navy, which made perfect sense because George Bush Sr. was the youngest naval aviator in World War II, so he had all these connections with the Navy. So this guy was naval intelligence, and he came to the Presidio saying, I'm under assignment to, get together a hit squad to take out Clinton. And then, of course, when I told my operations manager, he told me contact Bob Larson, the head of the CIA in San Francisco. And so I called the CIA branch office in San Francisco, and then Bob Larson said, oh yeah, it's all cool, help him do it. And then of course they all tried to make me the patsy, thank you very fucking much. So there would have been, Thomas Matthew Crooks and Douglas Duane Dietrich and Lee Harvey Oswald and all the rest of the three named fucking assassins. John Wilkes Booth, you remember that? Took out Lincoln.
Yep.
Yeah, it goes on and on.
You took my slaves, I'll kill you.
That's right. Yeah, that's pretty much what it was. Yeah, you took my slaves, I'll fucking kill you. Yes. Not that Lincoln.
I don't blame him.
Thank you. Not that Lincoln didn't deserve it. Fuck. Yeah.
Because wasn't he going to relocate all those slaves for him to own or sell on the market?
Well, let's put it this way.
else?
So, just to put this into perspective about Abraham Lincoln, understand that Abraham Lincoln was an American Stalin. He was like an individual who took hundreds of people and put them into prison without trial by suspending habeas corpus. For those of you who don't know, habeas corpus it's an important element of our legal structure in the United States concerning due process. All of that was taken away by Abraham Lincoln under conditions of war, which he rationalized to eliminate his political opponents by imprisoning them throughout the war. And so he imprisons hundreds of people. And of course, when he quote unquote freed the slaves, he only did so in southern territories. Any slave owned in the United States was still legally a slave. So he had no intention of fleeing slaves owned in the United States. Only the quote-unquote rebel states or the Confederate states. And those states that were Confederate, or in rebellion, as they would say, he was going to take all of them and ship them back to Africa. And he shipped a great deal of them back within just a very short period of time. And they were dumped on the coast of Africa, where they were forced to form the English-speaking nation of Liberia. And so Liberia today is take a look at the Liberian flag. It's an American fucking flag. 13 bars and a single star because they view themselves as the 51st state of the United States. But they're not recognized as such. And because that would mean the United States would have to pay reparations. So, at any rate, they're the only nation in the world that uses the United States dollar as their official currency. It's not like it's their exchange currency. It's their official currency. They use the U.S. dollar. So, there are all these freed American slaves who just got dumped onto Africa, weren't accepted back by any of the other black Africans, so they just had to form their own little nation there on the coast, and they're impoverished. It's really fucked up every way imaginable. So their nation would have been a lot bigger because Lincoln had entire waves of blacks to follow, but this Confederate States soldier shot him, blew his brains out, and that's what left blacks stranded in America, where because the radicalized Republican Party of the day was liberal progressive, the Democrats were all the Dixiecrats, the slave owners, in those days, the Republicans instituted the constitutional 14th Amendment. So they introduced the 14th Amendment into the Constitution so they could get all those black votes. And they thought that would keep them in power forever and prevent the South from ever winning an election again. So when they said everybody born on American soil is, by that virtue, a United States citizen, then they created all of these instant black citizens. So, at any rate, they didn't win the vote. To show you how awful Lincoln was and how terrible the Union was, when they held another legitimate election, the South won the election. Imagine losing a war and winning the election. And so the South, they basically their man was Samuel Tilden. The man who lost was the Union general, Rutherford B. Hayes. And that's when the Union struck a deal. So they struck a deal with the South and said, look, we'll withdraw all military occupation, but you let Rutherford B. Hayes take the presidency. And this was called the Great Compromise. So the South accepted that. The military withdrew, and the South was able to control all of its blacks through terrorism. That was the birth of the KKK, the Ku Klux Klan. And so they terrorized the blacks into not voting so that their votes wouldn't overwhelm the white population and that's when the South, whatever you say about the South losing the war, they most certainly won the peace, and ultimately got one of their men in office as the president. And it was the most disastrous imperial presidency, meaning a expansionist presidency, in the history of mankind. And it was Woodrow Wilson. So Woodrow Wilson was a person who allowed the KKK propaganda film, The Birth of a Nation, to be shown in the White House. So he was a Klansman president. One of many, it turned out. And so the South began winning all these elections and putting their presidents in, but Wilson was the worst. He was definitely a Dixiecrat, imperialist, racist, white supremacist. I mean, just this horrible human being that led America into World War I, made World War I a total war, and resulted in fucking up Europe so bad he guaranteed World War II. So it just goes to show the South won the Civil War. So why they even have a thing about the Civil War is beyond me. It's not like they lost. So just very bizarre, the whole situation. But as for the 14th Amendment, I don't know if you know this, Nemo, but Trump says as soon as he's elected, he's going to repeal it.
All right.
Which means that
blacks won't be able to vote and shit.
Yeah, it means blacks will be instantly slaves. But here's his trip. He's a felon now, so he's getting all the black and Latino votes because he just goes around and says, "Hey, I'm one of you, brothers. I'm a felon too." And all these blacks and Latinos are going, "Hey, man, he's like us. He's a felon too." And they're all like voting for him and shit.
Yeah.
And then
now he got shot. They're like, "Oh yeah."
Yeah, he's like a rapper. Yeah, he's like a rapper, man. Yeah, he's a felon. He's a rapper. Yeah, he's like, yeah, what a bro. Yeah, they're gonna elect him, and then he's gonna, take away their citizenship, and they'll all be slaves again. And it's like, you wonder why I use the term nigger. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. It's like, what do you say to people like this? It's like it's like, imagine having your freedom for generations and just throwing it away.
Yeah, willingly.
Willingly. Yeah. It's there's no words. You're left without speech. Honestly, I'm just so here you go with this Trump guy. He wants to reverse the 14th Amendment. He's been vocal about it. Here's the horror of it. In any normal circumstances, he couldn't do that with an executive order, but he's packed the Supreme Court with all his judges. That's how they got rid of abortion, the Roe versus Wade. So that means,
got them all in the pockets.
Yeah. Yes, yeah. So that means, as a matter of fact, they've let him go with all of his other crimes. They're like forestalling all of the trials until after he's president again, so that he can give himself immunity. They're all on his side. So once he says on an executive order, I repeal the 14th Amendment, they'll just railroad it through. So you don't understand. At that point, who's an American citizen? If you're not an American citizen by dint of being born in the United States, then who's a U.S. citizen? At that point, it's whoever Trump decides. That's what it comes down to. And of course, first they're going to say, well, no blacks, because that was a result of the Civil War. So they'll just reverse that, which meant the whole Civil War was for nothing. And then they're going to say, of course, Asians like myself. They'll just say, well, you're not a U.S. citizen. And then they'll say, it's white Americans. It's like...
Where does he think he's going to send the people that he doesn't want in America anymore, if they're Asian or Spanish or fucking...
Well, that's easy. They have a precedent. In World War II, they took all the Japanese as a race and put them into internment camps. Yeah. They also put thousands of Germans, Romanians, and Italians, all the Axis allies, in internment camps. So they will just place anybody who they don't consider an American citizen in an internment camp, because at this point they're an illegal alien on American soil.
Yeah.
So
that's fucked up.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's what'll happen. This is the kind of government these people want, who say they want less government. We want less government. Yeah, but you're all going to be in internment camps, and it's this is what they all.
That's what no government means. You're just stuck in a camp.
Thank you. Yeah, it's this is the madness. Of course, it's going to lead to civil war. So and so we're going
it's coming faster with Trump, I reckon.
That's right. Yes, at that point, it's not guaranteed. It's inescapable. It just becomes inescapable because there's no alternative. But it's all like, it's almost like somebody's helping him. Almost like it's not divine, of course. It's purely diabolic. But he's like, first he had, the old man Biden meltdown in the debate. Then there's this phony assassination. It's like everything's rolling together to make Trump look like the only option to your average idiotic American.
It's those people not allowed to be criticized that are allowing him to get in power.
It's so true. Yes, it's so true. And
he's the biggest cocksucker.
That's right.
He sucks the biggest amount of Israel cock.
Well, you could say circumcised cock. He's the circumcised cocksucker. But another way to put it would just call him a Jew fuck or a Jew sucker. Yeah. He's a Jew sucker, Jew fuck. Yeah, he's the kite cunt. He's a kite cunt. Is what he is, and he's just and and this is what Peter just refuses to see. Peter genuinely loves Trump. He loves his ass. And
how can you love someone that wouldn't even give a fuck about you? If you're set on fire, he wouldn't even piss on you to put you out.
No.
Trump does not give a shit about anyone. So you have no reason to love him or admire him.
Yeah, I know.
The only thing he's good for is just stupid meme fodder on the internet.
Yes, thank you. And it's like, but Pete's like thinking, oh yeah, he's gonna make a deal. His idea of a deal. Can you imagine his advisors trying to explain to him about the high technology comes out of Taiwan? He's like so old school. This fucker's like, who's that guy who made that Megaflopolis I was watching? The Apocalypse Now director I was making so much fun of. Francis Ford Coppola. It's like Francis Ford Coppola with his Ayn Rand fantasy. This Donald Trump guy is stuck in the 70s and the 80s. When Francis Ford Coppola made this movie Megalopolis, everybody in it is they're reading newspapers. There's not a computer in sight in the film. Everybody's reading newspapers. There's no cell phones. There's no cell phones in the film. It's like he made this film in the 70s. He started making it, and he stuck it in the 70s, just like he's stuck there. That's where Trump's at. So if somebody tries to tell him about Taiwan's high technology, he's not going to get it. Pete the Moon Man says, oh, he's a deal maker. Yeah, he's going to make a deal with Communist China. Says, let's make a deal. I'll give you Taiwan. Because he has no concept of its value. So it's going to lead to World War, Civil War. It's, Heather's back on. Let's see what Heather's giving us. Thank you, Heather. Okay. Thank you. That's cute. Yes. And
what's the meaning of it?
Oh, yeah, he's black. Yeah. I hope he understands where I'm coming from. Obviously, any black, look, I'm hard on everybody. I'm hard on whites. I'm hard on blacks. This is why I said Troy Bellamy when he was complaining about my use of the word nigger. Where was he when I was on Revolution Radio using the term white trash piece of shit all the time? Yeah. He didn't come out to complain then. Yeah, it is what it is. These the people in America are just, there's something in the water, the air, the soil that just fucks everybody up. It was like it was pre-dusted or something by radioactive contaminants or something. But everybody's just not thinking right. Nobody's thinking at all. They want somebody to lead them to the promised land. And there's no promise. The only thing he can promise you is what Churchill did: blood, sweat, and tears. But there you go. It's hard times. Just
the people, they just got to get into power, then elect the most powerful leader who they want to be their dictator and has their best interests in his heart.
Well,
He's going to care about everyone.
Yeah, the only good news to get out of this is that with the Civil War, there is opportunity for my taking secular power in the United States by force majeure. And at that point, since America's already accepted dictatorship, then it's a deal where at this point that becomes the norm. Trump will normalize dictatorship. So that's good for me. And that way we can at last get something done. See, the problem is not having a dictator. It's simply you want a dictator who at least has a vision, a constructive purpose, a concept of where they're going with this. And here's a map for you. I never gave you this map before because this is a projection of, let's take a look at this. Here, I'll put this into the share box here. And let me see if I can unload this map here. Now, a lot of these maps I'm going to be integrating into this column of mine that just keeps expanding, titled What the Free World Faces. And so let's take a look at this one here. I've put most of them into a particular file, which has comparatively little porn in it, which shows you how busy I've been doing intellectual work in it. Most of the time, like I've told everybody, your average guy is at work sweating his ass off in fear of being discovered for his porn stash, saying, I've got to stop looking up so much porn on my work computer. But my biggest problem is I've got to stop doing so much work on my porn computer. Anyhow, here we are. This is the map of, this would be Germany's sea power projection. As I've said, you've seen my map of Germany before with the new Warsaw Pact with all the Eastern European satellites to the east. Yep. Denmark, if absorbed by Germany, means that Germany gets the Danish islands, which would be Greenland and the Faroes. So those are highlighted in blue. That would be Germany's projection into the Atlantic. But it would also get the Netherlands' islands in the Caribbean, which are not on this map. They're further south. So it would have a dominant position encompassing the Atlantic. So this is one of my objectives. If I were an American president, that would be my restructuring of Europe. The biggest problem is, what kind of leadership have we got in Europe? That is the problem. Obviously, we want to reinstate the Kaiser as a constitutional monarch, but who exactly would be running Europe? There's a question for you. Of course, I would argue that the Nazi Party was never legally voted out, so we would find their descendants and perhaps reinstall them
have them put in power,
as an option. The grandchildren of Goering and Albert Speer and Heinrich Himmler and of course, the Kriegsmarine Gross Admiral Karl Dönitz, who was the last Führer of the Third Reich on the surface world. What else comes to my mind? So in terms of other maps that might be of interest here, of course, whenever I hit this particular button, it keeps going back. I don't know why the Skype keeps going back to one particular file that's just choked with porn. It's as if Skype's addicted to my porn or something. But it's so I have to keep maneuvering it out of there, bringing it back to the other ones. Let me see now if I can find another map here which gives some indication of what we're talking about. I mean, there's so many, of course, which I could use to make some points. Well, I mean, with what I've shown you, do you have any geopolitical questions or anything else about the situation in America or the like?
Yes, just if America's going to descend in civil war eventually, what do you think that means for like certain other countries like Australia that, you know, is allied with them and whatever? But you reckon that'll affect Australia at all if America descends into a big civil war and all that shit? Absolutely, it will impact Australia. I mean, you know, Brendan Zoget, of course, he
he's not a geopolitician. His intelligence and his wisdom are invested in the spiritual. He's not a person who's geopolitical, and he's like saying, why does Nemo care? Fuck, he's out in the middle of nowhere where, they're free from all this shit. I mean, Australia's not free at all. You've got the largest, most aggressive fucking Islamic nation in the world to your north, which you're going to have to contend with. And Australia, of course, is going to have to basically, as I said, expand north into the Philippines and basically mobilize that population to provide them with their manpower for industry, for their military. Ethnic caste will develop. I mean, basically, it would be the Confederate States of America down under in Australia, with the plantations established in the Philippines. A caste system that's hierarchical. The kind of chattel slavery you had in the South. In that case, believe me, your average liberal progressive will hate me forever for this, but the fact is, it would be better for the Filipinos than what they've got now. Everything the Filipinos have now is just shit.
They live in shit.
Yeah, that's they'd be much happier. They've always
If
thrived.
Australia took over, it turned into a lot better place to live.
Well, beyond that, the Filipinos have historically always thrived in under essentially white colonialism. They were under the Spaniards for hundreds of years. Then they were under the Americans, and then under the Japanese, who are considered the Caucasians of Asia. The Australians would just be another turn to the West. They've always turned towards the West. Their identity has always been westering, because just like the Irish are on an island where everyone was starving, and so half the population had to leave and relocate to the different countries, especially America. The Filipinos are the Ireland of Asia, and but obviously a different ethnos. To your average Asian, East Asian, Far East Asian, Northeast Asian, like myself, to your average Asian, the Filipinos are the niggers of the East, is what they would call them. Obviously, some of them can be very light-skinned, and those tend to be their celebrities and the like. But they definitely are not doing well on their own. They were simply too damaged from centuries of colonization. So they can't defend themselves. That's for certain. Their courage is not in question. They have no industrial base by which to manufacture, or technological base by which to manufacture anything for their soldiers to defend themselves with in a modern war. Again, you would just they'd be cadreed by Australian officers and serve as the manpower. That way Australia would have enough manpower to hold off Indonesia, which is the largest Islamic nation on earth, and one of the most genocidal, has the most genocidal history. And it's yet most Australians just think of it as economy vacation, even though they went there and got blown up in the Bali bombing in one of the most largest massacres in Australian history.
Yeah.
Well, as we all know, the Australians aren't the brightest people in the world.
No. Yeah.
But that's that can change with time. I'm certain that certainly Australia is doing its best to work on academics at this point. They're trying their best to develop an academic core that has a higher level of education. I mean, you've got people in Australia actually working on, what was that drive? Hyperdrive of some sort? It was, what is that high-speed thing that they were using, this kind of hypersonic missile? Do you remember any of that?
Yeah. I just remember hypersonic.
Yeah, they're trying to work on that hypersonic missile system in Australia. And they'll get a lot of nuclear power, shall we say, expertise with the AUKUS, and they're developing these nuclear submarines with the British and the Americans. So Argentina won the 16th Copa America title, beating Colombia 1-0. Okay, that's it. Just got a notification for that, as if anyone could care. Oh, here's a map for you. This is a map that has some, this. Okay, let me see if I can get the right. Now, Heather Holman. Scary AI video for Pink Floyd song. Who just said that? Was that Heather?
Hello.
Yeah, it's cute. Heather, you're so adorable. Hazaria. Here we are. Hazaria. There we go. Now, this is the book that's like required reading for everyone. So, do you see the cover of this book? Notice this is notice the map of Eastern Europe, and notice the Great Star of David in two places. The Shield of David is both coming out of the Caucasus Mountains, Tartaria really. This is Tartaria it's emerging from, above the Caucasus Mountains. Caucasus Mountains, you see that line near Turkey where Turkey, you know where Turkey is in Asia, right?
Not exactly.
Okay, so I'll show you. Let me do a screen share here. And so I'll show you. Give me a moment here, and I'm going to do the screen share. Can you see the cursor moving on the screen share?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right. And now do you see this map?
Yep.
Okay. So the shield, okay, this is Turkey, is in what used to be called Asia Minor. So the borderline of Turkey and Iran, that is the Caucasus Mountains. That's where the term Caucasian comes from. You notice the Khazar are not near the Caucasian Mountains. They're far north in Tartaria. This is the great Tartarian Peninsula between the Black Sea is here. This is the Black Sea, and this is the Caspian Sea. Between the Caspian Sea and the Black Sea, towards the apex of the Tartarian Peninsula is this Shield of David. This was this violent Turkic tribe that converted to Judaism. But notice also the Star of David, or the Shield of David, down here in the Levant, symbolizing modern Israel. What this symbolizes, what Arthur Koestler is saying in this book, and he himself was a Hungarian Jew, he was pointing out that the empire of the Khazar conquered all of Eastern Europe except Germany. You see, this is East and West Germany. This is East Germany. This is West Germany.
All right.
So they didn't go into Germany, but they went into Poland and everywhere else outside of Germany. Basically, Poland, well, Russia, of course, all of Russia, the Baltic area, Poland, Czechoslovakia at that time, some parts of Austria, into the Magyar lands, or Hungary, Romania. It doesn't show them going into Bulgaria, but at any rate, yeah, you see the advance. And after the fall of Eastern Europe to the Nazis, then what happens is you see them relocate to Israel. So then you see the small start. This is what all of this book is tracing in a single book, was that how the Khazar are not Semitic. They're not the real, the true Jews.
Yeah.
They're not the true Israelites at all.
Imposters.
Yes, they're posiers. They're just converts now claiming to be the descendants. Now, Arthur Koestler himself was a Hungarian Jew, meaning he was from this area of the map. And he was, believe it or not, pro-Zionist, but he was simply articulating that everything they were saying was a lie. In terms of being, we're the true tribes of Israel. He's trying to point out that, no, we're all ethnically Turkic. This might have been his way of saying that we're all really white. But honestly, what it comes down to is that it's almost like, how would I say it? He exposes himself, but it makes it required reading. So it is a book that maybe a person will never finish reading that book or read it from cover to cover, but it's like something that is required to have in one's library. So that's a point to be made.
Find a PDF of it.
Oh, I'm sure you could. Ask Aristides. Both you and Aristides put together, I'm sure, could find one. And so Heather Holman says, Eric sent Skype invite. Oh, okay. Let me take a look at it. Let me see if I can find it. The problem is that you got to do these things when we're on the same page. Like, just when I'm looking at it, and that way I can like find it. Otherwise, I might never find it. Oh, I know.
Is that book translated in English?
Oh, yes, yes, definitely, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I just gave you that cover because that's the only cover I've ever found that has the map.
What year did that come out?
Oh God, we can look it up. Give me a second here. Eric Cradle.
I'll look it up.
Yeah. Here we are. Say hi. Eric Cradle. No mutual context. Okay. I don't think I see him. I mean, I see him, but he doesn't seem to be responding. Okay. Let me now turn that down. We can look this up and see if I can find a PDF format for you. I think I had that down just the other day. Give me a second here. And
the title in that language, does that mean the 13th tribe in that book title?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It came out in 1976.
Yeah, long time ago, comparatively speaking, right before Star Wars was released. Star Wars was released in 1977, so it was right before Star Wars was released. Here we are. This is a good, there we go. Let me get this link for you. I'll put this link in here for you. And let me see if I can get back into the call. And here we are. And
I'm surprised they got a page about it on Wikipedia. How they say the book's advocating the Khazar hypothesis of Ashkenazi ancestry, the thesis that Ashkenazi Jews are not descendants from the historical Israelites and it would. I can't even pronounce that stupid word. Anyway. But from Khazars, the Turkic people, yeah. It's just, basically explaining it all there in that book, that they're not legitimately of the ancient Hebrew lineage.
No, all of those relocated to Japan, as I've explained.
Yeah. How many of them were there? Like, do you know that number, or roughly?
It was, quite a bit. Let me see if I can look up some of my notes. And we can derive from that the
percentage-wise, if you were to make an estimate out of all the people who claim to have Jewish blood, out of the whole lot, how many percentage-wise do you think are legitimately of the ancient Davidic bloodline? I'm thinking like 90% of them are not, and like probably 10% of them are the legitimate real Jews.
Do you mean like in Japan or in Israel or
worldwide? Like out of all the people who claim to be of the Jewish bloodline, I just presume the majority of them are not. They're all imposters. Only a small percentage of the real bloodline.
I would say basically all of the people of the Davidic bloodline relocated to Japan.
All right, so it's just fully concentrated in that area, that region.
That's what I would say.
The true blood.
Yes, certainly what I learned from my mother. When it comes to the exactly what had happened, again, I'll look through my notes to find the year that I'm thinking of that it took place. And that, of course, is something that, I'll get to in a moment here. I'm trying. Let me see if I can find it from my notes. Give me a second here. Aside from that, so any other questions while I look for this?
I'm just looking at the UK edition of that book that you posted, and it just says the 13th tribe and the Khazar Empire and its heritage. That's what it says on the British version.
Mm-hmm. But it's a PDF, right? Isn't it a PDF file that you can?
No, I'm just looking on that wiki page first.
Oh, the wiki page. Yeah.
I'm surprised they allowed that on them. Like, you'd think they wouldn't want that information.
Let's just put it this way. It's like when it came out, Arthur Koestler was reputable enough where it was like the Jews had to suck it up. They weren't happy about it, I'll tell you that. there was a lot of protest in the academic community. The Jews really were up in arms about that. They were not happy about it, and for obvious reasons. But then again, it's one of these things. If you take a look at the page that I showed you, it's or the PDF I put into the text box. I also put it into the chat. It's one of those things where they can't deny it either. They can't deny it. So what can they do, right? It's one of these things that they're just stuck.
They can just hope that people don't read that book.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. I mean, it's too late for that. But you notice it's not many people seem to know about it, despite the fact that it was a bestseller and everything.
They're too distracted on stupid bullshit in mainstream media.
Yeah. Let me look up Samurai Blades.
Was Heather Holman on earlier before on the live stream?
Yeah. Why don't you jump back on, Heather? What's the how come you're not jumping back on? And you notice, of course, Brooke never jumped back on. Oh my God, whatever. By the way, I'm looking up something to help me with my notes. And basically, there's a certain kind of Japanese samurai sword that was known to drive its owners, its samurai, the men who welded the blade to murder or suicide. So I entered this into the search engine, cursed samurai blades cause suicide, and I get instantly the suicide hotline, help is available. I mean, that's actually pretty funny. Help is available just by
whenever you try to look up anything regarding suicide, you just get the suicide hotline.
Oh my God. So, I mean, I'm sorry, that's horribly funny, and in a sense, that's cool. I'm glad it does that. I mean, for the sake of people who need it. There's people out there who need it, so it's good that that's out there. Let me take a look at. Okay, now let me enter this into the. Okay, it says my Windows Defender summary. Microsoft Defender didn't find any threat since your last summary. Device was scanned 3 times. That's cool. And there we are. So somebody's looking at the file now. Thank you. Oh, there you are. So you found a PDF. Excellent. Okay, so good. And all right. But download that cover anyway, because that cover is the best cover there is for the book. There's no other cover that's like that, which shows the. Okay, so I found it. So when we take a look at, let me see the kinds of...
The style of the book cover reminds me of like an anti-communist, like the commie peril book kind of book.
Well, that makes perfect sense. It's just a precursor of the communists invading. It's really, when you think of all the Judeo-Bolshevik commissars, it's just a preview of that whole catastrophe. So here we are. Let me take a look at this. The Kyushu Dynasty.
I'm so glad the Internet Archives exists. I wish I known about this years ago, because I only learned about it like a couple of years ago.
Well, these things...
I would have downloaded so much shit off there, because a lot of stuff gets scrubbed too.
So true. I mean, you always want to be cautious of that. And so let me take a look here at some of my notes. The Yayoi immigrants. There we are. So what happened was in 732 BC, 732 years before Christ, the Assyrians sundered Israel, and the 10 Hebrew tribes were exiled, and all 10 tribes migrated to Japan, because in that same century, Japan transformed from the age of Jomon, which was basically a Stone Age, into the age of Yayoi. These Jewish people, the true Israelites, were called the Yayoi immigrants. So this influx of the Jewish tribes immigrating to the subcontinental super archipelago of Japan swelled the population 10 times over in but a single century. The population of Japan increased by orders of magnitude, by a magnitude of 10, which means that all 10 tribes relocated. And you had vast changes in culture and technology. It was then that the Nazi historian Joseph Heidelberg of the Heidelberg expedition, he proved the deployment of new Bronze Age and Iron Age weapons as were deployed in Israel began to be deployed in Japan at that time. And the Ark of the Covenant, or an element of it, is buried on Mount Tsurugi on Shikoku Island. So I could go on, of course, but that shows us that basically that means every other Jew on earth is, none of them are descended from the Davidian line.
Right. And do they want the real ones dead too? Is that part of the reason why America was not main reason?
That was
that's hell bent on destroying Japan because they wanted all the Ashkenazis running America wanted all the real ones dead.
Absolutely. That was the reason for all the Japanophobia before and after the war. Both before and after the war was this is why you get these people like Zubrin. If I look up Zubrin Mars, I'll get the motherfucker's full name. I think it's Mark Zubrin. Look up Mark Zubrin Mars, and here we are. Oh, Robert Zubrin. There's this motherfucker, a kike named Robert Zubrin, who gets on U.S. Coast to Coast AM, and he just uses the word Japs. He'll say, the fucking Japs! Yeah, and he'll say that with impunity on Coast to Coast AM. Robert Zubrin. And so he's your typical Japanophobic kike. You know, if he gets to use the term Jap, I get to use the term kike. You know,
that's bad. Yeah.
These people don't have a leg to stand on. They're always the ones who set the tone. So at any rate, Robert Zubrin tries to be, the new world on Mars and all this other bullshit. And
he's pushing that Elon Musk shit.
Yeah. Beyond that, the case for nukes, how to beat global warming and create a free, open, and magnificent future by nuking everybody. Believe that shit?
Oh my god. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
That's chaos shit, right?
Yeah, that's chaos Jewish kike chaos shit. Yeah, kikeonomics. Yeah, beat global warming by nuking us all. Yeah, that's so there you go. And it's so fucking American. The Americans think you solve everything with nukes. You know, but also the Brits learned that shit too. They all thought that that's the solution to everything, aping the Americans. Madness. You don't see that shit come out of France and their nuclear power, but you never see the French saying, hey, we're going to nuke everybody. But the Russians say it all the time. Russians say, their nuclear power, they say, we're going to nuke everybody. Fucking chinks over there on the mainland always say, we're going to nuke everybody. You never hear the French say that. All to their credit. It's so irresponsible. It's like you really show your vulnerability by pulling that shit. But with Robert Zubrin, go on.
I was just going to say it'd be funny if the French out of nowhere just had enough of being treated like shit by Americans, because they're always shitting on their culture, eating frog legs and shit, and they're like, fuck it, we're going to send some nukes your way.
Yeah.
The Simpsons did a Halloween episode, where the Springfield does get nuked, and it was actually by the French. It gets launched out of an Eiffel Tower because they got made fun of like looking like frogs or sounding like frogs or some shit. So they just on the front on the logo of the nuke it says Intel, like it's powered by an Intel processing chip. Yeah. I hope that comes to fruition.
Well, let's
put it actually nuking America.
Yeah, well, let's put it this way. I foresee, of course, the French and Americans being essentially united in an allied cause, and it staying pretty much permanent.
Yeah.
The not necessarily a total union. I see that more between America and Portugal for historical reasons that most people wouldn't understand. So I would have to articulate it and explain it, not necessarily at length. It basically has to do with both of them having a history of slavery and both of them striving towards reparations. But all such being said, for those who don't know, if you ever see Brazil, Brazil is obviously enormous. Obviously, the Amazon forest is in Brazil, and Brazil is therefore valuable to the entire world for the sake of the Amazon forest alone. Now, I could go deeply into what makes the Amazon forest valuable, and obviously, it's not simply the production of oxygen. You know, there's this saying that, 24% of the world's oxygen is produced in the Amazon rainforest. Well, it's not necessarily the case, because the distribution of that oxygen would solely coming from the Amazon would be logistically difficult, meaning that the winds would have to carry it, etc. It's simply one of these sayings that is accurate in one technical sense, but not necessarily realistic in another. But all that being said, for those who don't know, the largest Japanese population in the world outside of Japan is in Brazil, and the largest black population in the world outside of Africa is in Brazil. So Brazil is loaded with blacks, and but they're treated horribly. It's like the racism in Brazil is extreme, even more so than America's, which is hard to believe. But
I believe it. Yeah, I see how other countries they're not fond of Africans.
Yeah, and beyond that, for those who don't know, the Confederate States exile government of the Confederate States of America is in Brazil. It's like so many generations now that they're just kind of like this, everybody considers them this little harmless minority group with its own culture and say, they don't hold any political power. Still, they're an exile government, and it's something like that has a potential for being the locus of a resurgence. All of that being said, Brazil, of course, needs to be divided because it's a extremely incoherent nation like America. It's not holding well together. But for those who don't know, it's the only nation in South America. It's the biggest nation in South America, but it's the only one that speaks Portuguese. Everyone else in South America speaks Spanish. So they're essentially this Portuguese-speaking empire that never broke up like the other Spanish-speaking locations did, that were known as conquistadorial captaincies, or, basically conquistadorial captains would take over a nation and call it their captaincy. But these all split into what we know as these Latin American nations today. But Brazil is, of course, large. It's Portuguese-speaking. And Portugal has been talking about paying reparations to all these blacks. So Portugal's got this daunting task that's similar to America's. The United States is considering reparations to its blacks. So in that sense, Portugal and America, the United States, are inseparable. They really have a shared responsibility where a union would make sense to share that burden. So that's my perspective on this, and I could go much deeper into the practicality of it and the geopolitical advantage. I've already shown you before. You remember I showed you that map of Portugal and how much they dominate the Atlantic? I'm sure you remember that.
We showed me a lot of maps.
Yeah, true. Do you download them? I take it you download them.
Yeah. Any map you post, I just download it.
Okay, good. Because like you said, you never know what's going to happen. You want to retain everything you can. And when it comes to France would be part of the alliance, a transatlantic alliance that I'm envisioning, with part of what I would consider United Nations of America. Part of this would be a federative kind of society. Very much like what inspires Star Trek, the United Federation of Planets, something consistent of America and France and Portugal and the Atlantic in particular, along with Taiwan and South Korea in the Pacific. This is my perspective for a future federation that would be Amerocentric. And would integrate other parts of Latin America, like the Amazon, where the majority of the blacks in Brazil live. South Brazil, of course, is the whitest part of Brazil. And as far as I'm concerned, Argentina should simply conquer and absorb that, really, for Lebensraum and industrial shot in the arm for their economy. They would also integrate at that point the majority of the middle-class Japanese, which would help Argentina's economy immensely, incalculably. So that would be a far better objective than the stupid Falkland Islands. But all that being said, of course, I could go on for hours about my geopolitics. This won't all necessarily be expressed in the column that I'm writing, What the Free World Faces, because that column is mostly articulating the problem as opposed to the solution. But let's take a look at what else was just entered here into the text box. There we are, coin from 1932, depicting the swastika, the shamrock, the Masonic eye, and the shield of David.
What's up with that? Synergizing all those four symbols, and with the all-seeing eye in the middle. What's that representative of? It
was printed in an occult attempt to overcome the Great Depression.
Yeah, because it said something like spend more money because the Great Depression's over and shit.
Yes, so it was an attempt to convince people that this is a lucky coin, and with this coin, whatever money you spend will return to you. That's what it represents. All of those occult symbols are supposed to represent the power to whatever money you spend will come back to you tenfold. Does that make sense?
Oh, nice. I'm going to get one of them.
Yes. Yeah, if you can find one. I'd be interested in what it costs you. That would be interesting. Yeah. And
they love using that all-seeing eye symbol all the time, though.
Yes.
You just see it everywhere.
Well, it's an American symbol, right? I mean, Masonic. So it's just not surprising. It originally came from the Egyptians. You remember the Egyptian eye symbol. Yeah.
Eye of Horus.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. Thank you. And so that's what it is, the Eye of Horus, which is a good symbol. It's a positive symbol. Horus defeated Set. Yeah, go on.
But I thought it was when the Americans or whatever, Edomites used it. Because was Horus before Cyrus, or was Cyrus after? Reincarnating. Didn't Set and Horus get in a battle, and Set sliced him up and took his eye? And I got your eye now. I got the eye of the sun god. It's like a mockery.
Well, Set. Yeah, but the best movie for this actually Gods of Egypt, which everybody shit on. Because the Temple of Set hated it. And so the Temple of Set also hated the movie Immortal, which I've recommended to people in the past. I don't know if you've ever reviewed that. That should still be available on YouTube. So let me see if I can find the YouTube copy of that, the link, and I'll put that in. Because
I just have trouble understanding if they're using that symbol for good or bad. If it's a mockery or actually it's homage to the sun god.
It's homage. It's intended as homage. If it's used as mockery, it would be inverted. So you think of it as it's generally a positive symbol and can be used positively. We tend to associate it with negativity because we associate it with Freemasonry.
Because they use it.
Yeah, because they use it, but they don't really use it that much. They would abuse it would be the better word for it.
Right.
But at any rate, Immortal, and let's take a look at movie. Enki Bilal Enki. He was an artist who inspired me very much as a child, and I had a kind of a correspondence with him as an art student. So the film, this was posted 7 years ago, and this is the film, and so let's give you the link to that. And I'm not quite sure if it's the best visibility. Let me see if they got the full movie in better visibility with some of these new entries. Well, this one's from 9 years ago. Holy shit. And this one's from 13 years ago. Oh my fucking god. Then the latest things come out are just fucking trailers. And let's take a look at this one. This one's 2 hours and 48. Now that's interesting. Now, was this like a uncut version, a director's cut, or something like that? That would be amazing to me if it was. Let's take a look. This doesn't look like it's the best visuals. It doesn't look... no, this looks pretty lame. You know, the problem is you're dealing with like pirated copies half the time that wind up being uploaded on YouTube, so none of them are going to be necessarily ideal. But okay, let's put this one into the chat box and also here into our text. So here we are, the share. Let me get that going. And so this would be one easy to get or available film on Horus, and probably presents him in the best light. He of course defeated Set, and this was of course something that the Sethians hate, and so they, whenever one of these types of films come out, they boycott it, they shit all over it and say it's the worst thing in the world, and everybody starts hating on it, and then nobody sees it. That's what happened with Gods of Egypt. But aside from this one, Gods of Egypt, both of them portray the Horus legend best, and his defeat of Set. Well, especially Gods of Egypt shows the defeat of Set quite graphically, which is why the Temple of Set hated it and rallied against it, campaigned against it. But when it comes to those films, they give you a good idea of the Horus legend. And aside from that, yeah, the eye is normally a positive, because Horus gets the eye back, you know, historically. Right. Yeah, he got his eye back. And so with that, he, of course, became kind of a whole being again. And so it represents a return to wholeness. So, but then again, you could conceive of it as a mockery. Any of these symbols can be conceived of as a mockery depending on the setting that it's in. And, but that being said, it's I wouldn't mind using it as a symbol on certain items, like weapons or vehicles or something like that, as a power symbol. So aside from all, yeah, go on.
Why does David Blaine have it on his left hand in his palm? Does it have magical properties that will allow him to pull off some of the shit he does? The whole saying no.
Oh, that shit. Well, David Blaine, with him, it's a mockery.
He said, oh, this keeps, when he was asked the question on why you have that on your hand, he said something like, oh, this keeps me alive.
Yeah, that with him, it's like, it's part of his binding spell with the jinn. That's the person who could express this far better than myself is obviously Brendan Zogi. But it's basically his binding spell with the jinn, and he's like he's like this empty vessel. It's like he's just a vessel for the jinn at this point. He says that he's all fucked up. Now, from what I understand, he said the magic went away, which means the jinn have abandoned him. So I don't know if you heard about that.
No, I never heard of that.
Yeah, that was like a few years ago he said that, apparently. I mean, because he hasn't been around a while, right?
What is he going to do now? That was his whole bread and butter, wasn't it? Being a fine magician.
Well, if he had any brains, he would have saved up money and basically
retired, maybe.
Yeah, retired. But who knows with these people? They're stupid as fuck to be dealing with the jinn in the first place. Yeah. You're not going to be. You're not on.
And he's of Khazar descent.
Well, that figures, yes. And so he's probably, shall we say, just spiraled. We could look it up just out of morbid curiosity. And
look at me, I can put a needle through my arm and I don't bleed. Oh, big fucking whoop.
Yes. It's there's a price to pay for that. Let's just put it that way. So let's take a look now. David Blaine. Okay, David Blaine. There we are. Fate. Let's see if they come up with something stupid. Disgusting. There he is, piercing his arm. He's disgusting. Stephen Hawking tricked by David Blaine. It's like, so this isn't the guy I'm thinking of. This is that Dynamo guy. This is someone else. Yeah. But yeah, they're all fucked up. All these people. They're just yeah. I don't even like to look at them. So all of that being said,
well, that's like you said. This is why you shouldn't fuck around with magic, because one mistake and you're fucked.
Well, it's a mistake to start in the first place. Yeah. That's your average person is just not equipped to do that. Obviously, there are certain people who can handle this, and it's like Brendan Zogit was saying. By the time you get to somebody like Gandalf or this wizard level, where they're just renown, a wizard of renown. I mean, you're no longer human. You're basically an avatar for a higher entity anyway. So in that case, they never were human. But then again, that was Michael Aquino's claim. He was never human. He was an entity who basically took hold of a dead baby's body, occupied it, and then so he's basically an entity in Avatar. He's basically the avatar for an entity. That's what he always said. And as for many of these other people like that, to try and emulate them, it's like a human being saying, I want to be like that demigod or that angel figure. It's like, it's kind of like, it's above your pay grade. It's a different species. It's a different order of phylum. You can't do that. It's like some deer saying, I want to be like a lion. It's out of your league, and just accept that. So these people who try and emulate that, they can they can delude themselves they're heading in that direction, but then they crash and burn. That's what happened to the guy I was thinking about. The Dynamo guy was the guy who said, the magic left, and he just kind of faded, was the Dynamo character. But while he was burning hot, he was basically presenting himself as the fucking Antichrist. Everything he did was a mockery of Christ. Pouring living fish out of wicker barrels in Africa and shit, and floating in front of the Jesus statue in Brazil and shit, and everything he did, walking on water. It was all a mockery of Christ. So he was, that's the trip these people are on. And again, it does bring us back to poor Ian with his like, I had to go back in because the mosquitoes are eating me. That's, hopefully he pulls himself out of some of these rabbit holes. I mean, these are really ugly rabbit holes he's diving into.
Yeah. And if there was any truth to that guy would not have, they would have shut his channel down, and he wouldn't be shilling, advertising, he's got a Patreon and all this shit. He's just hawking shit. Yeah, he's just another phony.
What a loser. What a
disinformation piece of shit.
Oh, man. I wonder if I'll ever...
so obvious.
Thank you. Honestly. I wonder if I'll ever get to the point where I have Chotskys to sell. Like so many of these people. Okay, so what I want everyone to know is I love you all. I want to just make certain that I don't feel like any syncopal collapse is coming on, but I'm not quite sure that tonight's the night to do a full 12 hours. We've taken it to just about 8 hours, so around 8 hour period of time in a few minutes, unless, of course, people demand that I monologue. If I get enough demands, I mean, we got a good number of people listening, actually, to tell you the truth, and I feel guilty about ending the episode kind of early tonight. But we did cover a lot of good ground. Nemo certainly helped me go in some directions that were helpful. I'm sad that Brooke didn't return, but, she does need sleep. And so, of course, does Aristides. And, and if anybody really wants me to go on a monologue, let me know in the chat. And I'll see if I'm up to doing something for a little bit, talking about a little something for a little while.
I
Personally,
wouldn't mind you going on, but yeah, you need other people to want you to do it too, not just me.
no, I appreciate that, and of course I do take that into account. I'm honestly, I'm more intellectually invested right now in just getting a few pages into that column before
Gotta focus on other stuff, yeah.
Yeah, before my son picks me up in the morning, because of course it's Japan Oceanic Day, and I'll be taking the blood boys to the beach, and might want to get myself some sleep before then, and maybe make certain if I have anything close to a syncable episode, it happens before then. That would be preferable, obviously. So let me take off a little early for tonight, and we got a good number of hits. The number of people watching now is touching. I hope you all enjoyed my non-binary presentation of myself, and I'll be back in drag because it's International Drag Day on Wednesday midweek, or right around that time. It's right after. Let me take a look at the calendar. International Drag Day is Tuesday, so people will see an image of myself in drag by Wednesday. Okay, so aside from all of that, 250 people. I feel so guilty leaving. There's so many people watching. Say something in the chat if you want me to go in a monologue, and I'll try and do something for a little while. Otherwise, like I said, just I'll rest up, recover myself, and then on Wednesday maybe go all out, since George won't be with us throughout the night on Wednesday.
These other people that are listening, they just must be like fucking feds or not something. Like they're not gonna type in the chat.
It's odd. They're not responding in the chat. That's for sure. Yeah, they aren't saying
NSA and all that shit.
It's like
hello NSA.
Yeah, it's NSA mainly. Yes, NSA. Somebody from Mossad is in there. That goes without saying. And also communist Chinese intel.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Yeah. The Russians, definitely the Russians, because we know that sometimes the Russians at least will sometimes go into the chat and talk shit. So they're here because they don't care. They'll just go into the chat and say shit like, why does this channel exist and shit, and he's just saying what all the other channels say, which is not true at all. Only the conventional channels speak against Russia. All the alternative are all Putin is the hero and shit, and all that crap. How did Zelensky respond when Biden introduced him as Vladimir Putin? How did Zelensky respond to that? How did he react?
I didn't see that.
Oh, you didn't see that? Did you know what happened?
No.
Oh, fuck. Biden introduced Vladimir Zelensky as Vladimir Putin.
Oh, that's funny.
At any rate, Devon Bulldog, a member of the First Nations of Canada, I believe. He says, working night shift, enjoying the show as always in northern Alberta oil patch. Thank you, sir. So let's give hugs to Devon Bulldog. And he's a good man. He's known me forever, from back on Facebook days. And, nice. Before I got banned and shit. So good to have him out there. Again, an Indigenous person of the First Nations of Canada. And so here we go. And so with that, okay, well, we've carried it pretty much towards the 8-hour mark. I'll be taking off for now, but I want to thank all of you people who support me. Love you all. And that includes Devon Bulldog. And of course, love all of you who support me morally or financially. Obviously, of course, the objective is to raise $1,000 before the end of the month. And so I can pay the rent. That's $927 actually, so it's only $900 really, but nevertheless we have to say $1,000 just to be realistic. What with expenses towards supplies and all the rest of that. And we will, of course, return on Wednesday, which will be here before you know it. Hopefully I'll be in the mood for a full show by then, because at least I won't have responsibilities the next day. And at that point, okay, well, we'll see. And, of course, Nemo, you're the man. Love you dearly, brother. Oh, say good morning to everyone, please.
Oh, yeah. Good morning, everybody. And please send donations towards Douglas Dietrich, any amount you can afford, and buy his books on Amazon.
Thank you so very much. And Nemo, of course, is a wonderful human being and downloads all the episodes and uploads them onto his channel on Odyssey. Or where is it, Nemo?
Odyssey primarily, but I have some of your content on BitChute and Rumble as well.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And Aristides, of course, we feel, we're going to assume he's asleep. Love you dearly, Aristides. Okay, everyone, stay safe and be well, and we'll be back together on Wednesday night at the latest, and join us on Wednesday night, all you listeners. And, of course, for all these other wonderful people, I probably won't have a chance to talk to them until then anyway. Okay, then. Take care, Nemo, and hugs to you, okay? Stay safe and be well.
Yep.
All right.
All right.
We're going to end the stream now. Take care. All right, pressing that hang up button. Ended the call. We're going to end stream now. And here we are.